Class and the Communist Party of China, 1921–1978. Examining the interaction between the Communist Party of China, CCP, and specific social categories, including peasants, workers, the middle classes, and the dominant class, with a focus on class and class discourse. This volume analyzes the CCP's impact on social change in China between 1921 and 1978. By exploring the CCP's evolving discourse of class, this book demonstrates that, while class has retained its centrality, its meaning has been re-articulated from an ideological political tool to a less meaningful signifier, though always used instrumentality. By examining the impact of the CCP's policies and discourse surrounding class, it also reveals how its own policies since 1921 have shaped the CCP's current, 2021, perspectives on class and stratification. This volume, through an analysis of economic, political, and cultural inequalities in Chinese society even after 1949, also reveals the emergence of a diverse and often overlooked middle class in Chinese society during the 1950s. Delivering a detailed analysis of how the CCP has developed its practical approaches to class and mobilization, this study will be of interest to students and scholars of Chinese politics, Chinese history, Asian politics, and Asian studies. Is James Monroe Professor of Politics and East Asian Studies at Oberlin College, USA. Is Professor of Chinese Politics and Director of the China Studies Center at the University of Sydney, Australia. Ying Jiguo is Professor of Chinese Studies at the University of Sydney, Australia. Is a professor and researcher at the Centre for International Studies, Sciences Po Paris, France. Is Diwu Professor of International Affairs and Director of the Ash Center for Democratic Governance and Innovation, Harvard Kennedy School, USA. Class and the Communist Party of China, 1921–1978. Revolution and Social Change. Ying Jiguo. Introduction, Class, China, Communism. 1. The CCP's shifting class discourse, the objectivity, subjectivity and utility of class. 28. Ying Jiguo. 2. Learning to live with social change, the Communist Party of China, class and mobilization. 57. 3. Between revolution and reform, class struggle, and land redistribution. 80. Ying Jiguo. 4. The Communist Party of China, the working class, and social change, 1920–1949. 108. 6. Contents. 5. Class as a political tool in rural China, the middle peasant. In the War of Resistance to Japan. 121. 6. Radical politics and the apotheosis of the working class. 1949–1978. 142. 7. Emergence without settling, the trajectory of the Chinese middle class from 1949 to the 1980s. 166. 8. The dominant class in a changing polity, transformation, and institutionalization. 186. Class definition and policy implementation. 209. Bibliography 222. Index 248. Figures. 3.1a Framework for Interpreting Change, Philip Huang 1995. 84. Tables. 2.1. PRC Class Descriptors, 1950. 64. 5.1. Landowning Households by Class, CCP Taihang Base Area. 1936–1944. 123. 5.2. Average land holding by social category in the Taihang region, 1936 and 1944. 124. 7.1. Permanent staff occupational categories. 171. 8.1. Provincial birthplace, CCP Central Committee members. 1956 to 1977 190. 8.2. Provincial birthplace, First Secretaries Provincial CCP. Committees, 1949 to 1978. 191. 8.3. Age structure, CCP Central Committee members, 1956 to 1977. 192. 8.4. Date of birth, First Secretaries Provincial CCP Committees. 1949 to 1978 192. 8.5. Party generations, CCP Central Committee members. 1956 to 1977 193. 8.6. Party generations, First Secretaries Provincial CCP. Committees, 1949 to 1978. 194. 8.7. Educational levels, CCP Central Committee members. 1956 to 1977 194. 8.8. Educational levels, First Secretaries Provincial CCP. Committees, 1949 to 1978. 195. 8.9. Social background, Tsinghua University teachers, 1970. 198. 8.10 Social background, Tsinghua University students, 1960s and 1970. 199. 8.11 Leading cadre dismissals, 1966 to 1968 and 1976 to 1978. 202. 8.12 CCP Central Committee members by administrative system. 1956 to 1977 203. Authors. Is James Monroe Professor of Politics and East Asian Studies at Oberlin College. He has also served as Senior Research Fellow at the UC Berkeley Center for Chinese Studies, Visiting Professor of Political Science at the University of Chicago, and Visiting Fellow at the Institute of Development Studies of the University of Sussex, UK. His most recent book is Politics as a Science, a Prolegomenon, Routledge, co-authored with Philippe Schmitter. He has published 5 books and dozens of articles on local politics, popular participation, and political economy in China. His research has been supported by the American Philosophical Society, the Ford Foundation, and the National Endowment for the Humanities. Is Professor of Chinese Politics and Director of the China Studies Center at the University of Sydney. He is Fellow of the Academy of Social Sciences, Australia, and Emeritus Professor at both Zhejiang Tong Liverpool University, Suzhou, China and the University of Technology, Sydney, Australia. His recent publications include Class in Contemporary China, 2014, Handbook of the Politics of China, 2015, and, with Shigetsu Sanada, China Impact, Threat Perception in the Asia-Pacific Region, 2019. Ying Jiguo is Professor of Chinese Studies at the University of Sydney. His research is related to nationalism in contemporary China and class discourses in the post-Mao era. His recent publications include Local Elites in Post-Mao China, 2018, and Handbook of Class and Stratification in the People's Republic of China, 2016. Is a professor and researcher at the Center for International Studies, Sciences Po Paris, France. A specialist in the study of Chinese society, he is the author of The Making of the Chinese Middle Class, 2017, and A Sociology of Modern China, 2015, and co-author, with Françoise Mengian, of Politics in China, Moving. Authors. Frontiers, 2002. Rocca is a member of the editorial board of the China Quarterly. He has spent 10 years in China and in particular 6 years as a full professor at Tsinghua University. Is Diwu Professor of International Affairs and Director of the Ash Center for Democratic Governance and Innovation, Harvard Kennedy School. His most recent publications include Finding Allies and Making Revolution. The Early Years of the Chinese Communist Party, 2020, and From Rebel to Ruler. 100 Years of the Chinese Communist Party, 2021. Preface. This is the first of 2 volumes that examine the role of the Communist Party of China in bringing about social change in China during the 100 years since 1921, through a focus on class and inequality. This first volume concentrates mainly on the period from the establishment of the Communist Party of China in 1921 to the decision to change the development strategy of the People's Republic of China at the end of 1978. The second volume, Class and the Communist Party of China, 1978 to 2021, Reform and Market Socialism, is concerned more with contemporary developments since the end of 1978. Continuing conversations between and amongst researchers are an essential part of the process from which, one hopes, understanding develops. So it is with these 2 volumes, which have emerged from a series of conversations amongst colleagues over several decades, primarily amongst those who are the authors but also with others. The China studies field has grown considerably over those decades, and the full cast of those whose scholarship has influenced these 2 volumes is best reflected in the bibliographies to each volume. At the same time, in particular, the authors would like to acknowledge the influence of and conversations with Joel Andreas, Johns Hopkins University, Vivian Bertrand, University of Lyon, Sean Breslin, University of Warwick, Antonella Capel-Pogation, Sciences Po, Paris, Lowell Dittmer, University of California, Berkeley, Myla Hainagiua, Social Sciences, Paris, Jane Duckett, University of Glasgow, Li Chunling, Cass Sociology, François Mengian, Sciences Po, Paris, Naj Regeru. Sciences Po, Paris, Dorothy Solinger, UC Irvine, Bai Tang, Xianjiao Tong, Liverpool University, Sun Wanning, University of Technology. 12. Preface. Sydney, Shen Yuan, Tsinghua University, Zhangjiao Ei, City University, Hong Kong, and Zhou Xiaohong, Nanjing University. Yingjiguo. Abbreviations. CCP, Communist Party of China. GDP, Gross Domestic Product. GMD, Nationalist Party of China, Kuomintang, Kuomintang. NGO, Non-Governmental Organization. PLA, People's Liberation Army. PRC, People's Republic of China. RMB, Renminbi, PRC currency. So, state-owned enterprise. Glossary. 1 jin equals 0.5 kilos equals 1.1 pounds. 1 mu equals 0.06 hectares equals 1/6 acre. 1 UN equals $1. 1 US dollar equals $6.8 in China's people's currency. Comintern equals the Communist International, established in 1919 by the Communist Party of the Soviet Union to develop the World Revolution. Kuomintang equals Nationalist Party of China. Zhangjiaxi equals Chiang Kai-shek. Modern Standard Chinese equals Mandarin. Nomenclatura equals the table of ranks, official state-supported positions in a Communist Party state. Renminbi equals people's currency. Introduction. Class, China, Communism. July 2021 sees the 100th anniversary of the founding of the Communist Party of China, CCP. From the beginning, the CCP was committed to the social, economic, and political transformation of China. How that project was implemented is the subject of the 2 volumes that constitute this history of social change in China's last 100 years. Class is at the heart of this inquiry, not simply because the CCP's commitment to transformation is explicitly expressed in terms of class conflict, but also because institutionalized inequalities of wealth, power, and status are the keys to explaining social change more generally. Societies are differentiated by how class and the composition of specific classes are understood, how the interactions between and amongst classes are both conceptualized and mediated, and necessarily the degree of class consciousness in each society and its manifestation. Of course, as this volume and the following class and the Communist Party of China, 1978 to 2021, Reform and Market Socialism bear ample witness. The CCP's political project of class is not necessarily the same as that of the analysis of the social historian. Nonetheless, as both volumes equally provide evidence, those two approaches are necessarily interrelated. In Chinese society, the understanding of social categories and distinctions was well established well before the influence of Marxist notions of class had any profile, let alone became important, and with it a high degree of class and social category consciousness. As Mencius pointed out, the educated rule, manual workers do what they are told. There is no noun for inequality in Chinese, only degrees of equality. Distinctions in political power, wealth, and social status were well recognized. Social categories were enshrined in ranked occupations, such as scholars, farmers, artisans, and merchants, Shi, Nong, Gong, and Shang, respectively, and the upper, middle, and lower 9 streams, as well as in dress, rituals, and life chances. 2. Communism in Europe was born out of the process of industrialization in the 19th century. Its starting point was class conflict and the potential political power of the proletariat. In contrast, the Chinese Communist Party was born out of China's nationalist movement aimed at national salvation and regeneration and modernization. Founded in 1921, with the aid of the Soviet Union through the Communist International Comintern, its goals have often included political nationalism alongside or as part of other goals, in consequence while carrying on the tradition of iconoclasm of the May 4th movement. 1 Nonetheless, the CCP has always represented itself and the People's Republic of China, PRC, that it established in 1949 as class-based. The CCP is self-described as the vanguard both of the Chinese working class and of the Chinese people and the Chinese nation. CCP Constitution 2017. The PRC is an explicitly class-based political system. According to the preamble to the state constitution, it is a people's democratic dictatorship led by the working class and based on the alliance of workers and peasants, which is in essence the dictatorship of the proletariat, and while the exploiting classes as such have been abolished in our country, class struggle will continue to exist within certain bounds for a long time to come. PRC Constitution 2018. There are clear paradoxes that have resulted from the relationship between socio-economic conditions in China and the ideology of the CCP, and in the tension between nationalism and communism. The search for a proletariat on which to found a revolutionary class-based movement during 1921 to 1949 led eventually to the CCP seeing part of the peasantry as the proletariat. Having won political power and socialized the means of production, the CCP then declared, in 1956, the end of class conflict between landlords and poor peasants in the countryside and between the bourgeoisie and the proletariat in the cities, only to reverse itself within 2 years when its leadership declared that there was still a bourgeoisie, this time shorthand for all reactionary classes, to be struggled against. More recently, with the introduction of structural reform since the early 1980s, the importance of the middle class as the principal agent of social change has increasingly been emphasized, an unusual development in a Marxist environment where class polarization and conflict have more often been the norm. An examination of the evolving relationship between the theory and practice of class in China, on the one hand, and the CCP on the other since the establishment of the CCP in 1921 is then important not only for understanding the dynamics of that past experience but also for understanding the present and future possible dimensions for social change. At the center of this analysis are concerns with the interaction of structures of wealth, status, and political power. The sources for study are inevitably dominated by the CCP. There is the danger of employing the CCP's socio-political categorizations as if they were a rigorous and precise articulation of class that reliably and predictably links wealth, status, and power. However, it is clear that the CCP's classification has often been unsystematic and very much of the moment. Even in the revolutionary period, allocation to a specific class status was deliberately variable, not consistent, and usually determined by local factors, Chen 1973, 74. One consequence of those environmental influences is a need to inquire behind the rhetoric. For example, when landlords existed, they were not always wealthier than peasants, even when assets as well as income were taken into account, Wao 1994, 314. On the other hand, the CCP socio-political categories were those employed at specific, if different, times, however imperfectly. They do not just chart the revolutionary process, in a very real sense, they were the drivers of social change. Class analysis was fundamental to the CCP's organizational and political behavior. It determined how the CCP recruited as well as how it conceived and implemented social reform. Changes in its class analysis went together with the development of its program of social reform and reflected the adaptive process of policy implementation entailed in that attempt to create social and political change. There are several hypotheses that may be tested in the process of understanding the changing relationship between class and the CCP. The most obvious is that perhaps the national revival goal of an internationally strong China able to take its rightful place as a world leader has, almost always had, precedence over the goal of proletarian world revolution. A second is that, partly in consequence, domestic revolutionary social change may only have ever been a mobilizatory device rather than an end in itself. The goal was to rally the people, the majority of the populace, behind the CCP. Often, though not always, this was towards economic growth and a higher standard of living. A third and related hypothesis is that the meaning and use of class varied in accordance with competing and shifting visions within the party in respect of present and future directions of social change in the PRC. Even more interesting perhaps is the possibility that the CCP's discourse of class has become inherently self-subversive. Were that to prove so, then the consequences include a range of possibilities, from the emergence of different class configurations, socially and politically, to new forms of class rule and even to the CCP's need to revise the theoretical basis of its own position in the state. The investigation of these hypotheses proceeds in three specific, though interdependent ways. First, by overviewing how the CCP has treated class as a concept since its establishment. In the process, it, second, provides an understanding of the evolution of the relationship between the CCP, on the one hand, and various classes and social categories, on the other hand. And third, it outlines the development of classes and social categories in China. From the perspective of social change, the experience of the CCP divides into three. The first starts with the first Congress of the CCP in 1921 to the achievement of national power with the foundation of the PRC in 1949. The era of the PRC then clearly divides into two around the end of 1978 when the decision was taken to move from a state socialist model of socio-economic development to one based more on market socialism. This volume considers the theory and practice of class for the CCP, as well as the development of classes and social categories themselves from 1921 to 1978. Class and the Communist Party of China, 1978 to 2021, Reform and Market Socialism examines the theory and practice of class as well as the experience of social change after 1978. Any account of class and indeed social change in China during the last century almost necessarily highlights the discontinuities apparently represented by both 1949 and 1978 to 1949 because of the establishment of the PRC, 1978 because of the decision to replace an economic development strategy based on state socialism with one predicated on market socialism. At the same time, it is also clear that especially from the point of view of class, there are continuities in Chinese society through both 1949 and 1978. Although the establishment of the People's Republic came justifiably clothed in the rhetoric of revolution, in practice, 1949 also institutionalized not only the rule of the new revolutionary elite but also to a large extent the social continuation of the immediately pre-1949 social structure. Indeed, one key determinant of class profiles both before and after 1949, as well as before and after 1978, would seem to have been a high degree of path dependence, to which education, wealth, political power, and social status all contribute. Class. Class is a central concept in the social sciences, not least because of its role in the writings of Marx and Weber. Class is not the only factor that structures economic and political life, but it is arguably the most fundamental. Egel 1993, 115. While Weber did not agree with Marx about the importance of class as the predominant determinant of social and political change, Weber had considerably more to say about class in general, not least of course because Marx never finished laying out his theory completely. Differences between Marx and Weber, their subsequent intellectual followers, and later social scientists have meant that the concept of class should perhaps sometimes be seen more as ubiquitous than fundamental. As Raymond Aron observed more than half a century ago, sociologists disagree on the meaning of the term class. Either they do not all use it to denote the same reality, or they have different views of the reality to which it applies. Aron 1960, 260. At the same time, while class may not provide an exclusive and comprehensive explanation of society and change, it certainly provides a framework for understanding social change, not least precisely because of the variations and differences in interpretation. Class has been a highly contested concept with a vast range of meanings, including economic interest, social status, occupation, political correctness, consumption, taste, and most recently, identity. Egel 1993, 38, Wright 2005, Leroux et al. 2008, 1050. Egel provided a fairly useful guide to the different understandings of class by describing them in terms of three dimensions, by conceptual approach, of which the most important would be that between social class and occupational class, largely a distinction between Marxian and Weberian approaches to the problem, by unit of analysis, whether the focus should be the individual or the family, and by degree of coverage, whether class analysis applies to everyone or only the economically active. Egel 1993, 42. Sometimes, because of the association of class with Marx and a Marxist political agenda, social stratification has been used as a euphemism for class, and sometimes, remarkably even on occasions for the same political reasons, class is used to refer to any kind of social stratification. In North America, in the middle of the 20th century, it became more usual for social scientists to talk about status and elites rather than class. Mills 1956, though towards that century and into the 21st, Eric Olin Wright, in the USA, and Mike Savage, in the UK, led a determined attempt to restore academic interest in the concept of class. Wright 1989, 1997, Savage 2000. An equation of status and class is something of an intellectual irony, given that Weber's formulation of status was intended as a counterpoint and to some extent a foil to Marx's notions of class. Girth and Mills 1946, 180-195. Given the difficulties in consistently defining and operating a concept of class in social analysis, one might well argue that class is generally a more mobilizatory concept than a precise or reliable analytical tool. This aspect of the concept of class is clearly apparent in practical politics, especially but not exclusively where revolutionary left-wing parties that are part of or draw on the Marxist tradition, such as the Communist Party of China, are concerned. It is also apparent in the business world, where class differences not only assist producers and marketeers in their search for target audiences but also are an essential part of advertising to consumers. Liu 2008, Silverstein et al. 2012, McKinsey 2019. At the same time, the usefulness of the concept of class as a mobilizatory device in an intellectual context should also be appreciated. As Rosemary Crompton argued, for all the debate about the definition of class, and all the imprecision in its measurement, focusing on class draws attention to the fundamental inequalities that constitute society. It is not possible to develop a single, overarching, approach to the topic. It is argued that class makes a significant contribution to structured social inequality in contemporary societies. Class, however, is a multifaceted concept with a variety of different meanings. There is no correct definition of the concept, nor any single correct way of measuring it. Crompton 2006, 658. Class is then certainly important as a concept for drawing attention to inequalities generally of power, wealth, social standing, lifestyle, culture, and opportunities. But it does more than that. It also draws attention to the relationships between different kinds of inequality, especially in terms of the development and influence of sources of power and authority in society. Savage 1995, 25. Eric Olin Wright summarized the concern with class in terms of 6 questions about these inequalities, to each of which he suggested the answer is class. 1. Distributional location. How are people objectively located in distributions of material inequality? 2. Subjective salient groups. What explains how people, individually and collectively, subjectively locate themselves and others within a structure of inequality? 3. Life chances. What explains inequalities in life chances and material standards of living? 4. Antagonistic conflicts. What social cleavages systematically shape overt conflicts? 5. Historical variation. How should we characterize and explain the variations across history in the social organization of inequalities? 6. Emancipation. What sorts of transformations are needed to eliminate oppression and exploitation within capitalist societies? Wright 2005. 180. It has been a long and sometimes tortuous journey that has led from Marx and Weber to these more complex and sometimes contradictory understandings of class. In the end, the obvious alternatives are either methodological pluralism or to accept that society has become so diverse and fragmented, characterized by complex inequality, that it has in fact become classless, not because there is no property or inequality but because there is no longer the possibility of wider social and political organization beyond short-term alliances in issue-based politics. Pakulski and Waters 1996, Pakulski 2005, 178. The pluralist approach is, in Wright's words, to recognize that different frameworks of class analysis may provide the best conceptual menu. One can be a Weberian for the study of class mobility, a Bourdieuian for the study of the class determinants of lifestyles, and a Marxian for the critique of capitalism. Wright 2005, 192. In the PRC, the contestation over the understanding of class is somewhat different and considerably less linguistically confusing given the ideological underpinnings of the state and the role of the CCP. Indeed, when Chinese refer to Zhiji, they are usually talking about class in a particular Marxist construction rather than more generally. Thus workers, peasants, and capitalists are all described in this way. At other times, they may refer to what are described in terms of class and classes in other ways elsewhere in the world, as well as a range of other concepts which for many people outside the PRC, as well as outside a Marxist or Weberian frame of reference, might also be rendered as class in English or other languages. In the PRC, perhaps the most common of these has become Jaisen, which linguistically denotes stratum or strata. In the last 30 years, the term for the middle class or middle classes, even now when the promotion of a middle class future has essentially become approved policy, is more usually Zhongchan Jaisen, literally, the middle property strata, in large part because of restrictions imposed by the CCP's interpretation of Marxism-Leninism, which only validates a very limited number of social categories as class. Despite this attempted usage, there remains a debate on the emergence of the middle classes in the PRC, which results in uncertainty in the meaning of class and the identification of classes in contemporary society. Goodman 1996, 225, Zhou 2005, 29. All the same, it is clear that most people within the PRC, those who do not approach the issue of class from an intellectual or Marxist perspective, operationalize a different understanding of class, based on a simple and often observable rule of thumb. Everyone knows that there are different levels of wealth and differences in lifestyle, and everyone suspects that these different levels of wealth lead to or result from inequalities in political influence and social status. While wealth seems a quick and ready indicator of class, it is also not without its problems. Wealth is also not easy to define or even measure and is itself a contested concept in the social sciences. Indeed, because of problems of measurement, income is often taken, more than somewhat misleadingly, as a proxy for wealth. Above all though, wealth is almost certainly epiphenomenal, it is at best a description of some kinds of inequality, not a comprehensive explanation of social relations and dynamics. The sociology of class. The search for the explanation of class within the social sciences began, as indicated, with Marx and Weber. They both saw class as all about economic interest and indeed the ownership, or otherwise, of, for Marx, mainly productive, property. They both were also primarily concerned with the analysis of the capitalism of the contemporary advanced industrial society of their day. But there the agreement and similarities essentially end. Marx was a working revolutionary and a critic of capitalism, who saw it as morally unjustifiable. His approach to understanding class was designed to explain both how society would change and why it should. Weber was a social scientist who saw the rationality of capitalism as not only desirable for running a society but also the only guarantee of individual freedom. In complete contrast to Marx, he viewed socialism as undesirable because it would merely hasten the dehumanizing aspects of bureaucracy and provide disincentives for the individual to work. Class was the central concept in Marx's analysis of society and change. Remarkably, given the impact his ideas have had on the social sciences, which clearly speaks to the mobilizatory potential of class as a concept, Marx never completed a coherent explanation of class or class analysis and was often inconsistent in his application of the terms, Bendix and Lipset 1953. The third volume of Marx's Capital is unfinished and stops where it might just start discussing the topic in detail. Much later and from a very different political standpoint, Dahrendorf, 1959, attempted to reconstruct what might have been the fourth volume of Capital with the focus on class and taking into account the changes that had emerged in the organization of capitalism in and after the end of the 19th century. Despite any lack of clarity, Marx's ideas have bequeathed three important points of departure for later discussion of the dynamics of class and social stratification. The first and possibly the most important is that for the most part, Marx was an economic determinist. In terms of class analysis, this meant that an individual's class position would determine their political behavior and that a class as a social group could be expected to behave in line with its economic interest. This is though not to say that class action is guaranteed. While there is always the assumption that the capitalist class will act to protect its interest, the working class, of whom much is expected, for it is their historical mission to overthrow the capitalists, will need to acquire a high degree of class consciousness in order to act. Marx distinguished 8. Between a class in itself and a class for itself, with only the latter entailing organization towards common interests, Marx 1847, 173. Marx seemed sometimes a little unsure, but for later Marxists, there was and has been a major difference between working class action and proletarian consciousness, with only the latter being identified as the political act that drives the dialectic of history. The development of a proletarian consciousness amongst the working class is part of the second important point of departure bequeathed by Marx to the discussion of class. Marx was an arch-radical dichotomizer. History was driven at every stage in its development by the struggle between two antagonistic classes. This is not quite to say that there were only two classes at any stage of historical development, but rather that there were only two that mattered. In the capitalist stage of development, these were the capitalist class, who owned property, and the propertyless proletariat, forced to sell their labor for wages. As the class conflict between them heightens with the development of capitalism, and as the proletariat's consciousness rises, so does the potential for revolutionary change. Of course, ideology and consciousness work both ways, and Marx was well aware that the capitalist class controlled the world of ideas as well as of production. It would always seek to present its interests as those of the whole community, which Marx regarded as a manifestation of false consciousness. For Marx, only the proletariat had the potential to speak for the whole community, as would occur after the revolution and the establishment of socialism. This was the origin in the hands of later Marxists of the call to establish the dictatorship of the proletariat. The third point of departure for later debate was Marx's emphasis on ownership of property. Marx was faced with a world of capitalist owner-entrepreneurs, and it was their ownership of capital and the proletariat's absence of ownership that he invested with political significance. He had no experience of the corporate world that was to develop later with its share-based public companies where directors and a chief executive officer might be accountable to shareholders, let alone the development of state-owned enterprises, SOEs, of any kind. Direct ownership of property, or its total absence, was important because it assisted class polarization and conflict. The capitalist class would increasingly seek to take advantage of those with only labor power who would in reaction become politicized by that process. In contrast, class was not the central concept in Weber's analysis of society and change, though he did have much to say about both class and indeed even about Marx on class, whom he referred to critically as a certain talented author, Weber 1924, 185. For Weber, status was considerably more important than class and much more at the heart of his main concern, which was social stratification. Weber agreed that class was all about economic interest and indeed the ownership of property, but he was not simply an economic determinist. Economically conditioned power is not, of course, identical with power as such. On the contrary, the emergence of economic power may be the consequence of power existing on other grounds. Man does not strive for power only in order to enrich himself economically. Power, including economic power, may be valued for its own sake. Very frequently the striving for power is also conditioned by the social honor it entails. Not all power, however, entails social honor. Weber 1924, 180. Weber identified classes as not communities but as potential groups existing in society, people whose personal experiences, market situation, and life chances are causally shaped by the same economic assets and interests. These he contrasted with status groups, which he saw as normal communities determined by a specific, positive, or negative, social estimation of honor, Weber 1924, 190. The interaction between class and status groups then delivered for Weber the beginnings of a more complex understanding of both class and social stratification than the polarization described by Marx. Weber identified two broad positively privileged classes, the owners of property and the commercial classes, including all those with services and skills to be hired such as merchants, bankers, professionals, and even workers with monopolistic qualifications and skills. Weber also described three negatively privileged property classes, the unfree, the declasse, and paupers, and three negatively privileged commercial classes, skilled, semi-skilled, and unskilled workers. In between, there were the middle classes, peasants, artisans, officials, teachers, and intellectuals, Egel 1993, 12-13. Weber's legacy to the later discussion of class and social stratification was then largely antithetical to that of Marx, not least because he did not share the latter's view of history and its progress. While accepting that class was about economic interest, Weber did not see economic interest as the sole or even major determinant of social and political change. Weber described a more detailed and complex social stratification, with an emphasis on class fragmentation rather than class polarization. He also drew attention to additional kinds of social stratification other than economic inequalities, in particular ethnicity. Weber also employed a dramatically less economically deterministic approach to the analysis of social change. In particular, he highlighted questions of esteem and self-identification, which have become increasingly important to the understanding of class and indeed social stratification. The subsequent sociology of class has been very rich, and any attempt to summarize is bound to overgeneralize and to do a disservice to the debates that have taken place. Details may be found in Edgell 1993, Savage 2000, Wright 2005. There have though been a number of major developments that necessarily impact any consideration of class in the PRC, questions about the primacy of the ownership, or otherwise, of property, issues related to the growth of the middle classes, the greater salience of gender, the emergence of the cultural turn centered on the work of Bourdieu, which building on Weber's ideas has disaggregated the factors determining class positions and emphasized self-reflexivity and embedded social action, and a growing if general agreement on an overall class structure. For both Marx and Weber, positioning as owners of property or being propertyless was at the heart of their understandings of class. This distinction clearly does not take account of the full range of economic forms that have developed with 10. Industrial society. Shareholding and the development of management practices have made for structural change. Large corporations may own economic activities, but it is sometimes far from clear who owns the large corporations, let alone who decides how they will operate. When those large corporations are themselves state or publicly owned, questions of ownership as means of determining class become even more confused. In Communist Party states, as they developed in the Soviet Union and Eastern Europe to the late 1980s, this led some observers, especially neo-Marxist critics, Ticktin 1981, to argue that with the socialization of property or at least ownership, it was the relationship to the control of the means of production that determined class, Lane 1976. More spectacularly, Milovan Djilas, who had been a leader of Yugoslavia until 1954, described the emergence of the new class in Communist Party states who ruled by virtue not of their control of the economy but of their political positions, Djilas 1957. This has resonances more generally with the views of C. Wright Mills, Mills 1956, describing the power elite in North America in the middle of the 20th century, and on a larger scale with the later views expressed by critics of the neoliberalism that emerged during the 1990s, Harvey 2007. The relationship to the control of the means of production, rather than ownership, also became a dominant theme in the analysis of capitalist industrial societies from both Marxists, Poulantzas 1979, and Weberians, Dahrendorf 1959. Moreover, in describing a newly emergent technocracy, Burnham went even further, seeing managers as a new class completely supplanting the authority and control of capitalist owners, Burnham 1941, a view echoed albeit in a non-Marxist framework by Galbraith somewhat later, Galbraith 1968. Neither Marx nor Weber in their various class analyses provided for the emergence of the middle classes in the numbers and in the ways that they later manifested in industrial societies. Yet the growth of the white-collar professional and managerial middle classes had fast become the hallmark of advanced industrial societies, Mills 1951. While research on the working class had historically been privileged in the sociology of class, Savage 2000, 152, it was the growth of the middle classes and the possibility of the emergence of new and separate identities that posed the greatest challenges. From the neo-Marxist side, Wright described the empirical evidence of its size and growth as the embarrassment of the middle class, since this seemed to deny the case for an increasingly polarized class structure, Wright 1984. Inevitably, because of the pluralism inherent in their approach to stratification, Weberian sociologists were more easily able to accommodate the conceptual expansion of the middle classes, Goldthorpe 1980, Edgell 1993, 13. Discussion of the respective merits of Marxist and Weberian approaches to class and class analysis reached their height in assessing the nature and roles of the middle classes and in developing schema that dealt with the consequences of more and more varied middle classes, those who were not clearly of the property-owning ruling class or the propertyless working classes, and sometimes these debates even became quite heated, Savage 2000, 7. Weberians focused on occupational class, and Marxists focused on social class. Weberians emphasized hierarchy, and Marxists stressed the relational nature of class. Weberians highlighted social order, and Introduction 11. Marxists highlighted conflict. Weberians stressed the centrality of the market and life chances, Marxists stressed the centrality of production and exploitation, Egel 1993, 36-37, Wright 1997, 31. Gender is clearly a very different kind of social stratification to class. All the same, the extent to which the early analysis of class and social stratification avoided consideration of gender was only understandable in terms of the mores of society at the time. As increasingly from the end of the 1950s on women found their public voice, this situation started to change, Watson and Barth 1964. It rapidly became apparent that class analysis and indeed any consideration of stratification needed to take account of gender, including eventually the very definition of work and the workforce that excluded housework. For some time, a key issue for debate was whether gender or class should be regarded as the primary determinant of individual or social change, though more recent research has concentrated on the interdependence of influence, Heath and Britton 1984, Crompton and Mann 1986, Wright 1989, Pollard 1996. The cultural turn in the social sciences is the name given to various ways in which culture has come to be seen as a fundamental part of economic, social, and political analysis. The culture in the term is not just a reference to high or popular culture but equally to the ideas and values that may be embodied in cultural manifestations. The emphasis on culture as ideas and values is significant because the cultural turn also focuses on the importance of ways of thought as a primary reality. Thus, for example, not only lifestyle but also identity have become areas for considerable research. Pierre Bourdieu's work, notably Distinction, Bourdieu 1984, has been at the center of this change in the social sciences. Through extremely detailed and, technically and theoretically, sophisticated research, Bourdieu has concentrated on the processes of how social collectives, including but not exclusively classes, are formed mainly through consideration of consumption and lifestyle. For a detailed account, see Weininger 2005. Building explicitly on Weber, Bourdieu links the determination of occupational classes in their social space, in the process of identifying cultural and social capital in addition to economic capital, to symbolic practices of social classification. Remarkably, in the last 2 decades, sociologists appear to have generally reached a degree of agreement on a basic 3-class division of society in industrial society, which can be reached if the Marxist view of history is, at least temporarily and for academic purposes, put aside, Wright 1997, 29. There are 3 main sources of class power: property, qualifications, and labor, Giddens 1973. These have led to the identification of 3 broad classes that are to be found in all societies: a dominant class based on the ownership of capital, an intermediate class based on the acquisition of educational and/or organizational assets, and a subordinate class based on the possession of physical labor, Egel 1993, 81. In addition, there may also be constituent classes or subclasses within each of these 3 main classes, as well as one or more underclasses completely outside the consideration of class position. The differences between societies are then seen in the relationships between the 3 broad classes, and the specific constituent classes and subclasses of which they are comprised. These may or may not be identical to the social categories identified by the CCP, but such an approach to the analysis of Chinese society in these 2 volumes may be adapted to provide a framework for understanding social change in China during the last 100 years. The principal adaptation necessary is a possible alternative to the ownership of capital in determining the dominant class. In both a state socialist and market socialist political economy, as the PRC has variously been since 1949, the ownership of capital is often less important than the party state's direction of redistributive economics and the effective control of capital and resources, Zeleny 1978, 2008. Continental China. Chinese government officials and indeed Chinese people are fond of referring to China's long history and the homogeneity and cohesion of Chinese people themselves. Economist Zhang Weiwei provided one extreme example of such views in 2011. China is a civilization-type nation and moreover it is the only country of such a type in the world. Why? Because China is the oldest nation in the world with a history as a unified nation. China is the only country in the world to have 5,000 years of unbroken civilization. China is the only nation where a millennia-old civilization fully coincides with the morphology of a modern state. In order to illustrate this concept, I can give you a very accurate comparison. It is as though ancient Rome was never dissolved, and continued to the present day, making the transition to a modern nation-state, with a central government and a modern economy, incorporating traditional cultural elements, having a massive population in which everyone speaks Latin. Zhang 2011. While comments on the history of the state and the identity of the Chinese nation carry a point, they hide a bigger story that is important for understanding China's socio-political development in the last 100 years. China is both old and new. It is an old civilization that united people under a single state idea from 256 BCE onwards, when the Qin Emperor famously buried with his terracotta warriors just outside today's Xi'an in Shaanxi province, Hansen 2105, unified the northern states. But it is also a creature of the 20th century. China was not called China, Zhongguo, as a self-description until 1912 when the Republic of China was established with the collapse of the last imperial dynasty, the Qing, 1644–1911, who had originally been Manchus from the northeast. The Manchus referred to the empire as the Great Qing, Daking, and indeed, it was common practice for China under each imperial dynasty to be called by the name of that dynasty. This is the explanation for Chinatowns around the world to be called Tangrenja, meaning the streets of the Tang people because it was during the Tang dynasty, 618–907, that outmigration from what is now described as China first started on a significant scale. Unification under the Qin Emperor led to the development of a single state system with a bureaucracy, a unifying script, and in time a stable social structure that were all organically linked. Education in the classics was the mark of civilization, and gentlemen were educated in order to enter public service. For the most part, it was only the landed gentry who could support their sons to be educated in this way, and so a community of interest was born between the imperial system of governance and local elites. This community of interest was reinforced by the lack of primogeniture in Chinese society, which meant that in order for a family to maintain its social standing, it needed to ensure regular infusions of capital and influence. This has led some scholars to claim that every so often, 3 generations, according to one oft-cited authority, a family needed to have one of its number appointed to public office, Ho 1962, 124. The social structure in imperial times had always been based on the idea of hierarchy and institutionalized inequality, Chu 1972, 63. As Ping Ti Ho remarked, it is likely that not until after the opening of China by the West in the 1840s did the Chinese for the first time come across the modern Western concept of social and political equality, Ho 1962, 4. After the final removal of the feudal nobility during the Tang dynasty, society comprised the rulers, the dynastic house, and the ruled, 4 classes of commoner, the gentry or scholar official class, small but important, the peasantry, who were overwhelmingly the largest category, then far smaller classes of artisans and merchants. As already indicated, the gentry were both the local elite and for the most part the source of government officials. Land was central to the definition of the gentry, but it was not the only source of their power. This was a single local elite that effectively monopolized political, economic, and cultural power. In the words of one commentator, albeit describing the situation in the late Qing, China's social and economic elite gained status from education and passing civil service exams, wealth from land and commerce, and power from government positions and leadership roles within local communities. They formed large and complex families that had interests in land and commerce and maintained residences for extended families simultaneously in villages and towns or cities. At the heart of the elite reproduction were scholars who, after passing the civil service exam, staffed the world's largest state bureaucracy. Families producing scholars often gained wealth from land ownership, commerce, or some combination of both. By the 1940s, it is estimated that the gentry were less than 0.5% of the population, less than 2 million in a population of about 400 million, Chang 1970, 116, Eberhard 1975. Some guide to the scale of the gentry can also be gained from Yung Tae Chow's study of a county in southwest China where he identified 26 gentry families in a population of just under 70,000 people, who over time competed for power and influence. Social mobility occurred within classes, but across class distinctions, it was low. The local elite maintained its position not only through economic means but also by regularly replenishing its ranks, not least by supporting people, often through adoption, from lower class backgrounds to sit for examinations and enter official service. This though was very variable over time, Chow 1966. It is estimated that in the Tang dynasty, only 13.8% of officials were from humble backgrounds, whereas during the early Song dynasty, 960 to 1279, this rose to 46.1%, Ho 1962, 260. Imperial state structures had been long-lasting, and the bureaucracy had much structurally in common with modern bureaucracies, Creel 1970, 7. At the same time, the imperial state was not a modern nation-state or anything like it. For a start, the empire had no boundaries. The emperor was the representative of heaven on earth, and in the Chinese political cosmology, the empire was all under heaven. Tianxia. When officials talked of the country we now call China, they essentially talked of the world. Certainly, at any one time, and for any one dynasty, there were effective boundaries to imperial reach measured by the establishment of local magistracies. But these functional boundaries were by no means constant over time, despite Zhang Weiwei's recently cited comments. In the Tang dynasty, 618 to 907 AD, imperial reach went considerably further west than had previously been the case. The boundaries of the PRC are more or less equivalent to the imperial reach of the late Qing dynasty, from about 1760 on. One reason of course for this variety was the lack of continuity that also characterized the imperial period. Dynasties rose and fell, and when they fell, state unity was both a cause and a result of political change. While there may have been a central core to imperial China, the state's reach was necessarily more variable at its peripheries. It has also been argued that China's unity was historically an aberration. It had been disunited for as many years before the fall of the imperial system in 1911 as it had been united, Jenner 1992. While such statements are important for reminding the observer of the discontinuities as well as the continuities in China's history, the power of the single state idea that led to repeated reunification after the dynastic collapse is clear. In addition to these concerns, the function of the empire as state was clearly not the same as that of contemporary 20th century nation-states. While the imperial government did concern itself with some economic and even welfare matters, for example, salt administration, grain storage and redistribution, especially at times of shortage, and water management, on the whole, its function was to ensure social stability. The government was certainly active in looking after its own affairs. But in terms of government's interaction with society, the hallmark of a modern nation-state, the most important government principles were probably maintaining the status quo and achieving good government by doing as little as possible, Fay 1953, 75. The bureaucracy looked after the operation of the imperial state, and the gentry looked after their localities. There was certainly little political space for wider representative institutions before the 20th century. An argument that the Chinese people were a nation before the 20th century is also difficult to sustain. The level of ethnic identity and uniformity that this term implies was largely absent from the concerns of both the state and the people who lived there. On the contrary, local identity was almost always more important than the relationship to the empire as a whole. Levinson 1967. There was an almost inherent variability across the empire in terms of spoken language, as opposed to the written script, food, housing, child socialization and birth, marriage and death practices, as well as of economic activities and the organization of economic life. There was even variability in family structures and wider family networks. Moser 1985. It is only at the very end of the 19th century and in the early 20th century that a level of Chinese self-consciousness and identification as Han Chinese emerged as part of a whole new political vocabulary associated with the birth of modern Chinese nationalism. Shi 2002, Guo 2003. Moreover, ethnic diversity was, as elsewhere, the hallmark of empire, with knowledge of Chinese being the distinction between the civilized and the barbarians, not any notion of ethnic Chineseness. Part of the PRC's legacy from the past is people from these other ethnic groups, now described as non-Han Chinese or minority nationalities, who constitute about 8% of the population, with greatest concentrations in the northwest and southwest. Mullaney 2011. There are two important consequences for understanding social change in China that are entailed by these observations. The first is that nationalism started only in the 20th century and rapidly became a state project. The reshaping of China as a modernizing nation-state was seen as the solution to the domestic problems and the encroachment of the European colonial powers as the imperial system started to crumble. Even the Qing tentatively moved in this direction briefly before the end, in 1906, with the sanctioning of provincial assemblies and the recognition of multi-ethnicity within the empire, designating Chinese for the first time as Han alongside the empire's other significant ethnic groups, the Manchus, Mongols, Tibetans, and Hui, Chinese Muslims. The era of the Republic, 1912 to 1949, led to determined attempts at political and cultural unification, including the development of a single standard vernacular language, often misleadingly known as Mandarin, since the point of popularization was to move away from earlier official language and discourse. In the event, the Republic often struggled to ensure its rule across the country. The ruling Nationalist Party had to deal with opposition from a series of military warlords, mainly former commanders of local and regional forces under the Qing, the continued presence of the gentry at the local, largely county level, where they dominated social and political life, and conflict with the Chinese Communist Party during 1927 to 1935. Increasing Japanese encroachments from 1931 on, including northeast China where the Japanese colony of Manchukuo was established, led to full-scale invasion in 1937, and the War of Resistance to Japan until 1945. A short period of stalemate between the Nationalist Party and the CCP led to a full-scale civil war during 1946 to 1949. National unity and economic development then became major priorities for the newly established PRC, and the desire to see China historically as a nation-state is understandable in that context, as throughout the previous half-century. The second consequence is recognition of the difficulties in generalizing about China. Historically, there is always a tendency to overgeneralize and see the imperial period as though it were an undifferentiated whole. While there were certainly continuities, such as the system of bureaucracy in general terms, Bolish 1964, there were also inevitably discontinuities and incremental change. Confucianism, for example, which is often misleadingly taken as the fundamental, and near-exclusive, characteristic of Chineseness, changed dramatically in form, function, and content with the Song dynasty's reformulations in the second half of the 12th century. Much of what is now seen as imperial is indeed based on a single dynastic experience and often that of the Qing. Similarly, social, economic, and cultural conditions remain varied across China to such an extent that generalization is difficult, As one might imagine given its scale, 1,300 million people living across 9.7 million square kilometers means that though China is rightly regarded as a country, it is less like a Germany, a France, or a Japan and more like a continental system containing one each of those and more besides. There is frankly no such thing as a typical place in China for research that must necessarily contextualize its results from any one location, Perry 1994a. The more remarkable aspect is not the lack of homogeneity or the existence of that diversity but that each locality privileges the idea of China as a whole rather than their own locality. Revolution and reform. The politics of the Republican era were, as indicated, very uncertain, and this clearly had adverse consequences for China's economic development. The social structure though appears little impacted by the changes of those years, except for where there was CCP presence, and even then the changes were not always permanent. Overall, in much of China, there was little challenge to the dominant local position of the gentry. As the imperial system had collapsed, they had flexed their muscles through the development of provincial assemblies, and the various experiments with representative local government that were attempted during the Republic. The warlord regimes that replaced the empire in many places, as well as the Republic itself as it developed, either worked closely with the local elites or ran the risk of confronting the power of the entrenched local gentry. In Shaanxi province, for example, opposition from local elites to his plans for modernization and democratization led warlord Yan Zishan to ally with the CCP whom he thought he could use to counter the local elites' influence, Gillen 1967, 51, Zhang Enlai 1990, 1973. Even the Japanese regimes established after the invasion, from 1931 in the northeast and after 1937 elsewhere accepted and worked through the local gentry, Durer 2003, Brook 2005. This is of course not to argue that there was no socio-economic change in the first half of the 20th century. Modernization and industrialization proceeded, if fitfully and unevenly across China before 1949, especially in urban areas and treaty ports. Despite problems of national unification, war, and civil war, there was the development not only of industry and capitalist enterprises but also of a modern state and many of the institutions associated with those processes, including schools, health services, postal services, financial institutions, and estate administration. Though social differentiation was limited in scope and scale, and highly concentrated spatially, these years saw the emergence of a bourgeoisie, as well as professional and managerial middle classes, including intellectuals associated with the new education system and mass media of communication, and the beginnings of a working class. There were many social connections among these new developments and the earlier social structure, but equally, there were opportunities for ordinary people to join the economic elite on occasion, Berger 1989, 45 ff. At the same time, land ownership and relationship to the land were clearly crucial for the vast majority of the population who lived outside the major metropolitan areas. Despite a growing interest in the social sciences during the Republic, there is unfortunately little reliable information available about land distribution. Research from extant contemporary surveys suggests a dramatic inequality. 4% of rural households were landlords who owned 39% of the land. 6% of households were rich peasants who hired labor to help them farm the 17% of the land that they owned. 22% of rural households were owner-farming middle peasants who owned 30% of the land. 36% of rural households were poor peasants who owned 14% of the land. 24% of rural households were tenant farmers, and 8% of rural households were agricultural laborers. These figures provide only the most approximate of guides, and there were intense local variations in any case. Tenancy was greater in the south than in the north of the country, and there were areas of the north where there were few if any landlords. Where there were landlords though, they were often absentee landlords, Esherick 1981. From its foundation in 1921, the Chinese Communist Party was committed to a program of ensuring national unity, economic development, and social change. The nationalist agenda was shared with the Nationalist Party and led to cooperation until 1927, and again when faced by the threat of Japanese invasion during 1936 and when this actually occurred in and after 1937. At such times, the more revolutionary aspects of the CCP's objectives were put temporarily on hold, but the commitment to economic development and social change was never abandoned. The first attempts to establish Communist Party areas of government after 1927 were relatively short-lived and resulted in retreat and the Long March, 1934 to 1935, from southeast China first to the west and then to the north, where the CCP regrouped around Mao Zedong and other leaders. More successful were the base areas established to resist Japanese invasion, 1937 to 1945. These included not only Yan'an where the CCP capital was established in the north of Shaanxi province but also the behind-the-lines governments of North and East China. These not only mobilized the local population politically but also experimented with programs of economic development and even revolutionary social change, such as land reform and the development of farming cooperatives, Goodman 2013b. With the establishment of the PRC in October 1949, the CCP had not only a clear agenda but also some considerable experience in knowing how to put this into action. Certainly, the revolutionary experience before 1949 was to play a central role in the PRC's development during the next 30 years, if only because of the legitimacy it gave Mao Zedong, who had not only led the CCP after 1942 but also so often proved right where others were wrong. This was to prove unsettling for the first 30 years of the PRC, for while there was no disagreement amongst the CCP's leadership about the need for national unity and social change, there was considerably less certainty about how economic development should be pursued, and unfortunately, as the years passed, these debates became entangled in elite-level conflicts that often started with Mao Zedong. National unity was signaled by the establishment of the PRC, first through military control commissions at local levels as institutions of government for a number of years and then through the promulgation of a new state constitution in 1954 and the development of a new system of government, based on two parallel hierarchies, a state administration supervised by the CCP. The implementation of revolutionary social change was more complex and took longer to effect. The implementation of social control and a process of class leveling, destroying the power of the privileged in the earlier society and its replacement by a specific state-sponsored system of stratification and discrimination, came in three stages, directed at the rural areas, the urban areas, and the intelligentsia. Central to the establishment of social control was a process in which everyone was required to have a specific household registration that included details of their class background. Regulations assigned two class labels to each individual: class origin, Jijichenfen, and class background, Jiatingchushan. There were some 62 class descriptors. Class origin was determined by a person's activities during 1946 to 1949, class background by their father's activities when the individual in question was born. These class descriptors were shaped by economic and status factors, as well as an assessment of political reliability to the new regime, and dramatically influenced life chances under the PRC. Individuals with a good class description, those from the working classes or the politically reliable, were favored in education and employment over those with a bad class description, who were often scapegoated in later political campaigns. Krauss 1981. Land reform was the first stage in class leveling, designed less to redistribute wealth than to eradicate the power and influence of the old, local, ruling class and to establish the new regime's processes of social control. Certainly, there was land redistribution, landlordism and landlessness were both abolished. The poorest 20% of the rural population doubled their income compared to the Republican era, and two-thirds of the peasantry became middle peasants, Selden 1988-9. At the same time, politics dominated these acts. More land was redistributed, 700 million mu, than was owned by landlords, Esherick 1981, and land reform was itself a political performance. Work teams organized villagers to attend struggle meetings to denounce the local landlord or landlords. Landlords had to be found by the party state even where the pattern of landholding might be otherwise, with cotters often being allocated quotas in order to identify local landlords. Huang 1995, 105. The political imperative for change was followed up relatively quickly during the mid-1950s with peasants being organized into lower-stage cooperatives and higher-stage collectives, a process largely completed by the end of 1956. The second stage of class leveling was a similar process of state control being extended and the socialization of the means of production in the urban areas. The urban environment was politically and organizationally complex in 1949, not least because much of the economy in the coastal provinces had been dominated by foreign investment and involvement. The party state developed its reach into enterprises in a two-pronged offensive, empowering workers under CCP leadership at the factory level and national political campaigns from the top down, appealing to the patriotism of the capitalist class on the one hand and being prepared to use more force on the other. Andreas 2012, 108. At first, the party state worked in cooperation with private owners to establish economic stability, but starting in 1952 the urban equivalent of land reform, the Five Anti-Campaign, against bribery, tax evasion, fraud, theft of government property, and the stealing of state secrets, led to struggle sessions, confession of economic crimes, and ultimately the collectivization of businesses. Gardner 1969. By the end of 1956, almost the entire urban population was assigned to a state-regulated work unit so that housing, welfare, including education for children, and security were provided at the point of employment. By this stage, almost all economic activities had come either under direct or indirect state control as, respectively, state-owned enterprises or collectives, and from 1955 on, there was a wage system for state staff and workers with 26 grades of officials, 17 grades of technician, and 8 grades of workers, Korzek and White 1981. The final stage of class leveling occurred in 1957 with control being exercised over the intelligentsia. The new regime had been keen to maintain the support of the intellectuals, not least as a significant number had supported the CCP. At the same time, there were concerns about control and discipline. The CCP set out to adapt existing institutions in order to develop new professional intellectuals whom it would hope would be both politically reliable and technically advanced. Andreas 2012. In May 1956, Mao Zedong had encouraged professional intellectuals to voice their concerns about social and political change. In reminding his audience of the pre-imperial practice, he had said, "Let 100 flowers bloom, 100 schools of thought contend." This did not eventuate on any large scale until after February 1957, but in the following weeks, criticisms of the PRC and the CCP were sometimes more than the leadership thought acceptable. The result was the anti-rightist campaign, which started in July with many professional intellectuals not simply being criticized but also losing their jobs and being sent to reform through labor camps, often until the 1970s or 1980s. It was estimated that some 300,000 professionals were adversely affected by this campaign. Mu 1962, 173. Mass mobilization and campaign politics were very much the order of the day for the PRC during its first 30 years, and this too clearly has its roots in the experiences of the CCP before 1949. Faced though with the tasks of developing the economy, there was less certainty about the way to proceed. During 1953 to 1957, with direct assistance from the Soviet Union, it basically followed that country's model of a centralized socialist economy, privileging workers and urban areas, developing heavy industry first, concentrating on the areas of industrial and economic development already established, before 1949, and emphasizing investment in machinery. By 1955, Mao and other leaders had begun to express doubts for both economic and political reasons about the wisdom of following this line of development. The high degree of centralism involved in the Soviet model was sitting uneasily with China's economic diversity. Managing the peasantry presented a more sizable problem than in the Soviet Union. There were growing tensions between the PRC and the Soviet Union, that eventually culminated in the Sino-Soviet split in the early 1960s, and Mao Zedong himself was somewhat impatient. The result was considerable debate within the CCP leadership about the ways to be followed, which led to both experimentation and elite conflict in which Mao Zedong took a central role, not only during the mid-1950s but until the issue was finally resolved after his death in September 1976. The major issues at stake in the various discussions that took place about the appropriate path to development were summarized by Mao Zedong in a speech delivered in April 1956. They included debate about the speed of development, the spatial distribution of economic development as between the coastal provinces and the interior, the ordering of importance to be given to the development of specific sectors of the economy, the degree of decentralization to be encouraged in economic development, and the extent to which technical transformation should be the driver of change or socialization. Mao 1956b. Though other ideas were formulated at the time, and many, such as those associated with Chen Yun, were to see the light of day in the reform era that started in the late 1970s, Solinger 1984, the immediate debate really centered around Mao Zedong. Mao had acted unilaterally, though to some extent successfully, to increase the speed of development in 1955 and 1956. Faced with the opportunity again in 1958, he persuaded the CCP to adopt a series of programs that became the Great Leap Forward, designed to catch up with the rest of the economically developed world as quickly as possible through increased grain production, mass mobilization, rapid industrialization, and collectivization. One slogan of the times was "Catch up with the United Kingdom's 150 years of advanced economic development in 15 years, make every one of our days count as 10 of theirs." These policies were followed until a halt was called in 1961 and the recognition that severe problems had arisen. The encouragement of speed had resulted not so much in increased production as the reporting of increased production, with the further catastrophic result that later plans had been laid on the basis of non-existent goods and food. Mass mobilizatory farming methods and other attempts to increase yields, such as terracing and working with often friable topsoil, proved counterproductive. In place of the attempted economic boom came mass starvation and an absolute drop in population numbers by the early 1960s, with some provinces, notably Anhui and Qinghai, reporting severe famines. Some of the leaders of the CCP were aware of the resulting problems and, led by the long-term military leader and then Minister of Defense, Peng Dehuai, attempted to rein in the Great Leap Forward at the Lushan meeting of the CCP leadership in 1959. Mao reacted badly, which led to Peng's dismissal and was to have later ramifications for elite politics. With the retreat from the Great Leap Forward came the inevitable inquiry into the reasons for its failure. Mao Zedong put the weight of his interpretation on the lack of appropriate consciousness by the CCP and its cadres, without surrendering the general outline of his approach to economic development. He pursued this line of argument through the early 1960s, and it eventually developed into a criticism that the CCP and the PRC had been taken over by forces who were opposing not only him but also the entire socialist project. There is a clear problem in attempting to identify opposition to Mao at this time. It was not just a question of Mao refusing to accept possibly helpful criticism, but more complicatedly that he was always at the center of debates and other leaders for the most part attempted to either influence him or to do his bidding. As a result, because things were frequently uncertain, they often found themselves caught flat-footed. Taiwes 1984-93. It seems that by the mid-1960s, Mao Zedong believed that the CCP had been captured by those in authority taking the capitalist road. To remove them and their influence, he launched the Great Proletarian Cultural Revolution, GPCR, 1966. 1976, relying on support from the head of the People's Liberation Army, PLA, Lin Biao, and the 4 members of the Central Cultural Revolution Group, who became celebrated as the Gang of Four, Jiang Qing, Mao's wife, Jiang Chunqiao, Wang Hongwen, and Yao Wenai Yuan. At the height of the Cultural Revolution and its most violent phase, 1966 to 1968, Mao Zedong called on university and high school students to overthrow the organizations of party and state and remove the capitalist rulers from office. This included not only the majority of senior officials in the CCP and the state administration but most notably the president of the PRC, Liu Shaoqi, and the Secretary-General of the CCP, Deng Xiaoping. The 9th Congress of the CCP in 1969 provided a display of unity and agreement on the way forward that was rapidly to prove illusory. In 1971, Lin Biao died mysteriously in a plane crash, allegedly after having plotted a coup against Mao. Other leaders and possibly even Mao himself were concerned about the influence of the Gang of Four. Indeed, the description reportedly came from Mao, who instructed the group, "Don't become a Gang of Four." In the mid-1970s, the debate on economic development from the mid-1950s started up again, albeit in a somewhat muted way. Deng Xiaoping was restored to the leadership for a short while with the support of the Premier of the State Council, Zhou Enlai, who had managed to survive the Cultural Revolution, but when the latter died in January 1976, Deng was removed again. Mao Zedong himself died in September 1976. Which triggered the arrest of the Gang of Four, Deng's eventual return to leadership, and a complete re-evaluation of the PRC's strategy on development. At the Central Work Conference of the CCP in October, November and later at the Third Plenum of the 11th Central Committee of the CCP in December 1978, the party's leadership, with Deng at the helm, opted for a program of reform and openness that returned to many of the ideas on economic development formulated in the mid-1950s and prepared the ground for a move away from a model of state socialism. The main objectives were to reduce the role of government in economic management, introduce marketization into the domestic economy, and open up the domestic economy to global interactions. It also attempted to ensure that the CCP's norms of operation were restored and that those who had been the victims of the Cultural Revolution were vindicated, and in many cases restored to office. Goodman 1994, 89. In contrast to the first 30 years of the PRC, the following 4 decades were marked by intense political stability. For the CCP, the goal was domestic political constancy, the development of the Chinese economy, and the restoration of what was seen as China's leading role in world affairs. Necessarily these goals have gone together, though there was both an experimental and a developmental approach towards these goals over those years. The first decade of reform and openness was the most uncertain as the CCP debated how to proceed, and it was not without difficulties, not least of which by the end of the decade was inflation and a degree of popular unrest. Elite unity, however, was provided by Deng Xiaoping in the early 1990s, firmly fixing the legitimacy of the regime to its ability to deliver growing prosperity. Successive CCP leaders, Jiang Zemin, Hu Jintao, and Xi Jinping, delivered on this promise that China can grow prosperity and world status through an emphasis on market socialism. Unsurprisingly, the reform era's emphasis on introducing market forces to the development of China's economy and China's integration into the world economy brought in the process, as already indicated, major changes to the CCP's perspectives on class and social change. From the mid-1950s to the end of the 1990s, business people had been regarded with some suspicion, even after the early 1980s when the development of small and medium-sized businesses was being encouraged by official economic policy. This all started to change towards the end of the 1990s as business people became more officially recognized as advanced social elements, culminating with their ability to join the CCP openly from 2002 on. Some had been members already by virtue of previous occupations and some more surreptitiously. This was clearly a major change for the CCP, Goodman 2014. A second major change was the development of CCP policy on growing the middle class to create a moderately prosperous society. In his valedictory speech as General Secretary at the CCP Congress in 2002, Jiang Zemin, though recognizing the achievements of economic development, pointed out that while the upper classes had grown in wealth, there was a need to increase the size of the middle strata and decrease the numbers of those who were in less well-off social categories, Jiang Zemin 2002. In policy terms, the response was immediate, with targets being set for the growth of the middle class by a variety of government agencies and statements made by the same institutions lauding the desirability of the middle class as the guardian of stability and sustained prosperity, Goodman 2016. Xi Jinping's elevation to the leadership of the CCP in 2012 rapidly saw the push for the development of a middle-class China being folded, not unnaturally, into the drive to realize the China dream, prosperity at home, recognition abroad, Xi Jinping 2013, Gul Ali 2018. Revolution and Social Change. The chapters in this volume are concerned with social change, focusing on the CCP's theory and practice of class, first on the party's road to national power from 1921 to 1949, and then later with the establishment of the PRC. It contains chapters on the CCP's understandings of class, their interactions with the wider social environment, and the party's implementation of class-based politics. In addition, the volume examines the development of the dominant class, the middle classes, the workers, and the peasantry. In Chapter 1, Ying Jiguo discusses the class discourse of the CCP. He highlights how this was a core component of its meta-discourse, the Chinese Revolution, and how it continues to have a critical impact on the identities and subject positions of the party as well as the course of events in its history. The chapter is concerned with the meaning of class as articulated by the Chinese Communists since they burst onto China's political scene. It concentrates on three overlapping questions: what has class meant to the CCP and what is its utility to the party at different times? How and why has the meaning changed? How has the party used Marxist class concepts and theories when pursuing the goals of its political projects? The chapter demonstrates that, while class has in varying degrees retained its centrality, its meaning has been re-articulated following sporadic shifts. Examination of the discourse is roughly divided into three phases: 1921 to 1949, 1949 to 1978, and 1978 to the present. During the first phase, the CCP treated class primarily as an ideological political tool, claiming that class affiliation gave the party a leading role in the new democratic revolution and the Chinese Revolution, and treating class as a criterion by which the party separated their friends from enemies. The utility of class to the CCP during the second phase was mostly normative in that classes represented values that the party promoted and condemned. During the current phase, class has become an empty signifier, which, retained to maintain a semblance of ideological consistency, constrains the party's articulation of alternative discourses. Chapter 2 provides an overview of the development of the CCP's approach to understanding class, the implementation of policy and practice based on those understandings, and the consequences since 1921. In it, argues that the CCP's current, 2021, perspectives on class and stratification have been shaped by that past experience and that its past experience helps explain the apparent paradox of a political party with Marxist origins embracing the developmental potential of the middle classes. The CCP's experience since 1921 provided a learning process best understood in terms of three periods, in each of which Mao Zedong, and more latterly his ideas and influence, was a formative factor. Each of those three periods is also characterized by a different relationship between socio-economic conditions and political consciousness in the CCP's determination of class. The first was from the foundation of the CCP in 1921 to 1956, when by and large socio-economic conditions were taken as the guide to political consciousness and the determination of class. The second was from 1956 to 1978, when political consciousness was seen as almost the sole definer of class. The third has been since 1978, when after some uncertainty, the CCP moved to treat class by socio-economic conditions and class by political consciousness as separate analytic constructs. The chapter highlights not only the interplay between theory and practice as the CCP first struggled to achieve national authority and then to achieve national prosperity, but also the CCP's tendency to seek a broad base for its popular appeal. One obvious result is that with economic growth at the end of the 20th century, in the 21st century, the CCP thereby became willing and able to encourage the development of an expanding middle class as a virtue. Ying Jiguo examines the meaning of class and class struggle to the CCP and their role in the party's revolution in the countryside in Chapter 3. In particular, he considers the development of the Agrarian Revolution, 1927 to 1937, and land reform, 1946 to 1952, two defining moments which represent contrasting paradigms in the CCP's land policy and use of class struggle. Unlike the extant scholarship, the chapter explores the subject from the viewpoint of discourse theory instead of common objectivist and representationalist perspectives. It proceeds from the premise that classes and class struggles must be made and that classes can become real groups, actually mobilized or organized, only at the cost of political work. Both the Agrarian Revolution and the land reform centered on the countryside, the peasantry, and land. The paramountcy of these elements to the CCP is attributable to the nature of the Chinese Revolution, which Mao Zedong articulated as protracted, rural-based, and armed struggle. Class and class struggle were involved not so much to the end of defeating the Nationalist Party and seizing state power, but in order to effect a systemic transformation of the feudal old China into a socialist new China. The driving force of the revolution was class struggle, while classes were the subjects and objects of the revolution. Hence, the CCP mapped a historical materialist template of revolutionary social change onto Chinese society, labeled its identified friends and enemies as exploited and exploiting classes, and posited inevitable and irreconcilable antagonism between these classes. In so doing, the party created classes and class struggle and constructed a new reality and embedded a simple story of insurgence in a framework of historical materialism. In Chapter 4, explores the relationship of the Communist Party and the working class in producing broad-scale social change during the Chinese Revolution. It argues that the working class could prove a formidable political force throughout, engaging in considerable collective action before the birth of the CCP, most successfully when it worked with the party for two brief moments in the early 1920s and again the mid-1940s, but even to some extent in the intervening years of Kuomintang rule. For its part, when the CCP was able to do so in its formative years and the mid-1940s, it took its proletarian base as seriously as it could in its mobilizational exertions if not in its internal operations. But the alliance between the working class and the CCP did not, and indeed could not, produce significant gains for either. This had much to do with historical contingencies such as the infancy of the working class and the party, Soviet meddling in party affairs, ongoing civil war between the CCP and the Kuomintang, and anti-imperial war between them and Japan. It also had to do with structural problems such as perennial economic crisis, the absence of functioning national political institutions, the disaggregation and weakness of all classes, and endemic conflicts among them, all of which made it possible for the working class to score local victories at best but only rarely regional, much less national ones. Thus, for almost 2 decades, the working class continued to suffer under despotic, chaotic Chinese, and, for a time, Japanese, capital, while the CCP achieved its triumphs in the countryside. The attenuated relationship between the party and its class base, and the failure of the working class to achieve significant social change, had profound implications for politics and social change in the Maoist and structural reform decades. For the CCP, the language and ideological formulations of class and stratification have always been, and remain, more than rhetorical devices. They are a guide to action that not only explains the individual's place in the world but also sets out understandings of change that may be underway and provides mechanisms for effecting that change. Class labels were sometimes imprecise, sometimes confusingly applied, and sometimes poorly understood, but they have nonetheless been the drivers of social and political change employed by the CCP. In Chapter 5, provides a detailed example of the way the CCP managed class and its approach to social categories and agents of change and resistance in a formative period of its experience in rural China. During the 1937–1945 War of Resistance to Japan, the CCP formed base areas and border region governments, sometimes in alliance with the nationalist government, largely behind Japanese lines. These base areas and border regions provided the CCP with areas of political support and control both during the war and later. They also provided the opportunity for experimentation in the implementation of social policies with consequences for the post-1949 years. In the Taihang base area of North China, experiments with the implementation of class-based policies led initially in 1939 to 1940 to early attempts at land reform and considerable class conflict. The need for great economic and social stability eventually led to more measured responses focused on the political role of the middle peasant as the principal agent of social change, though in the process the meaning of being a middle peasant changed quite dramatically from being a self-sufficient owner-occupier to more a peasant smallholder. With the foundation of the PRC, the new party state undertook crash industrialization, which vastly expanded the size and scale of the working class, improved and stabilized its material life, and elevated its social status to a level unimaginable just years earlier. It also promoted new cultural and political values and institutions that profoundly transformed the way workers conceived their world and battled for a bold new vision of it. As details in Chapter 6, over 3 decades, workers demanded not just a better material life but also a much more participatory and egalitarian one in their workplaces. The broad social changes they achieved were attributable not only to the policies of the party state but also to its own struggles. And the limits to that change had much to do with the fact that the working class had never achieved a leading role within the party, and that the party now faced a much widened set of problems that generated their own conflicts. Looking for a middle class in socialist China might seem like an odd pursuit. Nonetheless, the development and institutionalization of economic, political, and cultural inequalities in Chinese society after 1949 point clearly to its existence. In Chapter 7, examines the emergence of a diverse middle class in the 1950s drawn from the cadre force, professionals and workers and employees in the state-owned sector of the economy. While the existence of middle-class behaviors and attitudes was often politicized, and negatively so, during these years, the structural needs for their contributions to social and economic development repeatedly spelt the end of moves to dampen or remove middle-class privilege and influence. In the event, the roots of China's more recent push for a middle-class society are to be found in the earlier emergence of its middle class. One of the key issues facing any successful revolutionary regime is how to ensure that the goals of the revolution are not subverted by the later practice of the revolutionaries when in power. China was not unique in facing that dilemma, though Mao Zedong's Cultural Revolution and the assault on those in authority taking the capitalist road, and thus opposing his views and prescriptions for China's future, provided an unusually dramatic way of dealing with such a situation. In Chapter 8, David S.G. Goodman examines the emergence of the dominant class after 1949. In particular, he considers the continuities as well as the changes brought about by both 1949, the establishment of the PRC, and 1966, the start of the Cultural Revolution, to examine the extent to which the new rulers may have institutionalized their positions. As might be expected, the new political leadership established in and after 1949 was overwhelmingly reflective of the CCP's experience before that date and was of necessity generalist, largely without formal education, and both geographically and socially unrepresentative of the country as a whole. More remarkably, though the social composition of the political leadership changed almost not at all even with the advent of the Cultural Revolution. The revolutionary generation that came to power in 1949 stayed there through 1978. Moreover, while many individuals lost their positions during the height of the Cultural Revolution 1966 to 1968, During 1976 to 1978, immediately after Mao's death, most of them found themselves reappointed to positions of leadership. Throughout the first 3 decades of the PRC, the professional elite provided an even bigger paradox. The children and grandchildren of the pre-1949 privileged classes may have been, largely, excluded from politics, but they were both able and encouraged to take leadership roles in education, health, and economic management, even to some extent continuing in the post during the Cultural Revolution. By 1978 and the rejection of the politics of the Cultural Revolution, there was more than an opportunity for the emergence of not only a new development strategy but also a new leadership with its origins in the post-1949 experience of both the political and professional elites. In his conclusion, explores the policy aspects of class identification in the period before 1978 and especially on the road to national power in 1949. He highlights 3 cases where class identification caused particular problems for the CCP: collaboration with the Nationalist Party, rural revolution, and the proletariat's role in the revolution. He concludes that despite building on legitimacy associated with both the proletariat and the peasantry, the interests of neither were at the heart of its policies in the transition to socialism. The CCP's emphasis on its own institutional priorities in that process then was somewhat ironically one of the reasons for Mao Zedong's call to never forget class struggle. 1. The CCP's shifting class discourse. The objectivity, subjectivity and utility of class. Yingzhiguo. The class discourse of the Chinese Communist Party, CCP, was a core component of its meta-discourse, the Chinese Revolution, and continues to have a critical impact on the identities and subject positions of the party as well as the course of events in its history. The significance of the discourse derives from the centrality of class to Marxism and to the identities of the party and the People's Republic, PRC. Historical materialism posits that it is class struggle that drives social progress, propelling societies from feudalism and capitalism to socialism. Mao Zedong's Chinese Revolution is premised on the idea that class antagonism goes on even after the elimination of objective classes because subjective classes survive beyond the disappearance of objective, economic, class conditions. The CCP and the PRC are defined, respectively, as a class organization and as a class state. The former is the vanguard of the Chinese proletariat and the latter, a socialist state under the People's Democratic Dictatorship, or proletarian dictatorship, led by the proletariat and based on the alliance of the workers and peasants. The party's self-defined identity has been affirmed consistently since 1921, while the CCP-defined identity of the state has been more or less the same since 1949. That is not to say that the actual identities of the CCP and PRC are the same as articulated by party leaders or have remained unchanged over the decades, nor is it to suggest that the meaning of class in the party's class discourse has been stable. This raises several questions to be addressed at the outset. The first concerns varied points of view. It is necessary to separate the CCP's articulation from the analyst's observation. The second is related to continuity and change in the party's class discourse, both of which must be taken into consideration in the analysis. And the third is about the relationship between the party's class discourse and its meta-discourse. The chapter is concerned with the meaning of class as articulated by the Chinese Communists since they burst onto China's political scene. It concentrates on 3 overlapping questions: what has class meant to the CCP and what is its? The CCP's shifting class discourse. 29. Utility to the party at different times. How and why has the meaning changed? In what way has the party used Marxist class concepts and theories when pursuing the goals of its political projects? The chapter demonstrates that, while class has in varying degrees retained its centrality, its meaning has been re-articulated following sporadic shifts. The general pattern of the party's discursive shifts can be compared to a pendulum swinging irregularly between the affirmation of the Chinese Revolution and the pragmatic pursuit of incongruent goals. An obvious but easily neglected fact is that the CCP's conception of the Chinese Revolution differs from analysts' characterizations of it. In the party's articulation, the revolution is not just the history of the communist movement from the founding of the party in 1921 to its victory in 1949, Selden 1995a, it is not simply liberation or the replacement of one form of domination with another either, Escherich 1995, nor is it a revolution centering around the big changes wrought during the period 1946 to 1976, from the start of large-scale land reform through socialist reconstruction to the end of the Cultural Revolution, Huang 1995, 106. Rather, it is a long program comprising democratic and socialist stages, as noted in the introduction to this volume. That does not mean that historians should or could draw a straight line from the beginning to the end of the Chinese Revolution or view the entire revolution as an unremitting scene of path-dependent violence, as Elizabeth Perry, 2008, 1158, warns. Indeed, it is necessary to take account of the many other highways, byways, shortcuts, and detours that the CCP traveled. But that does not mean either that analysts should go to the other extreme to assume that the continuities do not establish any predictable or preordained route that the Chinese Revolution was destined to travel, Perry 2008, 1158. It is true that the big picture of the Chinese Revolution looked blurred or disjointed at times due to recurrent uncertainty as to whether the party leadership invariably took the revolution seriously. Uncertainty also arose as the revolution varied over time and across the regions under CCP control in content, scope, and intensity instead of remaining invariable. Coupled with this was the party leaders' and cadres' lack of a clear understanding of and consensus on the historical materialist template to be implemented and ways of implementing it, and their varying commitment to the template and unexpected interruptions to the implementation. Still, the hegemony of the meta-discourse of the Chinese Revolution was maintained in large part within the party from 1921 to 1978. The questions are broached from the perspective of discourse theory, which is aptly suited to the analysis of the CCP's constitution of class as an object of discourse rather than a positivistic sociological category. The theory describes, interprets, and evaluates the emergence and logic of discourses that constitute social reality and structure the identities, subject positions and activities of social agents. The term discourse as employed in the approach is not interchangeable with ideology understood as a realm of ideas. Nor is it synonymic to rhetoric, narrative, story, linguistic constructions, or official speak. Instead, it is the structured totality resulting from articulatory practices within which social agents' understanding 30 Yingjiguo of the world and their relation to it are enveloped, Laca and Mouth 1985, 105. The notion of discursivity precludes the distinction between a realm of ideas and a world of real objects, theory and practice, or objectivity and subjectivity. It does not deny the material existence of an object but contests positivistic and naturalistic ideas of knowledge and methods, as well as notions of truth which proceed from the assumption that theories and empirical accounts can only be tested against an unproblematic objective reality. The communists were not entirely wrong to assert the objective existence of social classes in China such as industrial workers, the bourgeoisie, landlords, and poor peasants, particularly between 1921 and the mid-1950s. But the boundaries of the classes and the criteria by which they were classified were malleable and kept shifting. What the CCP claimed to be class subjectivity, objective class exploitation, and objective class antagonism are even less likely to withstand historical and sociological scrutiny. In the final analysis, discursive fixing was the only way to determine whether the bourgeoisie and landlords were exploiting classes, whether the proletariat and poor peasants were exploited classes, whether the proletariat was the most progressive class representing advanced productive forces, and whether the exploited classes were bound to acquire the right consciousness. It is not so much China's socio-economic realities that gave rise to the class categories, including their objectivity and subjectivity, as the CCP claims in line with Marxist economic determinism. Rather, the communists bestowed meaning upon classes and thus produced these categories as agents of revolution and as its enemies. The party's class discourse went through sporadic shifts between radical leftism, which agitated for full-blown class struggle and accelerated progress towards socialism, and moderate rightism, which refrained from class warfare and advocated pragmatism. There were moments when the pendulum appeared to have swung out of the party's meta-discourse altogether and pushed the party off the track leading to socialism. In the long run, however, the hegemony of the meta-discourse was sustained till the end of the Mao era. Examination of the discourse will be roughly divided into three moments: 1921 to 1949, 1949 to 1978, and 1978 to the present. During the first, the CCP treated class primarily as an ideological political tool, claimed class affiliation gave the party a leading role in the New Democratic Revolution and the Chinese Revolution, while class was a criterion by which the party separated their friends from enemies. The utility of class to the CCP during the second was mostly normative in that classes represented values that the party promoted and condemned. Since 1978, class has become an empty signifier, which is retained to maintain a semblance of ideological consistency and constrains the party's articulation of alternative discourses. Classes as ideological and strategic friends and enemies. The pioneering Chinese communists agreed at the outset that they would work closely with industrial workers, overthrow the rule of the bourgeoisie, or capitalist class, and aim to establish a proletarian dictatorship in China. It is not that they hailed from proletarian backgrounds, had natural affinity with the class, or were its elected or selected representatives, but that the party's identity and raison d'être were predetermined when they decided to launch a communist movement. Such a movement, as Marx and Engels, 1848–1931, 23, stressed, could only be spearheaded by the proletariat, the most advanced and resolute section of the working class parties of every country, which pushes forward all others. As socialism advances, so goes their argument: classes, exploitation, antagonism, and the state as a political instrument for class oppression will disappear, and social production and distribution will be conducted on the basis of from each according to his ability and to each according to his needs. It remains a question how well the pioneering Chinese communists understood communism and Marxism and whether they were wholeheartedly committed to their movement. However, this was not really an issue before 1949, in part because they pragmatically presented the establishment of a communist society as a long-term goal and were thus not obliged for the time being to strictly follow Marx's gospel. Their top priority in the 1920s was to figure out how to proceed with political activism, find a foothold, and create a military force. They were divided for a long time over whether to engage in legal or illegal activities, to operate in the cities or the countryside, and to primarily rely on industrial workers or peasants. At its second and third national congresses in 1922 and 1923, the CCP leadership came to agree on its immediate goals: defeating imperialism and feudalism. These goals were later incorporated into the CCP's integrative meta-narrative of the Chinese Revolution, which comprised the Democratic Revolution, 1840 to 1949, and the Socialist Revolution, post-1949, with the former being divided further into the Old Democratic Revolution, 1840 to 1919, and the New Democratic Revolution, 1919 to 1949. Point 3. What was the utility of class to the CCP in the context of the Chinese Revolution, especially the New Democratic Revolution? To begin with, they separated friends from enemies on the basis of class. As Mao, 1991–1926, noted, the most important questions for the revolution were which class was its primary force, which class was that force's chief ally, and which classes were our friends and enemies. Second, it was the class concept that defined their identity and afforded them the status of the proletariat's leading corps. They were aggrandized and legitimate, so that they could claim they represented a much larger constituency than a small number of insurgent intellectuals and intelligentsia, or a bunch of communist bandits, as the Nationalist Party, GMD, under Jiang Jieshi, Chiang Kai-shek, labeled them. Their claimed constituency, in turn, was glorified in the Marxist discourse of world revolution as the most revolutionary class, which did not simply strive for the ideal life for itself but for humankind as well, while all the identified classes gained meaning in a Marxist chain of signification in relation to the revolution, as social actors who were actually or potentially for or against it. Third, the CCP also differentiated themselves from the peasant rebels of the imperial past who did not have a broad constituency, a centralized Leninist party, or coherent ideological guidance. Finally, the CCP differentiated themselves from the GMD and claimed a leading role in new democratic revolution on the basis of class whilst integrating the Chinese Communist movement into a broader, nationalized project, the Chinese Revolution. The fact that the party classified these groups into classes is no doubt attributable to Marxist influence. The term class, zhiji, is absent in classical Chinese, as observed in the introduction because traditional society was not conceived of in terms of class or seen from the perspective of modern class theories. Rather, it was widely accepted that mainstream traditional Chinese society comprised the four estates of scholars, peasants, artisans, and businessmen. In common perceptions, these were occupational groups that complemented one another in a natural division of labor, contributing to society's common prosperity, stability, and harmony. It was not just a Confucian perception. Most traditional schools of thought subscribed to an organic, functionalist conception and interpretation of society, as well as of nature, where dualisms were not incompatible or hostile but formed a balanced cosmic hierarchy, merged into a unified harmony, and coexisted peacefully in mutual interdependence. Classes, as conceived of by Marx and Engels, were non-existent in the earlier traditional Chinese imaginary. The CCP's Marxist worldview is antithetical to that organic, functionalist conception. Dialectical materialism, the Marxist outlook on nature, envisions a material world that is not stable but consists exclusively of matter in motion. Engels, 1987–1886, reduced the theory to three laws of dialectics. The essence of the law of the unity and conflict of opposites is the splitting of an integrated whole into contradictory parts. In the process of perpetual flux, the unity of mutually exclusive opposites is invariably conditional, temporary, transitory, or relative, whereas the struggle of opposites is absolute. Lenin 1976–1925. The struggle between the antagonistic forces inherent in everything is the primary cause of change. The struggle also furnishes the key to the destruction of the old and its replacement by the new. According to the law of the passage of quantitative into qualitative changes, the process of development begins with quantitative, gradual change in its dimensions or magnitude and ends with qualitative change, as a result of which a thing loses its own identity and becomes something else. In the law of the negation, negation characterizes the direction of ascending development. What is negated is replaced by a qualitative state on a higher level along the same scale. Historical materialism, dialectical materialism applied to human societies, posits that societies, like the material world, are in the process of continuous, progressive change. The primary cause of social change is contradictions between forces of production and relations of production, the sum total of relations that individuals enter into in social production. As the productive forces advance, existing modes of production become obsolete and hinder progress, eventually inducing a crisis that precipitates a revolutionary transformation of society. From the perspective of historical materialism, the contradictions between the two sides of the mode of production manifest themselves as class struggle. In the CCP's meta-discourse, while both the old and new democratic revolutions are class struggles, their respective drivers are different classes under the leadership of different political parties. The old is the struggle of the Chinese people under the leadership of the bourgeoisie, represented by the GMD, against the feudalist classes and imperialists. It aims to rid China of imperialism and feudalism and establish a bourgeoisie dictatorship. The new is a struggle of the revolutionary classes under the leadership of the proletariat, with the Chinese communists as its vanguard, against imperialists, the comprador bourgeoisie, bureaucratic capitalists and feudalists. Its objective is to ensure the leading position of the proletariat, or the communists, in the revolution, accomplish its anti-imperialist and anti-feudal historical mission, and complete the transition from new democratic society to socialist society. In other words, the communists wanted to have it both ways by representing the Chinese Communist movement as part of the World Revolution and the Chinese Revolution. Both revolutions regard imperialism as an arch-enemy, although there was little substance to the communists' anti-imperialist stance before 1931, as they did not engage directly with imperialist powers. In this national movement, the frontier was drawn between the Chinese nation and imperialists. Between 1938 and 1945, the CCP established a united front, one with notable limitations, see Chapter 3. With the GMD once again as the party redefined the principal domestic contradiction as one between the Chinese nation and Japanese imperialists, rather than between domestic classes, Mao 1965b 1940. Hence, the interests of the class struggle must be subordinated to, and must not conflict with, the interests of the war of resistance, Mao 1938a 1965, 200. Yet, the Communists chose to carry on a class struggle at the same time in accordance with its own identity and in order to carve out a sphere of influence. There was thus a clear need to reconcile the national movement and the class struggle theoretically and practically. Lenin had done just that in Imperialism, the highest stage of capitalism, 1917. As Sayek, 1991, 16, notes. The link between the national question and imperialism led Lenin to the view that no revolutionary could henceforth deny the importance of national movements. For Lenin, the struggle of such movements to overthrow imperialism was an integral part of the broader struggle of the proletariat. The national struggle could only succeed by destroying the colonial system, and this was an integral part of the broader struggle of the proletariat. Vis-a-vis the common enemy, imperialism, the proletariat and the bourgeoisie are able to join forces in a national movement. It therefore makes sense for the communists not to treat the bourgeoisie and its presumed vanguard party, the GMD, as their enemy, but to draw their frontier strategically, between the Chinese people on the one hand and imperialism and feudalism on the other hand, with a view to establishing and maintaining a united front with the GMD from 1924 to 1927 and between 1937 and 1945. During the early 1920s, such a united front became possible and desirable due to Sun Yat-sen's three major policies: allying with the Soviet Union, allying with the CCP, and assisting the industrial workers and peasants, as well as the good relations that Henricus Sneevliet, alias Mering, established with Sun on behalf of the Comintern and his advocacy of CCP, GMD cooperation, Sayek 1991, 2020, 2021, Ishikawa 2013, Sayek and Yang 1995. Mering's advice to the CCP carried considerable weight not just because he represented the Comintern but also because it was consistent with the theses that Lenin, 1952, 237, prepared for the Second Congress of the Third International in 1920, which noted that in colonial and backward countries, it was necessary for the Comintern to form an alliance with bourgeois democrats. Between 1931 and 1945, a common enemy once again brought the CCP and GMD together. The parties were both morally obliged to join the national resistance against Japanese occupation. Coupled with this was the Soviet leaders' encouragement to join forces with Jiang Jiashi's GMD and the enormous pressure on Jiang to work with the CCP, especially after the Xi'an incident of 1936. The united fronts with the GMD afforded the CCP invaluable opportunities to expand and strengthen the party and its military force. That explains why the CCP did not draw a frontier between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie during the New Democratic Revolution. But why did the communists make feudalism and feudal classes, as well as imperialism and imperialists, their arch-enemy? This was, first of all, intended to legitimate the Chinese Communist movement and the Chinese Revolution as a whole and to delegitimate what these political projects were intended to overthrow, namely, China's existing economic, political, and social system. The legitimation and delegitimation were necessary not least because every project of social engineering comprises at least three components: a desirable goal, a means by which to achieve the goal, and justification for both the end and the means. Coupled with this is the negation of what is to be changed, or a compelling case to be made about its illegitimacy, invalidity, undesirability, and so on. There was an urgent need then for CCP leaders to reach a consensus on the nature of Chinese society as the latter determined the course of the Chinese Revolution. As Mao Zedong, 1938–1965, 315, observed later, only when we grasp the nature of Chinese society will we be able clearly to understand the targets, tasks, motive forces, and character of the Chinese Revolution and its perspectives and future transition. It could be argued the other way round that the re-articulated goals and strategies of the revolution required an alternative accounting of China's social configuration. Either way, the CCP's analyses of rural Chinese society were tied to the nature of the Chinese Revolution as conceived of by its top leaders to such an extent that it is extremely difficult to envision within party discourses an objective reality independent of its representations or a representational reality that was removed from verifiable facts or not intended to be implemented. Though party leaders were largely agreed about the long-term goals of the Chinese Revolution, they were divided over its course in the 1920s and early 1930s. At the heart of the intra-party contestation was the revolution's principal target, which depended on whether China was a feudal, capitalist, or hybrid society. If China was a feudal society, it would be logical for the CCP to draw the frontier. The CCP's shifting class discourse 35. Between feudal and anti-feudal forces, while both would have to be further differentiated. But if the nature of Chinese society was essentially capitalist, it would make sense to treat the antagonism between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie as the principal contradiction in this society. The class map of a hybrid society would be much more complex. These questions were compounded by debates over whether the focus of the revolution should be placed on the cities or the countryside. The intra-party contestation over these questions resulted in considerable ideological uncertainty and several line struggles from 1921 to the beginning of the Long March in 1934. Such terms as colonial, semi-colonial, feudal, and semi-feudal were floating signifiers within the CCP and in China's discursive field more broadly from the 1920s to the 1930s. Following Chen Duxiu, 1922–1984, 185, most party leaders began to describe China as semi-colonial after 1922. This feature of China was obviously based on the presence of imperial powers in parts of the country. But the terms feudal and semi-feudal remained controversial until the mid-1930s. In 1922, Chen Duxiu, 1922–1984, 186–187, characterized China as semi-colonial, semi-feudal and semi-democratic, but asserted in 1929 that the country had become predominantly capitalist by 1927, Chen 1929. The Trotskyists within the CCP echoed Chen's latter representation, insisting that China was already part of a world dominated by capitalism, or at least a transitional society where social relationships were principally shaped by capitalist forces. Yan Lingfeng 1931, Ren Xu 1932. In contrast, the majority of CCP leaders characterized China as a semi-feudal society, although the term meant quite different things in their articulation. Cai Hezhen, 1922–1980, referred to China's semi-feudal superstructure. Li Listen, 1930A, 1930B, 1984, disagreed with Cai, contending that, while it was appropriate to describe Chinese society as semi-feudal, feudalism had been eliminated from the superstructure and was chiefly manifested by feudal modes of production, feudal exploitation, and feudal forces in the countryside. Chu Kaiubai, 1928-1987, 1927-1995, located the semi-feudal elements in the country's economic base. Zhou Enlai, 1993-1926, spoke of China's semi-feudal political forces. In the CCP's official view, first announced on June 15, 1922, China was a semi-independent, feudal country, Central Committee of the Chinese Communist Party 1983. At its second National Congress over a month later, the party described China as a semi-independent country under the rule of feudal warlords and the control of international capital and imperialist forces, the Central Committee of the Chinese Communist Party 1989, 65. A notable discursive shift began in 1924. When the party highlighted semi-feudal class relations in the system of land ownership and land use, Central Committee of the Chinese Communist Party 1989, 247. It went on to spell out the features of China's feudal mode of exploitation. In the manifesto of its Fifth Congress in May 1927. The features included high rates of tenancy, arbitrary and exorbitant rent, political and economic subjection of peasants to landlords, control of rural China by militarists and bureaucrats, subject to merchants' capital, and usury in the hands of landlords, Brandt et al. 1967, 496. Not until its Sixth National Congress in June to July 1928 did the party reach consensus on the semi-colonial and semi-feudal nature of Chinese society, where the semi-feudal features had shifted onto rural modes of production. Evidently, the referents of feudal and semi-feudal in the CCP's discursive field were fluid from the early 1920s to the early 1930s. The party's failure to fix the meaning of these elements resulted from the lack of a clear, unanimous understanding of the nature of Chinese society and the targets of the Chinese Revolution. Still, a couple of significant shifts were emerging in the party's representation of China's feudal characteristics. From 1921 to 1924, party leaders used the term to refer to the warlords almost exclusively. Starting from 1924, the meaning of the term began to shift towards exploitation and modes of production in general and landlords in particular, although warlords continued to be included in the feudal forces, to maintain discursive consistency more than anything else. This entailed redirecting the party's attention from the political to the economic arena or from the superstructure to the economic base. In other words, the primary target of the Chinese Revolution was henceforth no longer feudal warlords but feudal economic systems in rural China, which in turn justified the revolution's shift in focus in 1927 from the cities to the countryside. The CCP's decision to make imperialism and feudalism the target of the Chinese Revolution in the 1920s was motivated by a desire to establish a united front with the GMD under Sun Yat-sen as directed by Stalin and the Comintern. Under the United Front, the revolution was a national revolution where the frontier was instituted between the Chinese nation and its external and internal enemies, namely, imperialists and warlords. From the GMD's viewpoint, class was largely irrelevant, and so was the concept of feudalism, except to the GMD leftists, who by feudalism meant military bureaucratic localism, patriarchal family organization, and the dominance of Confucian thought, e.g. Tao Zixin 2010-1929. The CCP, by contrast, conceived of the revolution in terms of class struggle, although it subordinated the contest between the bourgeoisie on the one hand and the proletariat and other working classes on the other to the national revolution. It presented itself as the representative of the working classes and the GMD as a political party of the bourgeoisie. It also saw the warlords as a pre-capitalist class or a feudal force opposed to capitalism and the bourgeoisie and associated the imperialists with an international bourgeoisie that exploited the Chinese people instead of facilitating China's capitalist development. The bourgeoisie and the working classes were thus expediently united in a common anti-imperialist and anti-warlord or anti-feudal project. The expedient United Front remained intact before Sun Yat-sen's death, not least because Sun was prepared to work together with the CCP, while the antagonism between the working classes and bourgeoisie effectively remained nominal in the CCP's meta-discourse. However, the CCP could not suspend class struggle altogether for the sake of the national revolution given the long-term goals of the Chinese Revolution, especially when its position in the United Front became insecure and precarious. In fact, Peng Pai had started a peasant movement in Haifeng County, Guangdong Province as early as 1922, and Mao Zedong pushed the CCP's rural project to new heights in Hunan starting from 1925. The collapse of the United Front in 1927 following Zhang Jiaxi's brutal crackdown on the CCP changed the course of the Chinese Revolution dramatically. Between 1927 and 1937, the CCP treated the revolution as a class struggle instead of a national revolution. In theory, the industrial proletariat, the peasantry, and the petty bourgeoisie constituted the new subjects, forming a new united front of classes. Central Committee of the Chinese Communist Party 1989, 256, but in practice, the peasantry had become the main subject as the focus of the revolution shifted to the countryside and took the form of agrarian revolution. At the same time, the new target of the revolution was feudal landlords and feudal exploitation in the countryside instead of feudal warlords or the feudal superstructure. The delegitimation of China's economic, political, and social system was actually a fait accompli in China's discursive field between 1840 and 1949. The country's traumatic encounter with foreign powers had proved beyond doubt in the minds of many of the generation of progressive May 4 intellectuals that China's feudal tradition was the root cause of its backwardness and weakness. They had effectively delegitimate feudalism by representing it as something to be condemned and rejected in toto and by holding it responsible for China's humiliation at the hands of foreign powers. Indeed, the word Fengjian, as Fairbank, 1983, 32, observes, had become a swear word in the Chinese language. The Chinese communists, leaders and participants in the May 4 movement, were steeped in and carried on the anti-traditionalist ethos of May 4. They also took advantage of the hegemony of the ethos in their conceptualization of the new democratic revolution by making backward feudalism its arch-enemy. Their anti-feudal stance was not only conducive to fostering ideological unity amongst fellow communists and their followers but also attractive to progressive intellectuals and intelligentsia at large who were devoted to national salvation, the development of a progressive new culture, and China's modernization. The latter's role should not be underestimated because they proved to be one of the CCP's major sources of educated cadres and influential opinion makers who helped sway China's discursive field and public opinion in the party's favor. As well as taking advantage of the anti-feudal ethos of May 4, the Chinese communists inserted the element of feudalism into the Marxist chain of signification, taking their cue directly from Lenin and Stalin. Lenin was the first international communist leader to describe China as a backward, semi-feudal, agrarian society, while Stalin asserted that contemporary China was in the throes of imperialism and feudalism, ZRDZGSJ 1963, Sayek 1991. Stalin's schematic picture, or linear progressive conception of human history, evolving from primitive communism, slavery, feudalism, and capitalism to socialism, has been accepted in the CCP's official historiography since 1934 when Marxist historian Liu Jianyu mapped the schematic picture neatly onto Chinese history. In his account, the age of primitive communism lasted till the Xia dynasty, the Yin was the age of slavery, the Zhou entered the early stage of feudalism, which evolved into dictatorial feudalism during the Qin, and the period since the First Opium War was colonial or semi-colonial and semi-feudal. Liu Jianyu 1981, 449, 457. Mao outlined Chinese history in more or less the same terms in his Chinese Revolution and Chinese Communist Party, 1965, reiterating that the enemies of the revolution were imperialism and feudalism. In the 1920s, the CCP vaguely referred to China as a semi-feudal society with limited capitalist development. It was not explained clearly in what way the feudal classes were deemed feudal and who were the feudal classes. Predominantly, The referent of feudalism at this stage was feudal warlords, although vicious landlords. In rural areas under the communists' control or influence were included in the feudal classes as well. Warlords and landlords were labeled as such because the former were said to be collaborators with or protectors of the latter's interest, while the latter represented and perpetuated a feudal mode of production. Not until 1939 did the CCP explicitly fix the floating signifier of feudalism. The defining features of China's feudal economic and political system, according to Mao Zedong, 1939, included 1. A self-sufficient natural economy where the peasants, serfs, produced for themselves not only agricultural products but most of the handicraft articles, whereas the landlords and the nobility exacted from them in the form of land rent for private enjoyment. 2. Ownership of most of the land that the peasants tilled by a feudal ruling class composed of landlords, the nobility, and the emperor. 3. A landlord state which exacted tribute, taxes, and corvée services from the peasants to support a horde of government officials and an army used mainly for repressing the peasants and which protected the system of exploitation. Some of the features that Mao identified may well have been present in Imperial China and the Republican period, but whether all the identified features were objective realities and whether a society with the identified features can be considered feudal or semi-feudal are different questions. Similar questions can be asked about the old and new democratic revolutions, the bourgeoisies and proletariats' leading roles in each, and their representation by an alliance with the competing political parties. The CCP's characterizations of Imperial China have certainly been disputed since the late 1930s. Numerous Chinese scholars contend that China ceased to be a feudal society during the Warring States period of the Qin dynasty, Hu Shi 1996, Qianmu 1994, Zheng Zhenduo 1999, Zhang Boqian and Zhang Ziwei 1997, Ho Weilu 1950. This recurrent dispute can hardly be settled, not least because it revolves around theories that cannot be tested against an unproblematic objective reality. Indeed, the reality had to be named, described, and explained in the first place. It would be implausible to suggest that Lu and Mao drew their conclusion from verified historical facts that feudal or semi-feudal China was an unquestionable objective reality. Actually, no indisputable evidence has been uncovered to prove the material existence of the Xia dynasty. The primitive communist Xia in Lu's account of Chinese history was therefore a figment of the imagination instead of an object with material existence. A plausible argument is that Lu and Mao forced Chinese history into Stalin's schematic picture, or trimmed the feet to fit them in the shoes, as Qian Mu, cited in Feng Tianyu 2007, 223, put it. The point of Lu and Mao's discursive practice was to ensure that Chinese history would fall in line with Stalin's universal world history and that the Chinese Revolution would conform to the historical materialist trajectory and coalesce into the World Revolution, replacing China's semi-feudal society with a socialist system and taking China to communism. The Chinese Communists' class discourse and meta-discourse during the New Democratic Revolution were not perfectly woven together but undermined by discursive inconsistencies and operational uncertainties. Major theoretical and practical challenges arose with respect to the relationship between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie and the CCP's primary reliance on industrial workers or peasants. The proletariat and bourgeoisie, in particular, are natural enemies in Marxist and CCP class discourses. Just because the party decided to target feudal classes at this stage, it does not mean they were prepared to leave the bourgeoisie entirely out of their target group or could afford to do so at the risk of undermining their ideological consistency, credibility, and discursive legitimacy. They were not only ideologically opposed to the bourgeoisie but also actively involved in industrial action during the period, where the frontier was drawn between workers and capitalists. In other words, the CCP had to treat at least some elements of the bourgeoisie as their enemies. The result was a dilemma for the CCP. They chose to make peace with and accommodate the class as a whole but had to continue to target parts of the whole. They resolved the dilemma by simply dividing the class into subcategories, such as the comprador bourgeoisie, the bureaucratic bourgeoisie, and the national bourgeoisie. The first two were treated as enemies, while the last was included in the category of the revolutionary people. It can be argued alternatively that the condemned elements were labeled comprador bourgeoisie or bureaucratic bourgeoisie, while those to be accommodated or co-opted were called the national bourgeoisie. The identities and subject positions of these subclasses, including their support for and resistance to the revolution, were by no means unproblematic objective realities because these were largely defined or determined by the CCP in accordance with their ideological political rationale and the specific goals of their political project. The party's thinking on the bourgeoisie and capitalism became even more problematic after 1949, as will be discussed later. Of more immediate concern to the CCP in the early days of their movement was which class to rely on and mobilize. Though there was much disagreement on the question, ETAL 1986, 47, the delegates to the First Congress agreed in the end to privilege and work with the industrial workers. In fact, the Chinese Communist Party program states unequivocally that the proletariat will provide guidance in overthrowing the regime of the capitalist class and constructing a workers' state aimed at eliminating class discrimination, and that we shall adopt the dictatorship of the proletariat until the goal of class struggle to eliminate classes is achieved, cited in Ishikawa 2013, 257. In other words, the program proposes a socialist revolution. The first resolution the CCP adopted in Shanghai in July 1921 specifies further that the basic mission of this party is to establish industrial unions. All China Federation of Trade Unions, 1985, 1. However, the CCP's collective decision was not based on the objective strength of the Chinese proletariat. Actually, the delegates were divided over the proletariat's readiness for revolution. There was a strong view that the class was still in its infancy, and nobody suggested the proletariat was ready to participate in, let alone lead, the revolution. ETAL 1986, 47, SAIC 2020, 2021. What had arguably swayed the CCP was Marxist assumptions about the superior revolutionary capacity of the proletariat in comparison with the peasantry and the leading role that Russia's industrial workers played in the October Revolution. The assumptions were accountable for the party line in the greater part of the 1920s that, though this class was small in number, totaling around 2 million in 1925. By Mao's estimation, it represented the new force of production in China and was the most progressive class in modern and contemporary China, Mao 1930-1991, 1926. Hence, starting from 1920, the CCP set up large numbers of trade unions and workers' clubs and organized strikes in Shanghai, Guangzhou, Wuhan, and other major Chinese cities. Another argument is that the CCP's first program replicated the Communist Party programs of advanced capitalist countries such as the USA and that it was approved on the final day at Nanhu in the absence of Mering, Ishikawa 2013, 257, 263. Mering would have objected to the first program, as he had attended the Second Comintern Congress, July 1920, and was aware of the theses on the national and colonial question, which formed the theoretical basis for the United Front Line, calling on communist parties in advanced countries to forge alliances with bourgeois democratic groups first and take part in the joint struggle of national movements. A counter-argument attributes the adoption of the first program to the lack of interest in the theses. Among most of the delegates to the Congress, SAIC 2020, 30, 2021, 12, and to the party's immaturity instead of Mering's absence. It contends that the majority view among the delegates still favored the hard line even though Mering was present when the delegates summed up back in Shanghai and briefed them on the Comintern, SAIC, personal correspondence. Either way, there is ample reason to believe the CCP's program was based neither on existing class objectivities or subjectivities nor on objective national conditions. It was not even based on its own subjective assessment of China's national conditions, given its characterization of China as a semi-feudal society, which would logically entail the party's reliance on and mobilization of the peasantry as well as a new democratic revolution instead of a socialist revolution. The CCP did not resolve their internal disagreement on the issue before 1927, rather, Stalin and Jiang Jieshi resolved it for them. In his speech on the future of the Chinese Revolution at the Executive Committee of the Comintern in Moscow in November to December 1926, Stalin emphasized that the peasant question was the CCP's shifting class discourse. 41. The most urgent, Hao and Duan 1984, 90. Jiang broke up the GMD-CCP United Front, suppressed the CCP-led industrial action brutally, and killed communists in large numbers in April 1927, making it extremely difficult for the CCP to continue to operate in the cities. The party was consequently forced to turn its attention from urban to rural areas and from the proletariat to the peasantry, whilst persevering with industrial action on a much smaller scale. Regulative and normative class. Class struggle was reiterated sporadically between 1949 and 1978 under the leftist influence, and class mobilization remained useful for the CCP during the era, especially for leftist leaders of the party. Still, the meaning and significance of class and class struggle changed dramatically. Three views about the changing meaning and significance of class and class struggle in the Mao era can be found in the existing literature, as Stuart Scram, 1984, 29-30, notes. The first suggests that, with the passing of years, Mao Zedong came to define class according to increasingly subjective criteria, until, during the Cultural Revolution, the quality of proletarian as attributed only to those who were loyal to his person, or had thoroughly mastered Mao Zedong thought. The second view contends that, with the turn to the left at the 10th plenum in September 1962, which was symbolized by the slogan, "Never forget class struggle," Mao moved back to a more objective definition of the protagonists in this struggle, stressing the harmful influence of the remnants of old exploiting classes. In the third view, in Mao's last years, class struggle primarily meant for him the struggle against the new class elements in the CCP. Scram, 1984, 30, is rather heavy-handed in dismissing these views as so one-sided, although some aspects of the views are indeed debatable. Especially disputable is the dichotomization of class attributes into subjective and objective ones in his analysis of Mao's class concept. The dichotomy is commonly accepted not only in sociological research on China but also in class analysis in general. The objective situation or objective nature of class that Scram finds in Mao's class analysis seems to center on the relation of each category to the means of production and the wealth and or poverty of households, as measured by whether or not they could make ends meet, while the subjective criteria encompass political attitudes and moral qualities. But he admits that well-being is at least partially a subjective phenomenon and that the criteria are sufficiently flexible to allow considerable scope for subjective judgment in their application. Scram 1984, 33. Thus, the line between objective and subjective class attributes, both of which are constructed by Mao the analyst, becomes blurred, and so does the distinction between the subjectivity of the classes being analyzed and that of the analyst. A particular sticking point in the scholarship on class in the early decades of the PRC is whether or not the exploiting and exploited classes identified before 1949 remained as such after 1949. If so, class exploitation, not class oppression, cannot be said to have been eliminated in the PRC as the CCP routinely claims. Class struggle would be justified, and the struggle would make it necessary to retain the pre-1949 class categories. If not, it is possible to draw the opposite conclusion, although it is also possible to contend that class oppression, which continues to be the function of the PRC's proletarian dictatorship even after the disappearance of class exploitation, requires continuing class struggle and therefore the retaining of the class categories. But how long do class oppression and class struggle have to be maintained? When will the PRC become a classless society? What constitutes class in the case of the retained categories when the objective criteria by which they are defined no longer exist? The CCP no doubt entered unchanged ordered territories in 1949 and had baffling questions to answer about class. Party leaders and theoreticians were unable to draw on Marxist class theory not simply because it is abstract and vague but also because Marx could not have foreseen the PRC's class actualities. Marx and Engels, 1969. 1848, merely declared in general terms that in the course of development, in place of the old bourgeois society, with its classes and class antagonisms, we shall have an association in which the free development of each is the condition for the free development of all. In their own words, when, in the course of development, class distinctions have disappeared, and all production has been concentrated in the hands of a vast association of the whole nation, the public power will lose its political character. If the proletariat during its contest with the bourgeoisie is compelled, by the force of circumstances, to organize itself as a class, if, by means of a revolution, it makes itself the ruling class, and, as such, sweeps away by force the old conditions of production, then it will, along with these conditions, have swept away the conditions for the existence of class antagonisms and of classes generally, and will thereby have abolished its own supremacy as a class. Marx and Engels 1969 1848, 32. They did not clarify when the association would take place or at which point during its transition from socialism to communism a society would become classless. The CCP is right to claim that class exploitation was gradually eliminated in the PRC following the completion of the land reform movement, 1950 to 1953, the suppression of counter-revolutionaries, 1950 to 1951, and the socialist transformation of the ownership of the means of production, 1953 to 1956. It is therefore logical to conclude that exploiting and exploited classes had thus ceased to exist objectively by 1956. Indeed, all the classes that the CCP identified during the New Democratic Revolution had been transformed into something else. The landlords and rich peasants were no longer classes because they had been deprived of their productive property while many had been physically eliminated or jailed. Nor was the bourgeoisie, including the comprador bourgeoisie, bureaucratic capitalists and national bourgeoisie. The poor peasants were individual and collective landowners now. The proletariat had become the collective owners, at least nominally, of all the urban productive property of the PRC, and the officially designated ruling class in the country. Moreover, this class, in conjunction with the poor and middle peasants, had replaced China's old conditions of production with a socialist mode of production together with socialist ownership and thus eradicated the economic and political conditions for the objective existence of class antagonisms and of classes as a whole. In other words, by 1956, the PRC could be considered a classless society in an objective sense, where class struggle, to the extent it existed at all, would be conceived on the basis of perceived class subjectivities by and large. The CCP has never called the PRC a classless society, but it virtually brought an end to class struggle in the mid-1950s. At the CCP's 8th National Congress in September 1956, Deng Xiaoping, 1994, declared on behalf of the party that the struggle between the proletariat and bourgeoisie had basically ended in the PRC. The exploiting classes had disappeared as classes in themselves. The PRC had basically become a socialist system. The principal contradiction in the country was no longer between the proletariat and bourgeoisie, but between the people's aspirations for an advanced industry and the reality that China had a backward agrarian economy, and between the people's needs for rapid economic and cultural development and the failure of the current economic and cultural development to meet their needs. The focus of the CCP's work was no longer the liberation of the force of production under old productive relations but the protection and advancement of the force of production under the new productive relations. That was an unmistakable shift away from class struggle and towards economic and cultural development. The shift had much to do with the CCP leaders' eagerness to develop the Chinese economy and to reconstruct the country after decades of wars and social unrest. Yet, they added in the same breath that class struggle would continue for a long time without specifying the time frame or the conditions that had to be met before class struggle would end. The notion of continued class struggle is retained in the PRC's current constitution. The party justifies the struggle by pointing to remnants of the old exploiting classes, particularly their beliefs, ideas, values, and behavioral patterns, which linger on under socialism. A more plausible explanation is that party leaders see it as advantageous to weaponize class by using class labels to mark the varying degrees of citizens' trustworthiness or reliability and the party state's needs for differentiated surveillance and control of society, as well as by threatening to reactivate class struggle as it sees fit in response to major challenges by party state cadres and ordinary citizens to the paramount leaders or their political projects. This notion of class struggle in the new context can be understood as one of the two things or both. One is the conflict between the new ruling class of the PRC and the erstwhile exploiting classes who are now suppressed under the proletarian dictatorship but resist their suppression and aspire to restore the old regime. The other is a battle of opposing subjectivities, or contrasting beliefs, ideas, values, and behavior. Mao presented it as both between 1949 and 1957, although he subsequently shifted his attention to ideological struggles, except during the Cultural Revolution. As he explained in On the Correct Handling of Contradictions Among the People. In China, although socialist transformation has in the main been completed as regards the system of ownership, and although the large-scale, turbulent class struggles of the masses characteristic of times of revolution have in the main come to an end, there are still remnants of the overthrown landlord and comprador classes, there is still a bourgeoisie, and the remolding of the petty bourgeoisie has only just started. Class struggle is by no means over. The class struggle between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie, between the various political forces and between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie in the ideological field will still be protracted and tortuous and at times even very sharp. The proletariat seeks to transform the world according to its own world outlook, and so does the bourgeoisie. In this respect, the question of which will win out, socialism or capitalism, is not really settled yet. Mao Zedong 1957, 26-27. Despite the socialist transformation of productive property and of China's economic base more generally, the party state continued to classify Chinese citizens based on their source of economic support during the 3 years immediately preceding 1949, using obsolete labels which were originally assigned during the 1920s, Watson 1984, 4, Unger 1984, and later codified in the early 1950s. Citizens' ascriptive categories combined individuals' Chinfen, social role, and their families' Chushan, social origin. The latter designated a person's status as determined by his/her early experience or his/her family's economic circumstances, while Chinfen was defined as a person's most important background or occupational status before entering upon revolutionary work or being assigned to a job, Kuhn 1984, 28. The resulting Chinfen categories in the rural areas included landless laborers, poor peasants, lower middle peasants, upper middle peasants, rich peasants, and landlords. City dwellers were classified as workers, staff, bogus staff, petty bourgeoisie, and so on. Those who were born after 1949 inherited these labels in the patriline from their fathers and grandfathers, Watson 1984, 4, although Hukou, household registration, which determined rural occupations and rural classes was determined by the mother's birthplace. The class labels were used in official files, including public security records as well as personnel dossiers and archives, till the abolition of the Codes of Family Backgrounds, GB 4765-84, in 2002, even though the CCP Central Committee had nullified the labels of landlords and rich peasants on January 11, 1979, and granted equal citizenship rights to those who had been thus classified. The class differentiating practices evidently served regulative purposes, The point is to index citizens' political reliability and to exercise differentiated control over social political behavior on the basis of class backgrounds. The practices affected the socio-political status and life chances of millions of Chinese, although discrimination gradually eased after 1979. Citizens who carried bad class labels, including many who had done no wrong at all, were singled out for mass criticism when leftist radicalism prevailed in the CCP and when class struggle was revitalized. They were also relegated to the bottom of the PRC status order, deprived of a broad range of civil and political rights, and had less favorable life chances in terms of education, employment, promotion, career paths, social networking, marriage choice, and so on. That does not mean though there was absolutely no escape from the bad class labels. In fact, while most of the class labels were ascribed, a handful of good ones could be earned. Watson 1984, Unger 1984. It was possible, for example, for a son of a landlord who had distinguished himself during the revolutionary struggles against the Japanese and GMD to receive the label of revolutionary cadre. In addition, the party state allowed citizens to move out of bad classes by dint of political performance, by demonstrating loyalty to it, conforming to the party line, and doing what the party expected them to do. Except during times of leftist dominance, the party state's unwritten policy was that Chinfen matters, but it isn't the only thing that matters. Political performance matters more than anything else. Mao, 1950, 1. Drove this message home in his remark that those who stand on the side of the revolutionary people are revolutionaries, whereas those who stand on the side of imperialism, feudalism, and bureaucratic capitalism are counter-revolutionaries. There is no reason for the party to lock individuals into classes so that they have little incentive or feel no pressure to exert themselves in socialist construction as the good classes become complacent while the bad classes despair of ever escaping from their unchangeable situations. It is preferable to make class membership flexible enough to function as an incentive structure and to reward and punish individuals with membership in the good and bad classes, as the party state did. Evidently, this way of identifying classes and manipulating class membership had little to do with the PRC's economic base. Rather, the identified classes were in large part political ideological categories. It had departed from Marxist class analysis and class theory as Marx, unlike Mao's CCP, identified classes exclusively based on the ownership of the means of production. In a capitalist society, those who own productive property are the bourgeoisie and those who do not and must sell their labor power are the proletariat. Individuals are thus sorted into objective classes and molded as social beings by a single objective, economic criterion, Marx 1859. 1971, 20, Marx and Engels 1848 1969, 32. Class antagonism is inevitable as it stems from irreconcilable relations of exploitation and dominance. In more abstract terms, such relations fetter productive forces and impede social progress, and are therefore bound to be demolished by progressive social forces. The class that liberates productive forces in capitalist society is the proletariat, which develops a clear awareness of its objective economic conditions and acts collectively to overthrow existing relations of exploitation and dominance. As it acts, it evolves from a class in itself into a class for itself. Class subjectivity inevitably grows out of class objectivity following the logic of Marxist economic determinism, which maintains that it is not the consciousness of men that determines their existence, but their social existence that determines their consciousness. Marx 1859 1971, 21. The CCP under Mao went against Marxist class analysis and class theory by insisting on the existence of class subjectivity independent of class objectivity. In so doing, the party not only posited the bifurcation of objectivity and subjectivity but also rejected the logic of Marxist economic determinism. Multiple consequences ensue from this, but three have a particular bearing on the direction of social change in the PRC. The first is the confirmation of the continuing existence of classes, almost exclusively on subjective grounds, after the removal of the objective conditions of their existence. At times of leftist dominance, party leaders are thus able to assert that there are still exploiting classes regardless of the elimination of exploitation, that the proletariat remains as such even after it has become part of the ruling class that owns all the means of production in the PRC, and that class struggle is therefore necessary and justified. The second consequence is extreme uncertainty about when the association in which the free development of each is the condition for the free development of all will take place, or if it will take place at all. Moderates are able to assert that the association can and should happen soon. Leftists within the CCP are also able to insist it will not happen in the near future or it may not happen at all under socialism, for it is always possible to assert that class subjectivities are alive and well. In fact, Mao was adamant in 1962 that new bourgeois classes would keep emerging in socialist societies and there would be class struggle throughout the socialist stage, Scram 1974, 168. It must be noted though that these classes can only be subjective classes, or groups with putative class ideas, beliefs, values, and practices before they succeed in transforming the PRC socialist economic base, while the class struggle can only be a struggle of subjectivities. Such subjective conceptions of class and class struggle underpin Mao's notion of continuous revolution. The notion contradicts Marx's assumption about the determination of social consciousness by social existence that the removal of class objectivities is the destruction of class subjectivities. The linear progression of socialism towards communism is consequently not inevitable and may even be unlikely, if not impossible, because the movement does not necessarily depend on the extent to which the PRC's economic base is transformed. As there is no conceivable remedy to the recurrent and ever-present class subjectivities, there is no conceivable end to subjective class struggle. Whether or not and when the association takes place is ultimately subject to arbitrary decisions by the dominant leaders. The third is the shift of the CCP's attention from class objectivities to class subjectivities. As non-socialist elements in the PRC's economic base are gradually whittled down into insignificance, rendered impotent, or eliminated, so that there remain few objective class conditions for the party to tackle, the need to keep class struggle going requires the party to concentrate on its members and Chinese citizens' beliefs, ideas, values, and behavior. The shift of its attention was apparent in Mao's comment that the dictatorship imposed on the reactionary classes did not entail the physical annihilation of all the elements of the classes but their transformation by appropriate means into new men and women. Similarly, the subjectivities of the good classes must be transformed too, not just because these may not be perfect but also because the party's requirements and expectations often change. As classes essentially existed in subjective form, the limited class struggle to be maintained during the rest of the socialist stage was not a struggle over the means of production or economic base but a struggle of ideas, beliefs, values, and practices. Though the party state's social engineering program did not only seek to fulfill its constitutional function as an instrument of class oppression but also to create a new status order in accordance with the stated goals of the communist revolution and redistribute economic, political, social, and cultural resources amongst the designated classes, Parrish 1984, the focus of class politics in the PRC had shifted to perceived class subjectivities. It is thus not surprising the party found it necessary during much of the Mao era to maintain comprehensive surveillance of the attitudes and behavior of party members and citizens and to carry on ideological indoctrination aimed at revolutionizing their subjectivities. The CCP's ideological indoctrination was extended way beyond Marxism, Leninism, and Mao Zedong thought to include a broad range of ideas, beliefs, values, and practices in accordance with putative and prescriptive class standards. In other words, the normative use of class instead of class mobilization predominated. The frontier in the CCP's class discourse was drawn between desirable and undesirable ideas, beliefs, values, and practices, which were respectively labeled proletarian and bourgeois or feudalist, Marxist and revisionist, progressive and reactionary, or revolutionary and counter-revolutionary. The frontier shifted as the CCP's ideological pendulum swung left and right, and quite often it was not grounded in objective classes at all, so that class and class struggle became floating signifiers to be fixed arbitrarily in line with political imperatives of the day or tropes to be manipulated for political purposes. Just as those labels were produced artificially and applied arbitrarily, so were the subjectivities that were identified and attributed to various classes. Most importantly, the party-state constructed a proletarian value system consisting of Marxist, socialist, internationalist, patriotic, and other progressive ideas, beliefs, and norms of social and individual conduct. The values and norms were spelled out further in practice and divided into three components: consciousness, epistemology, and behavior. John Whipping, 1995, 870. 1. Comprised outlooks on humankind, happiness, life and death, suffering and pleasure, politics, religion, morality, glory and shame, beauty and ugliness, love and hate, marriage, family, and so forth. Another included judgments on self and others as well as on events and situations, analytical capacity, and cognitive and practical methodologies in general. The third referred to facial expressions, language, and bodily dispositions. In each and every case, the proletarian was clearly differentiated from the bourgeois and feudal. Religious belief and superstition, for example, were labeled bourgeois or feudal, while the proletarians were atheists. More concrete proletarian attributes included diligence at school, industriousness at work, discipline, collectivism, selflessness, frugality, modesty, the willingness and ability to bear hardships, and everything else that the party-state promoted, whereas laziness, individualism, selfishness, poor discipline, extravagance, wasteful habits, attention-seeking and pleasure-loving behaviors, and many other things that the party-state discouraged were described as bourgeois. Even different ways of talking, walking, eating, drinking, and dressing were differentiated in class terms, as was most visibly demonstrated in posters, movies, and the Peking operas. Those in the ranks of the proletariat who were guilty of bourgeois or feudal ideas, beliefs, values, and conduct were not seen as true proletarians and must be politically proletarianized through education and thought work. The task of proletarianization was carried out through a combination of propaganda and regular group political study sessions in the schools and work units, citizens' criticism of others and themselves at group meetings, and regular political performance reviews. As ascribed class subjectivities were divorced from class structures and as class struggle had been transformed into a battle of ideas, the party was able to free itself from the constraints of objective economic structures and to have a free hand in its endeavor to create a new species of socialist men and women who looked, talked, behaved, and thought according to the party-state's prescribed norms and to cleanse the new society of undesirable subjective attributes. The battle of ascribed subjectivities was extended into the CCP as well, as was particularly the case during the Socialist Education Campaign, 1963 to 1966, and the Cultural Revolution. Not only was there a bourgeoisie in Chinese society, Mao reiterated time and over again, but there was also a bourgeoisie or bureaucratic bourgeoisie in the party, and the class struggle within the CCP was one between socialist and capitalist roads. In the intra-party politics, class struggle was employed as a trump card. This hegemonic discursive practice allowed Mao and his followers to trump their competitors and opponents in the party more easily than would have been possible had the intra-party conflict been merely treated as a matter of different opinions amongst colleagues. Symbolic class. The reform and opening up since 1978 can be simply characterized as the replacement of class struggle and continuous revolution with economic development through partial marketization and privatization. This profound transformation has brought with it a different economic logic, different ways of distributing material and symbolic rewards to society, and a different political organizing principle. It has thus drastically altered the class map and status order of the PRC. Class has consequently taken on different meanings and significance, it has now become little more than a symbol. There is no need to mobilize classes or regulate citizens. thinking and behavior in accordance with the normative standards articulated in class terms which the CCP no longer upholds, and the mobilization of classes for class struggle is actually a bad thing so far as the party is concerned. The pendulum of the CCP's official discourse began to swing more frequently than ever in the post-Mao era, as the party came under mounting pressure to re-articulate its own identity and shift its subject position in line with reform and opening up. It swung away from class in the 1980s when reformers within the CCP urged the party to nationalize itself by expanding it into an all-people party. Or a national party, Songping 1995, 1673. It swung back to class in the wake of June 4, 1989 under the influence of leftism, which resurged in response to perceived Western attempts to sabotage and subvert CCP rule during and after the Tiananmen protests. The party leadership again eschewed the class concept when leftism receded following Deng's reform-boosting Southern tour in 1992. The keynotes of the social blueprint of Deng Xiaoping, Jiang Zemin, Hu Jintao, and Xi Jinping, be it a prosperous society, harmonious society, or Chinese dream, are economic development, prosperity, high living standards, social harmony, and people's happiness. Jiang Zemin's theory of three represents, with a sleight of hand, transforms the vanguard of the proletariat into a political party that represents the requirements for developing China's advanced productive forces, the orientation of China's advanced culture and the fundamental interests of the overwhelming majority of the people in China. Jiang Zemin 2001. It is not clear what Jiang meant by advanced culture, which was oriented towards modernization, the world, and the future, and which was national, scientific and popular. It is quite clear though that the other two represents were both related to class in varying degrees. His foregrounding of productive forces at the cost of relations of production was no doubt designed to push class further to the background, as it is upon the basis of production relations as determined by relationships to the means of production that individuals are divided into classes. Now that the advancement of productive forces has become its overriding objective, the CCP is freed from the shackles of socialist relations of production, or the basic principles of Chinese socialism, because productive forces, or the ability to use tools to act upon nature, define individuals' relations with nature instead of class relations and are therefore ideologically neutral. It is also able to sever its ideological bond with the working class. Non-socialist forms of ownership then become acceptable, and the new clarion call is to get rich is glorious. Jiang Zemin's emphasis on the fundamental interests of the overwhelming majority of the people in China was an even more obvious move away from class. Equally significant is the fact that Jiang's people was not the same as Mao's concept of the people. Included in Jiang's category were neither the four classes represented on the national flag and state emblem, nor the two officially recognized classes in the class map of post-Mao China, but all the citizens of the PRC. The new social groups which had emerged since 1978, including those who worked with large volumes of capital and ranked among the richest in the country and in the world, were lumped into a new category of socialist builders, together with the proletariat, peasantry, and intellectuals. Jiang 2006, 169. In other words, relations of exploitation are defined out of existence, and all the classes and groups merge into one acceptable category. Hu Jintao's scientific outlook on development contradicts Marxist class theory and historical materialism even more obviously, in that it puts people first as its core and gives top priority to the construction of a harmonious society. The English word people, it must be pointed out, is an inaccurate translation of the Chinese word ren, which means a person, persons, people, a human being, human beings, humankind, and so forth. What Hu and party state officials meant by ren can only be ascertained with difficulty as they never clarified its meaning. Typically, they used the term to refer to human beings and the people. At other times, they treated it as a synonym of men, the people, which resonates with the four estates, scholars, peasants, craftsmen, and merchants, that made up the mainstream of traditional Chinese society. The emphasis on Ren, in whose scientific development outlook was probably intended to kill two birds with one stone. On the one hand, he sought to subtly redress the economic development strategy under Deng and Jiang, which skewed towards the creation of wealth and GDP growth, leaving large numbers of individuals and social groups behind, widening the gap between the rich and poor and thus jeopardizing social justice, stability, and harmony. Who saw it imperative for the party to concentrate not just on things, Wu, or GDP growth, but also on people, Ren. On the other hand, class is rendered meaningless and irrelevant altogether in whose people-oriented development outlook, as Ren, human beings, is a category that is undifferentiated along class lines but includes every PRC citizen. The CCP is thus obliged to treat all the individuals and groups in it as equal members instead of granting formally differentiated civil political rights, socio-political status, or life chances. What is more, who created an even stronger impression of national unity and homogeneity by not spelling out the nation's composition in terms of classes and strata, as Jiang Zemin had done. This impression was reinforced in his vision of harmonious society, which implied the total absence of class struggle and entailed all-round harmony, harmony among individuals, between individuals and groups, and among social groups regardless of their class identity. Whose emphasis on Ren sparked a debate in the PRC that was scarcely noticed by overseas China watchers. Party theoreticians on the left were quick to stress that, in putting human beings at the core of his development outlook, Hu was not moving away from Mao's notion the people or relegating the proletariat and peasantry to the margins, as both classes were included in Ren and the overwhelming majority of the people, Li Shenming 2007, Huang Milat 2008. In contrast, analysts who were keen to see class neutralized further in party-state discourses interpreted Ren in universal terms, as including every PRC citizen, and commended Hu for following Marx and Engels' roadmap for the post-capitalist society, the association in which the free development of each is the condition for the free development of all, Yeruxian 2006, Han Yunchuan 2011, 3. The CCP's Shifting Class Discourse 51. Central to Xi Jinping's discourse of the Chinese dream is the creation of a common national purpose, the shared dream of revival, which unites the CCP and the national community. In his own words, the people are the creators of history. They are the real heroes and the source of our strength. We are fully aware that the capability of any individual is limited, but as long as we unite as one like a fortress, there is no difficulty we cannot overcome. One can only work for a limited period of time, but there is no limit to serving the people with dedication. Our responsibility is weightier than mountains, our task arduous, and the road ahead long. We must always bear in mind what the people think and share will and woe with them, and we must work together with them diligently for the public good and for the expectations of history and of the people. The concept of the people to which she refers has no doubt been nationalized. In virtue of the common goal, the dream becomes a national rather than class project, where the whole nation, instead of the classes represented on the national flag, is taken to be both the subject and the object, that is, a collective actor working together to realize the dream under the CCP's leadership and a community to be aroused and galvanized into action. Three major consequences ensure from the common purpose as articulated in the discourse of the Chinese dream and set the latter apart from three represents and the scientific development outlook. First, what is required for the realization of the dream is national agency rather than class agency. The latter, in order to have relevance in the discourse, must be subordinate to, or subsumed under, the former. It is thus logical and necessary for the CCP to alter its subject position and shift its focus further from the class-based people to the nation. Second, it requires the party to mobilize the national community instead of merely claiming to represent it or reorientating development towards people. And third, the notion of the free development of each, either understood in terms of Marxist humanitarianism or whose people-oriented development outlook, does not fit into Xi's discourse. For the latter is not so much oriented towards individuals' well-being as towards the nation's common good, even though individuals are said to benefit from it, while the realization of the Chinese dream demands, and depends on, collective action, or individual action amalgamated into collective action geared towards a common goal. Hence, the dream discourse is in effect detached from the Marxist meaning system and relocated into a nationalist framework. Thus, class and conflictual social relations, as well as analytical methodologies that capture such relations, have little place in the party-state scheme of things, at least since the Hu Jintao era, because they undercut images of harmony or add to the challenge of building a prosperous and harmonious society or realizing its dreams. Still, class remains a political reality in the PRC due to its place in the CCP's ideology. The party's allegiance to Marxism, albeit spurious, prevents it from openly rejecting Marx's class concept and class theory, and it remains important for the CCP to make believe that it has not betrayed its class base, which is central to its identity and raison d'être. In addition, the class structures, class composition, class relations, and status order in Chinese society have changed dramatically over the last 3 decades, and these changes must be understood, explained, and reconciled with the CCP's stated ideology. An undeniable political reality is the class identity of the CCP and the PRC. Embedded in their constitutions as well as the class symbols in the national flag and state emblems. Though those state symbols are out of date as they were introduced in the early 1950s, they have been left unchanged despite the CCP's emphasis on political correctness. Its dilemma is that state symbols need to remain stable, while socio-political change is constant. The party state therefore cannot update the symbols every time they become obsolete for fear of creating impressions of ideological political instability and inconsistency. The fear becomes even more acute in the light of entrenched perceptions in China that associate modifications of state symbols with the collapse of dynasties. Hence, instead of revamping the national flag and emblems, the party has chosen to obliterate their original symbolism and to give them a new meaning. The 5 stars are now said to stand for the CCP and the whole Chinese people as opposed to the original 4 classes. The class connotation of these symbols is thus erased and replaced by nationhood, Guo 2004. To make it worse, the PRC's constitutional anachronism also raises substantive questions about its body politic, national subject, and the nature of the state. In particular, what is the function of the PRC state in the post-revolution era? Who are meant to exercise the people's dictatorship? Who are the people? Are the proletariat and peasantry still the masters of the country? Who belong to the petty bourgeoisie and national bourgeoisie? Who are the targets of the people's dictatorship? What does dictatorship mean? CCP leaders and theoreticians have evaded these questions not least because of the glaring contradictions between the party's past and present discourses as well as its entrapment in past discourses, part of which remains embedded in the current constitutions of the party and the PRC. Similar questions can be asked about the CCP's identity and subject position in the post-revolution era. For example, in what way does the party constitute the vanguard of the proletariat? How does it represent the class and exercise state power on its behalf? These are not easy questions to answer because of the altered status of the proletarian class. By contrast to the Mao era, when the CCP had some credibility on account of the congruence between its revolutionary discourse and project, the party's credibility in the post-Mao era has come into question as a result of the divergence between its avowed commitment to socialism and communism and its acceptance of capitalist elements. State ownership and the planned economy had a systematic class-leveling effect during the Mao era, while the reforms of the past 4 decades have done the opposite, polarizing, dividing, and stratifying society, thereby creating a distinct class society where interests are highly differentiated. Indeed, exploitation, understood as the extraction of surplus value, is an undeniable fact in the post-Mao era instead of a theoretical construct. It is certainly possible to find a bourgeoisie and proletariat which meet the Marxist criteria. The CCP's only response so far to the PRC's altered class map and class relations is denial, that a bourgeoisie does not exist in the PRC. The presence of the class will demonstrate beyond doubt that the party has broken with Marxism, socialism, and communism, or as Deng Xiaoping, 1993, 111, put it, if a bourgeoisie has emerged, we must have gone astray. Interestingly enough, leftist ideologue Deng Liqin, 2001, asserted as early as 1992 that a bourgeoisie had already taken shape as a class and that class struggle was currently more acute than ever since 1949. Overseas analysts have pointed to a class of red capitalists and a counter-capitalist class which has emerged to monopolize economic capital, political capital, and social/net capital in Chinese society, Dixon 2004, So 2003. There are also PRC commentators who continue to make the same point on leftist websites, such as Utopia and Mao Zedong Flag. At the same time, dramatic changes in property ownership and relations of production have led to the working class decreasing political, economic, and social capital, declining status, and loss of prestige. The industrial workers, in particular, have lost their world and have shifted from master in name and privilege to mendicant, Solinger 2004, 50, Blecker 2002, 283. The class is no longer central to the party's current historical mission as a result of the CCP's abandonment of the Chinese Revolution, while many of its members have joined China's new underclass. From the party's viewpoint, it does not matter whether the class loses its status as the most progressive force of history, it is actually all the better that the poor working class does not constitute the mainstream, and future, of society, for the party's new mission is economic development, which requires wealth creators and consumers with ample purchasing power rather than revolutionary forces ready and equipped to wage class struggle, and its optimal social structure is an olive-shaped formation where a new middle class makes up the mainstream. The party's mission and its preferred social structure have entailed a fundamental shift from a primary concern with the working class to the principal creators of wealth and the middle class. In this milieu, the CCP has thrown open its doors to private entrepreneurs and business people and, indeed, prioritized their interests for the sake of economic growth since the party overcame internal resistance to the move following Jiang Zemin's well-publicized 1 July speech in 2001, Jiang 2001, 169. Private entrepreneurs are now well represented in the National People's Congress and the Chinese People's Political Consultative Conference, while increasing numbers have joined the CCP. Having allowed and encouraged a bourgeoisie and relations of exploitation to emerge in the PRC, the party cannot credibly claim to be committed to Marxism, socialism, and communism, nor can it credibly claim that it remains the vanguard of the working class and that the class continues to be the masters of the country when its status has declined dramatically while large numbers of its members are pushed to the bottom of society. The CCP's self-portrayed image as a political party of and for the proletariat stretches credulity. Given it is the party that has set in motion and presided over a reform process that has taken away the working class job security and guaranteed social welfare that state socialism provided. So is the PRC's constitutional definition as a people's democratic dictatorship that ensures the people's democracy and the repression of the bourgeoisie and other exploiting classes. In the eyes of those of the working class who have lost out in the reform, socialism and the leadership of the proletariat have probably become meaningless, except as a reminder of the CCP's ideological inconsistency or as grounds for challenging the party. They have every reason to hold the party responsible and demand that it live up to its own claims. The party state's alleged adherence to Marxism deters most Chinese social scientists and commentators from using the concept of class struggle and delving into social conflict in their analysis. Another reason is that they have carried on the farewell to revolution, a clarion call that rang loud amongst Chinese intellectuals in the late 1980s and early 1990s. The revolution they had in mind, most importantly, was the CCP-led violent class struggle which caused the loss of countless lives and suffering to millions of Chinese. The rejection of revolution was at the same time a rejection of Marxist class theory and has been translated into specific ways of reconceptualizing social structure and analyzing social classes which break with Marxist approaches so that it is no longer possible to conceive of society as comprising warring classes and of class struggle as the motor of history. Yet, despite animated debate about class and common rejection of Marxist class theory, few Chinese analysts go so far as to explicitly challenge officially endorsed class schemes. Two approaches predominate in class analysis in the PRC, both of which are based on occupational structures and stay clear of class consciousness and class relations. One is the party state's two-class framework, which many scholars employ as well. It has two variants. The first takes all social strata to be constituent groups of the two existing classes, the proletariat and peasantry. The second treats some strata as free-floating or transitional groupings which neither belong to the classes nor form separate classes. Either way, the identified categories are either dismissed or largely confined within the proletariat and peasantry and are therefore counted as members of the working class. Consequently, the constitutional polity of the PRC gains a measure of credibility and consistency, while social stratification, regardless of its scope and extent, can only be conceived to be intra-class stratification. The other approach breaks up the two-class structure and rearranges all the identified groupings into a new hierarchy of strata. Occupation determines their group membership, whilst other causal components of life chances, such as income, education, or political, economic, and cultural capital, mainly affect the individual's ranking within the groups and the group's ranking in the overall hierarchy of strata. The identified strata are not classes in a Marxist sense but largely objective groupings devoid of subjectivities, Luce 2002, 200, 2010. The social reality that emerges from the analysis is one without conflicting class consciousness or antagonistic class relations. It is therefore consistent with the party line and well attuned to the leitmotif in post-Mao China of social harmony and political stability. Instrumental class. The evolution of the CCP's class discourse is plainly characterized by flux and inconsistencies. The inconsistencies are attributable to the tension between the party's instrumental use of class and its fluctuating faith in Marxism. On the one hand, it is clear that the CCP has drawn on Marxist class theory for theoretical ideological guidance and conceived and articulated their revolution within a Marxist and Leninist framework. It is equally clear, on the other hand, that the framework is broad and elastic enough to allow for a large measure of creative interpretation and flexibility, that the CCP's adherence to Marxism has often been tempered by pragmatism. The extent of the flexibility of the framework and the party's creative interpretation is demonstrated by its dramatic shift from carrying out class struggle in the Mao era to embracing market capitalism in the post-Mao era. Notwithstanding the shifts, the CCP denies it has departed from the framework or no longer believes in historical materialism, proletarian dictatorship, or the Leninist state as an instrument for the oppression of some classes by others. What has been remarkably consistent throughout the CCP's history is its instrumental use of class. The instrumental use was even more apparent between 1956 and 1978, when the CCP's ascribed class qualities and attributes in this period were not objectively related to the actualities of class structures, nor were they the result of sociological investigation. What mattered to the CCP was the transformation of the Chinese into loyal subjects of the party state. Analogously, the normative use of class from 1956 to 1978 was consistent with the CCP's goal of building a socialist society together with a new generation of proletarian, socialist men and women. What was represented as proletarian or socialist subjectivities, however, included everything that the party wished to see in society, and the purpose of its thought work was not so much the proletarianization of citizens as ideological political control. The fact that the CCP has abandoned class struggle and reduced class to a problematic symbol in the post-Mao era further illustrates the instrumentality of class in its political thinking. There can be no doubt at all that to renounce class struggle is to renounce historical materialism, which is the definitive social scientific core of Marxism and the cornerstone of its systematic account of socio-political change, for the latter proceeds from the premise that the struggle between the warring classes of society is the motive force of history. Thus, faith in Marxism must include adherence to class struggle and historical materialism. As loyalty to Marxism remains one of the CCP's four cardinal principles and given its need for ideological consistency, the party is compelled to retain the dated class symbols that highlight the contradiction between the CCP's stated ideology and its daily practices, thereby undermining the credibility of the ideology and taking away its capacity to legitimize or guide the practices. The party's way out of the dilemma is either to live up to its class-based ideology or reject it not only in practice but also in theory. 2. Learning to live with social change. The Communist Party of China, class and mobilization. The concept of class is at the center of PRC politics. Ever since its foundation in 1921, the CCP has seen its mission to be the vanguard of the proletariat, the only class capable of effecting the emancipation of all. Moreover, the PRC remains an explicitly class-based regime, a people's democratic dictatorship, led by the working class and based on the alliance of workers and peasants, PRC Constitution 2018. At the same time, the CCP now remains dedicated to encouraging the growth of the middle class. The middle class is central to Xi Jinping's vision of the China dream in which the country becomes mildly prosperous. To quote the leading State Council policy advisor on this topic, by 2050, the middle class will become the dominating class. The Chinese government has put forth policies to increase the proportion of the middle class, improve residents' property income and expand higher education, Lu Sui 2012, 55-59. This apparent paradox and the CCP's current perspectives on class and stratification have resulted from the experience of its approach to understanding class, the implementation of policy and practice based on these understandings, and the consequences. It has been a learning process that can be mapped in many ways, but given Mao Zedong's role in shaping the CCP's ideological formulations, Scram 1963, and then the strength of reaction against his later ideas that have characterized the last 4 decades, it is perhaps useful to describe 3 distinct periods, shaped in a sense by the former chairman of the CCP. Each is also characterized by a different relationship between socio-economic conditions and political consciousness in the CCP's determination of class. The first period is from 1921 through the years of revolution to the establishment of the PRC in 1949 and then on to Mao's February 1957 speech on the correct handling of contradictions among the people. This was not only the speech that occasioned the 100 Flowers movement in the first half of the year but also the reactions of China's intellectuals and subsequently Mao Zedong himself was to lead to a new understanding of class under socialism. The period from 1957 to after Mao's death in September 1976 was then dominated by discussion of the dangers of antagonistic classes threatening the socialist project. The third and final period began with the decision to change the PRC's development strategy at the end of 1978, when there was first a return to the ideas of 1956 to 1957, and then more recently, the development of understandings of class and stratification that both reflected and drove the CCP's new agenda. Before 1957, the approach to class resulted from the constant attempt to reconcile socio-economic conditions with an appreciation of potential revolutionary consciousness. During 1957 to 1976, class essentially came to be seen almost entirely in terms of political correctness, struggle, and the transformative power of consciousness, sidelining for much of the time considerations of socio-economic conditions. Since 1976, the CCP has essentially come to approach class as socio-economic conditions and class as political consciousness as 2 separate matters. It is sometimes argued that the understandings of class presented by Mao Zedong and the CCP had less to do with Marxism and more to do with China's traditional cultures, Chen 1973, 78, Wurtzel 1987. It is also sometimes argued that though Mao Zedong and the CCP derived their inspiration from Marxism and some organizational experience and stimulus from the Soviet Union, there was a sharp distinction to be made between the ideology of the CCP and other Marxisms, Beleter 1985, 137. Clearly, CCP understandings of class and social change do draw on Chinese culture for language and interpretations of social dynamics. The role of the peasantry and the degree of emphasis placed on voluntarism, in which consciousness becomes a primary political reality and through which the individual can change their class standing, are both unusual emphases in the history of Marxist ideology and Marxist movements. It is also the case that the CCP's understanding of the separation of class attitude from economic position has sometimes seemed to be extreme. Nonetheless, it can be argued, and not only by neo-Marxists, that Mao Zedong's understandings of class have their origins in Marxist thinking and Marxist ideology, especially on those occasions when Marx was more concerned with consciousness and its role in shaping political action, Maiden 1976, Valder 1977, Corrigan et al. 1979, Healy 2008. For the CCP, the language and ideological formulations of class and stratification have always been, and remain, more than rhetorical devices. They are a guide to action that not only explains the individual's place in the world but also sets out understandings of change that may be underway and provides mechanisms for effecting that change. Sherman 1968, 18. Class labels were sometimes imprecise, sometimes confusingly applied, and sometimes poorly understood, but they have nonetheless been the drivers of social and political change employed by the CCP. The description of class at the individual level has been fundamental to the CCP's organizational and political behavior, which was why, in Philip Wang's words when talking about specifically rural change, the party maintained the fiction that class divides ran through each and every village. Huang 1995, 137. The CCP's class analysis has determined how the party has recruited, the direction of policy, and which sectors of society should be privileged and which discriminated against. Some commentators have highlighted the extent to which class has become hereditary in the PRC, Krauss 1981, 115. Sun 2005, and one has even gone as far as to argue that the officials of the party state established after 1949 were able to use their privileged position, as the vanguard of the proletariat, to justify the emergence of a hereditary leadership class, Beleter 1985, 131. Even more recently, when the CCP has turned its back on more orthodox ideas of revolutionary struggle, the formulation of understandings of the middle class has been part and parcel of its approach to socio-economic development. Principal contradiction: peasants and power. The Russian Revolution and the subsequent establishment of the Soviet Union provided a beacon for Chinese intellectuals seeking to create an agenda of radical change in the early 20th century. They were impressed by the fact of revolution as well as the ideas related to emancipation. How much the early members of the CCP understood either Communist Party organizational precepts or indeed ideology when the project started is clearly debatable, yet both rapidly became internalized. Van de Ven 1995, 13. A key problem for members of the party, and especially those concerned with ideology, was the relative absence of industrialization and its associated proletariat or indeed any significant social base that could be mobilized as such. The CCP had, in Jerome Chn's words, accepted the historical mission, the revolutionary character, and the internationalism of the proletariat as defined by Marx, Chen Jerome 1973, 84, but socio-economic conditions in China essentially left them wondering how to proceed. The debate on class inevitably preoccupied the CCP for much of its early life, as it sought to develop an adequate strategy for the Chinese Revolution. There was intense elite conflict within the leadership of the CCP, about personality as well as the identification of the proletariat. The relationship with the Nationalist Party, also supported and developed initially with the help of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, and different approaches to revolution. For the most part until the mid-1930s, the leadership of the CCP and its interpretation of class was with individuals who had either returned from or who worked closely with the Soviet Union. Their main focus was to work with the small Chinese working class, mainly in Shanghai and the areas of and surrounding the various European colonial concessions, and they rejected a view of the proletariat as only a metaphor for the progressive forces in a Marxist view of history, as others did. While recognizing that the peasantry were the majority of the working population, they were for the most part unable to see much revolutionary potential in the peasantry. On those occasions when they were prepared to develop the notion of the proletariat beyond the working class, it was in response to their equally as strong nationalist agenda, especially under the threat of Japanese invasion. So, for example, in late 1935, Wang Ming, famous as an orthodox communist and then based in the Soviet Union though a leader of the CCP, declared, "The proletariat and its Communist Party belong to the Chinese people, and therefore their fate and the fate of the Chinese people as a whole are inseparably bound together. The proletariat and the Communist Party are the vanguard of the Chinese people, and so they have the deepest concern and the greatest responsibility for the fate of China. Apart from the interests of the Chinese people, the Chinese proletariat and the Communist Party have no other interest." Wang Ming 1935-83. Mao's approach was different, not least because he had spent time being involved in successful peasant mobilizations in the mid-1920s in his native Hunan province. He too embraced nationalism when necessary and never abandoned a commitment to the proletariat. Official publication of his articles and speeches, the eponymous selected works of Mao Zedong, Mao Zedong in an earlier transliteration, after the foundation of the PRC still began with the admonition, "Workers of all countries, unite." At the same time, from 1926 onwards, he came to argue that the principal aspect of the principal contradiction in Chinese society, the social polarization that would lead to revolutionary change, was between the peasantry and the landed gentry. As he wrote in 1926, "The greatest adversary of revolution in an economically backward semi-colony is the feudal patriarchal class in the villages. Although we are aware that the workers, students, and big and small merchants in the cities should arise and strike fiercely at the comprador class, those who worked with the colonial powers, and directly resist imperialism, and although we know that the progressive working class, especially is the leader of all the revolutionary classes, yet if the peasants do not arise and fight in the villages to overthrow the privileges of the feudal patriarchal landlord class, the power of the warlords and of imperialism can never be hurled down root and branch." Scram 1983-10. The peasantry had the majority and the potential to make the revolution, which would still be led by the proletariat, not only because they were oppressed by capitalism but also because they were politically organized through the CCP, represented the most advanced productive force politically, and because in his view many of those now in the proletariat were in fact displaced peasants. Chen Jerome 1973-85. This last notion was part of the key to the second radically different element in Mao's approach to class. From the 1920s on, he argued that an individual's objective socio-economic class nature could be modified through changed consciousness from a learning experience, usually ideological education and training or participation in revolutionary struggle. Scram 1981, 409. Mao was not so. Learning to live with social change 61. Much arguing that peasants could become workers, though this type of thinking about class transformation did at times also become manifest, but rather that the peasantry could assume the political attitudes, and potential for revolution, of the proletariat. Mao's interpretation of class then from an early stage in the development of the communist revolution combined both objective socio-economic conditions and the possibility of these being restructured through conscious actions. At the same time, it was not a simple analysis based on a straightforward polarization. Mao always detailed the complexities of the social structure, not least in order to provide policy prescriptions and political direction. Class was always first and foremost a political tool and not just a description of a perceived economic reality. In addition to poor peasants and rich landlords, there was a large range of other classes. He recognized that in urban areas, there was a small but growing working class, as well as a class of local native entrepreneurs, as opposed to foreign entrepreneurs, who were also numerous, who might be regarded as a national bourgeoisie in terms of their political support for change, at least in a nationalistic direction. In the rural areas, Mao saw that in between the landed gentry and the poor peasantry, there were several categories of relative wealth, land ownership or landlessness, power, and influence, all of whom could under the appropriate circumstances be mobilized to revolutionary goals. In addition, there was a wide range of other social categories, each of which had also to be taken into account as the CCP developed its strategy in the field, and some of which might conceivably prove to have considerable revolutionary potential. These included artisans, street sellers, bureaucrats, monks, bandits, vagabonds, and compradors who were in the service of foreign capital. In crude terms, Mao's method was to target the rich and the powerful through the mobilization and with the support of the poor and powerless, without alienating the slightly less rich and powerful, whose support was also necessary to sustain economic development. This was an iterative process, so that the targets of particular campaigns were not only always changing but also sometimes those who had benefited in earlier campaigns. To achieve success under these circumstances required a fine appreciation of both socio-economic and political distinctions, as well as a high degree of organization and a well-trained cadre force. Until 1935, the CCP was largely dominated by those who advocated urban revolution and concentrated on working with the working classes. Success was somewhat limited. One real success was organizing the working class in Anyuan during 1922 to 1925, a coal mining area on the borders of Jiangxi and Hunan provinces. Paradoxically, the lead role in these endeavors had been taken by Li Lisan, at the suggestion of Mao Zedong, one of those who became well known as a leader of the CCP advocating immediate urban revolution. Paradoxically too, many of those mobilized proletarians were migrant peasant workers who, after the collapse of the CCP's political mobilization in Anyuan, participated later in the September 1927 Autumn Harvest Uprising in Hunan and Jiangxi, organized by Mao and based on the mobilization of the peasantry, Perry 2012. The various attempts to foment urban revolution were eventually abandoned by the CCP at the beginning of 1935. Military defeats in 1934 by the forces of the Republic and the surrounding of the Jiangxi Soviet, in southeast China, where Mao Zedong and others who had espoused rural mobilization had established themselves, presented the CCP with severe problems. The CCP abandoned the Jiangxi Soviet and set out on what became the Long March, heading first to West China and then eventually managing to re-establish itself in North China. Along the way, in January 1935, the CCP turned to Mao Zedong, his analysis of the Chinese Revolution, and a strategy for change based on peasant mobilization. Looking back on this early period from the end of the War of Resistance to Japan in 1945, Mao clearly felt vindicated. The result of subordinating rural work to city work, instead of the other way round, was that after the work in the cities failed, most of the rural work failed too. Mao 1945, 200. The War of Resistance to Japan, 1937 to 1945, provided the opportunity for Mao's approach to class and class mobilization, developed in the Jiangxi Soviet, and then refined in North Shaanxi at the end of the Long March, to be put into operation in the CCP-led base areas and border regions on a far larger scale than had previously been the case, especially as CCP areas of influence expanded. In the process, it enabled the CCP to increase its extractive capacity, money and food from the rich, soldiers from the peasantry. Policies and programs were developed in the effective CCP capital of Yan'an and then disseminated to other base areas more behind Japanese lines, Selden 1971. As Chapter 5 demonstrates, the experience of these other base areas and border regions then provided the CCP with further opportunities to develop its strategy and tactics for mobilization. The CCP recognized 7 broad land-related social categories and a large range of occupational classes, some of which were overlapping with both themselves and the land-related social categories. The 2 fundamental dimensions for assessing land-related class composition were whether an individual rented land out or was a rentier, and whether they hired labor or sold their labor for wages. Generally speaking, landlords rented out land and did not personally engage in labor. Rich peasants engaged in labor but had excess land to rent out. A middle peasant was a self-sufficient owner-operator. A poor peasant may have owned land but still needed to be a rentier to make ends meet. A tenant had no land but only recognized rights of cultivation, and a laborer had no land and hired out their labor. The occupational classes included workers, extended to include artisans, handicraft workers, shepherds, and on occasion farm laborers, cotters, soldiers, vagrants, traders, and intellectuals, usually teachers. The ultimate success of the CCP in expanding during the War of Resistance to Japan and then in the Civil War against the Nationalist Party meant that the CCP's descriptors of class had not only become extremely refined but were ready to be fully implemented when the PRC was established in 1949. Mao Zedong had in general terms on the eve of the declaration of the PRC, June 1949, described the new Chinese state that was about to come into existence as a people's democratic dictatorship led by 4 classes: the workers, the peasants, the urban petty bourgeoisie, and the national bourgeoisie. Political leadership would go to the workers, with the support of the peasants. The petty bourgeoisie were a kind of service class, while the national bourgeoisie were both allowed to be part of the people but warned that because they remained exploiters, they could, if their behavior warranted it, find themselves redefined as enemies of the state. Mao 1949. Starting in 1950, over a period of essentially 3 years, every citizen was assigned a class descriptor according to a fairly detailed schedule. Oxenberg 1974, White 1976, 2, in whose preparation Mao Zedong had played a leading role, Scram 1984, 52. Some of the 62 class descriptors that were utilized at that time are detailed in Table 2.1, Krauss 1981, 185. As is readily observable, these class descriptors exemplified the dual perspectives that had driven Mao's understanding of class for many years: socio-economic position and political attitudes as implied by behavior. Class was assigned by reference to the individual's class origin, derived from their main source of sustenance in the 3 years before 1949, and the individual's class background, their father's background when the individual was born. The intention was that these 2 different types of descriptors should be kept quite separate, but in the event, differences started to blur, especially as individuals began to realize the implications of registering under one class or another. Certainly too, the application of class descriptors in the early 1950s provided every Chinese with a new and coherent understanding of politics. Unger 1984, 130. The CCP had apparently also originally intended that once the new classifications had been utilized to establish social control and socialize property relations, that they might die away and certainly not be inherited. In the event, it rapidly became clear that class background became the main determinant of every aspect of an individual's life chances and remained so well into the reform era. Access to education, careers, and marriage partners was determined to a large extent by these class descriptors. In particular, those from the red class backgrounds of people who had fought or died on the CCP side in the revolution or who were from worker or poor peasant backgrounds were highly favored, while those from the black class backgrounds associated with the rich or resistance to the CCP suffered discrimination. Classification was an essential part of the process by the PRC to establish social order. It was followed remarkably quickly by the socialization of the means of production. In rural China, land reform was followed by campaigns to bring the peasantry into first lower stage cooperatives, and then higher stage collectives, which was completed by the end of 1956. In urban areas, similarly by the end of 1956, most enterprises had been brought under state control. This success in implementing the socialization of both industry and agriculture left the CCP willing to accept that class conflict might have been largely resolved in China. Since there no longer was private property, it was reasonable to assume that the principal contradiction, between the bourgeoisie and the proletariat, had been resolved and that class conflict would be no more. Events in 1956 as the CCP was preparing to convene its 8th National Congress and discussions underway about the shape and form of the second five-year plan created a spirit of optimism and one in which class conflict was no longer emphasized. Class analysis, for example, was totally absent from Mao Zedong's April 1956 speech on 10 major relationships where he set out what he thought were the major challenges to be met in the country's future development. The political report to the 8th CCP Congress on behalf of the leadership in September 1956 declared that socialism was now guaranteed in China and that the principal contradiction was no longer between the capitalists and the proletariat. In his work report, as Secretary General of the CCP, Deng Xiaoping stated that, the former classification of social status has lost, or is losing its meaning. The difference between workers and office employees is now only a matter of division of labor within the same class. Poor and middle peasants have all become members of agricultural producers' cooperatives, and before long distinction between them will become merely a thing of historical interest. The vast majority of our intellectuals have now come over politically to the side of the working class, and a rapid change is taking place in their family background. Every year, large numbers of peasants and students become works, large numbers of workers, peasants, and their sons and daughters join the ranks of intellectuals and office workers, large numbers of peasants, students, workers, and office workers join the army and become revolutionary soldiers. What is the point, then, of classifying these social strata into two different categories? Deng 1956, 213-214. Never forget class struggle. The optimism expressed by the CCP's leaders, especially about the end to social contradictions and class conflict, was to prove short-lived. Mao Zedong's speech of February 1957 on the correct handling of contradictions among the people was to prove a turning point in the CCP's understanding of class and indeed in the development of the PRC. These consequences resulted not only from the contents of Mao Zedong's speech but also from the reactions to it by other CCP leaders, by critics of the CCP and the party state, and by the CCP leadership and especially Mao Zedong in turn reacting to the critics. Mao's original intent had been to draw a line under the usefulness of class struggle and to limit further class analysis. By June of 1957, he had dramatically changed his mind. In the middle of 1956, Mao had sought to appeal to the professional middle classes, scientists, technicians, and intellectuals, who would be necessary to the next stages of the PRC's development. Part of this approach was to suggest that since socialism's future was now assured in China, it would be possible to, constructively, criticize the work of the government and the party, let 100 schools of thought contend, 100 flowers bloom. While criticism and comments 66 were somewhat muted through 1956, Mao's speech of February 1957 in which he implied strongly without using the words that class struggle had basically come to an end in the PRC, Krauss 1981, 43, Schramm 1984, 36, triggered a wave of intense criticism of the CCP, its work style, and policies that have since become known as the 100 Flowers movement. Mao's point was that with the socialization of the means of production, class relations within the PRC could be handled as non-antagonistic and resolvable by education and discussion on the basis of shared goals and aspirations, as opposed to antagonistic contradictions which needed a more radical and violent resolution. There are two versions of Mao's February 1957 speech. There is the speech he gave at the time, and there is the far shorter version which he revised mid-year and which appears in official publications, Schoenhals 1986. One reason for the considerable differences in the texts is that between February and June criticisms from outside the CCP built to a crescendo, and Mao felt it necessary to amend his remarks about the positive function of criticism from outside the CCP, the nature of remaining class relations under socialism, and the ways in which these relations should be handled. The original speech as delivered by Mao was welcoming of criticism to a high degree. What do a few flowers matter in a land of our size? What's so upsetting about a few flowers? Let them bloom for people to look at, and perhaps criticize. Let them say, I don't like those flowers of yours. Schoenhals 1986, 105. Mao's point at the time was that with the establishment of socialism in the PRC, it was reasonable to assume not only that class struggle was over but that also whatever conflict might continue, for which Mao read contradiction, this would be helpful to future development. By the middle of the year and the revised and later published version of his speech Class and Class Struggle had been resurrected. The class struggle is by no means over. The class struggle between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie, the class struggle between the different political forces, and the class struggle in the ideological field between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie will continue to be long and tortuous, and at times will even become very acute. The proletariat seeks to transform the world according to its own world outlook, and so does the bourgeoisie. In this respect, the question of which will win out, socialism or capitalism, is not really settled. Mao 1957a, 385. One of the objections some other leaders had voiced during the first half of 1957 to the development of the 100 Flowers movement was that it permitted criticism of the party state from outside its ranks. Mao himself had taken a more proactive stance on this point, arguing that such contestations were a way for cadres and leaders to develop better consciousness. It is then no surprise to find that in the Learning to Live with Social Change 67 revision of his speech, Mao still stuck with his approach of seeing non-antagonistic contradictions under socialism. Contradictions in socialist society are fundamentally different from those in the old societies, such as capitalist society. In capitalist society, contradictions find expression in acute antagonisms and conflicts. In sharp class struggle, they cannot be resolved by the capitalist system itself and can only be resolved by socialist revolution. The case is quite different with contradictions in socialist society. On the contrary, they are not antagonistic and can be ceaselessly resolved by the socialist system itself. Mao 1957a, 393. But there can also be no doubt that the evolution of the 100 Flowers movement and especially its level of criticism of the CCP and the new party state further radicalized Mao and his thinking about class under socialism. From the middle of 1957 on until his death, Mao increasingly saw opposition, not only within society but even within the CCP. Opposition to the party state from scientists, technicians, and intellectuals outside the ranks of the CCP was one thing. But Mao Zedong also detected opposition, particularly to his ideas on non-antagonistic contradictions and the need for continuous struggle from within. There were, he said, rightist supporters in the CCP, who represented the main danger because their ideas are a reflection of bourgeois ideology inside the party, and because they yearn for bourgeois liberalism, negate everything and are tied in 101 ways to bourgeois intellectuals outside the party. Mao 1957b, 440. In the immediate term, the ways in which the 100 Flowers movement had developed led to the CCP launching an anti-rightist movement of political censure, exclusion, and often imprisonment which fell heavily on those who had spoken up. Society as a whole had been classified in the early 1950s. In the anti-rightist movement, for the first time, labels or hats were added to a person's work record, and this then became standard practice. In particular, designation as one of the 5 bad elements, landlords, rich peasants, counter-revolutionaries, bad elements, and rightists, became commonplace for the targets of campaigns such as the anti-rightist movement. These labels were not intended as class designations but rapidly came to be seen as such to the extent that the 5 bad elements were balanced by the 5 red categories: workers, peasants, cottars, descendants of revolutionary martyrs, and revolutionary intellectuals. Together with class descriptors, such labels became significant determinants of an individual's life chances well into the Reform era, Krauss 1981, 60-61. The recognition of a need for further class analysis, the prospect of continued class struggle, the method of wider social contestation on issues of public policy, and the introduction of class labels were all to prove significant for the next 2 decades. Mao Zedong's reformulations of class under socialism started almost immediately, and there can be little doubt that they rapidly became part of the debate. Not only about how the PRC should develop discussions of its development program but also about elite-level politics within the CCP. To be sure, there was relatively little outright opposition to Mao at any point, but that did not stop him from believing otherwise, Taiwes 1984. Especially after the failure of the Great Leap Forward, Mao developed a class analysis of the CCP itself that led directly to the Cultural Revolution. Before 1957, the CCP's class descriptors were shaped by a combination of an assessment of socio-economic location and assumed political behavior. After 1957, these changed to 3 factors. The first was socio-economic position in the pre-1949 society. The second was political attitudes as expressed through behavior. The third was the individual's rank or standing in the PRC, particularly their level of privileged entitlement in the bureaucratic hierarchy. How these were combined and where precedence lay seems to have been inherently variable with both time and the circumstances of any particular campaign. Indeed, particularly from Mao Zedong's point of view, though he did counterintuitively take the rest of the CCP leadership with him most of the time, while class analysis remained important, increasingly struggle, the transformative power of struggle, and new political behavior became central concerns. The most remarkable aspect of Mao's view developed particularly during the Great Leap Forward was not just the rediscovery of class but the resurrection of the idea of a bourgeoisie. Mao Zedong's ideas on class and particularly the bourgeoisie were often inconsistent and inchoate after 1957. Though Mao often talked about as many as 4 classes politically, it was usually only the enemy and us. In a number of speeches at conferences through the Great Leap Forward, Mao developed his ideas about the PRC's new class structure. He identified 4 big classes. 2 of these were exploiting classes and 2 were laboring classes. The laboring classes were the vast majority of the population, the workers and peasants, Scram 1984, 36. The first exploiting class was imperialism, feudalism, bureaucratic capitalism, the remnants of the Nationalist Party, from the pre-1949 Civil War, the 300,000 rightists, the targets of the 1957 campaign, and their agents. Mao described this exploiting class as the enemy and estimated that they were 5% of the population, or about 30 million. Although Mao described them as a hostile class, he still argued that they could have their bad class labels removed if they were genuinely reformed and in the process had changed their class nature. The second exploiting class was the bourgeoisie. On the whole, when Mao Zedong talked of the bourgeoisie, as he did increasingly with the onset of the Cultural Revolution, he was identifying those within the CCP who by virtue of their position of privilege in the party state had developed bourgeois ideas. Theoretically, these ideas were expressed as being antithetical to the cause of the proletarian revolution and the CCP and as having come from bureaucratism and deficiencies in the work style of cottars which had resulted in the changed class character of both the CCP and its cottars, Scram 1983, 61. This definition of the bourgeoisie followed on from the idea of bourgeois elements first expressed in May 1957, as learning to live with social change 69. Just noted. Over time, as this method of analysis was accepted by the CCP, the main question then became how to identify the bourgeoisie within the CCP and who they actually were. By 1966 and the Cultural Revolution, it became clear not only that Liu Shaoqi, the president of the PRC, was the number 1 person in authority taking the capitalist road and that Deng Xiaoping, a close associate of Mao Zedong's from the early 1930s on, was the second-ranked capitalist rotor. But also that most of the leading cadres in the party state were in this category. There were two other meanings provided to the use of the term bourgeoisie. Also after 1957. The first of these was in terms of the remnant bourgeoisie from the old pre-1949 society or the national bourgeoisie of the pre-1957 period. These had been owners of capital and entrepreneurs who the CCP thought could be worked with but who had to be watched because their political reliability was uncertain. In the post-1957 era, the term was used, despite the socialization of industry, to warn of the influence that the people and their ideas still exercised. The second additional application of the bourgeois epithet explained the power of the new PRC bourgeoisie not in terms of their position of privilege within the party state but through the material benefit they extracted and the greater share of distribution they received. This description of what came to be known as bourgeois right started in 1958. With an argument by Zhang Chunqiao, later to become a leader of the Central Cultural Revolution Group, and perhaps best known by his sobriquet as a member of the Gang of Four, that criticized the use of material incentives in encouraging production. Zhang's argument was that in an era of full supply under socialism, such as the Great Leap Forward was assumed to be at the time, there should be an unrestricted distribution of goods. The only people advocating restrictions would be those seeking to preserve their privileges. Zhang Chunqiao 1958. Later, in the early 1960s, as measures were taken to improve production in the wake of the dislocations of the Great Leap Forward and famine, Mao himself became concerned at the exercise of bureaucratic power and the use of material incentives in rural areas. Scram 1983, 51. Much later still, in 1975, this argument became the basis of a full-grown critique of the bourgeoisie within the CCP articulated by both Zhang Chunqiao 1975, and Yao Wenyuan, another member of the Central Cultural Revolution Group and of the ex post facto named Gang of Four. Yao presented the case somewhat apocalyptically that unless material incentives were restricted, capitalist ideas of making a fortune and craving for personal fame and gain will spread unchecked. Phenomena like the turning of public property into private property, speculation, graft, and corruption, theft and bribery will increase. The capitalist principle of the exchange of commodities will make its way into political and even into party life, undermining the socialist planned economy. Acts of capitalist exploitation such as the conversion of commodities and money into capital, and labor power into a commodity, will occur. When the economic strength of the bourgeoisie has grown to a certain extent, its agents will demand political rule, demand the overthrow of the dictatorship of the proletariat and the socialist system, demand a complete changeover from socialist ownership, and openly restore and develop the capitalist system. Yao 1975, 7-8. Almost inevitably, there was a tendency not only to use these three terms, a new bourgeois class based on privilege, the remnant old society bourgeoisie, and the exercisers of bourgeois right, interchangeably, and for their meanings to be equated. In a sense, for Mao, class became increasingly less important than struggle, though the two ideas were linked through the attempt to ensure the PRC's socio-economic developments and the resultant intra-elite politics. Struggle was central to Mao's worldview after early 1957. In May 1957, he had summarized his view of struggle as a process that was necessary for progress. The unity and struggle of opposites are universal phenomena in the life of society. Struggle results in the transformation of opposites into each other and in the formation of a new unit, and the life of society thus moves one step forward. Mao 1957b, 440. The extent to which Mao's vision of struggle was an effective method of social transformation was always a matter of discussion within the CCP leadership. In addition though, from the middle of the Great Leap Forward onward Mao started to move away from seeing struggle as between contradictions in society and towards class conflict. The first occasion when this occurred was after the Lushan Plenum of 1959. At this high-level CCP meeting, party leaders had met to discuss the progress of the Great Leap Forward, having conducted several inspection tours around the country. The Minister of Defense, Peng Dehuai, reported that all had not gone well and that the program should come to an end. Mao reacted sharply, "The struggle that has arisen at Lushan is a class struggle. It is the continuation of the life-or-death struggle between the two great antagonists of the bourgeoisie and the proletariat in the process of the socialist revolution during the past decade." According to Mao, class struggle within the CCP merely reflected class struggle in society. He then went on to predict that such struggle would continue in China for at least another 20 years and would only end when classes were eliminated. Krauss 1981, 67. Although the Great Leap Forward continued for more than a year after the Lushan plenum, eventually the CCP leadership including Mao abandoned its implementation. In 1962, though Mao Zedong returned to his arguments, emphasizing both the importance of struggle and the dangers of not recognizing the potential power of new elements of the bourgeoisie. This culminated at the 10th plenum of the 8th Central Committee of the CCP in September 1962 when, learning to live with social change 71. He raised the slogan to never forget class struggle. Krauss 1981, 79. It was a move that then led directly, albeit in an extended and somewhat convoluted process, to Mao's launching of the Cultural Revolution against the cadres and organization of the CCP in 1966. Mao's call to seize power from those in authority taking the capitalist road, closed universities, colleges, and schools as young people responded to the call to join in a large mass rectification movement aimed at the CCP, state administration, intellectuals, their teachers, and authority figures. Although some pre-cultural revolution leaders of the party state managed to survive as Mao Zedong supporters, most of those occupying such positions were dismissed from office, often quite brutally. There was an 85% turnover in membership of the CCP Central Committee between 1965 and 1969, and an 87% turnover in provincial leadership between 1966 and 1968. It was a humiliating experience that was to have repercussions after Mao Zedong's death. With the identification and removal of the bourgeoisie within the party state, the CCP's lens of class analysis turned to focus on the working classes. In the first half of the 1970s, society was seen in terms of two classes, the workers and the peasants, and one stratum, the intellectuals. At this time, the use of class labels really came into its own. There was considerable positive discrimination in favor of the 5 red categories in general, but particularly for the workers, peasants, and soldiers who were hailed as the most revolutionary of classes. In higher education, for example, once colleges and universities started to be reopened after the extremes of the Cultural Revolution, when they had closed, admission was less on the basis of intellectual than political merit, with preference going to those designated as worker, peasant, and soldier students. It was essentially class as performance, with individuals required and seeking to meet revolutionary credentials through participation in activities and individual behavior, a system described as a virtuocracy, Shirk 1984, 58. This is not to say that there were no longer any intra-elite conflicts, just that these were not described primarily in terms of class. Lin Biao's fall, for example, was handled differently. Lin had been appointed as Mao Zedong's successor at the 9th National Congress of the CCP in 1969. In 1971, he was, apparently, killed in a plane crash. Subsequently, he was criticized, 1973. 1975, not only for the general crime of revisionism but also for having wanted to restore Confucianism in China. At least part of the explanation for the Criticize Lin Biao, Criticize Confucius campaign was that the main targets were not the already departed Lin Biao but the premier, Zhou Enlai, and Deng Xiaoping, the latter having been restored to the leadership in 1973, Chang 1974. The emergence of the middle class. Mao's death in September 1976 sparked a dramatic change in the leadership of the CCP and in the direction of the PRC's development strategy. The Gang of Four, Jiang Qing, Mao's wife, Jiang Chunqiao, Yao Wenyuan, and Wang Hongwen, who had become leading CCP advocates of Mao's position on class and struggle, were arrested in early October 1976 and gradually over the next 2 years many of those leaders of the party state who had been removed in the Cultural Revolution, including Deng Xiaoping, who had been dismissed in April 1976, returned to office. Between September 1976 and April 1978, there was a countercultural revolution in personnel terms, with a 65% turnover in individuals holding leadership positions in the party state, most of whom were returnees. There was little theoretical development of the CCP's class analysis at this time, though inevitably, the finger of class betrayal was now retrospectively and paradoxically pointed at the Gang of Four. According to Hua Qiaobang, Mao's successor as chairman of the CCP, the Gang of Four had adopted the ideology of the landlords, counter-revolutionaries, and bad elements, as well as old and new bourgeois elements, and were the hidden capitalist roaders within the party. Hua 1977b, 20. The PRC's development strategy started to change at the Central Work Conference of November to December 1978, which led to the third plenum of the 11th Central Committee of the CCP at the end of the year, when the decision was taken to emphasize the economic and technical transformation of agriculture, industry, national defense, and science and technology, a program known as the Four Modernizations. In the process, the decision was taken to abandon Mao's strategy on development and to promote reforms that would reduce the role of government in economic management, introduce marketization to the domestic economy, and open the domestic economy to global interactions. In addition, the decision was also taken to review all outstanding cases of what was now seen as political persecution as well as the CCP's recent history, and to attempt a restoration of CCP organizational norms as they had been before the Great Leap Forward. In terms of class analysis, the CCP attempted to return decisively, if a little ingenuously, to 1956 to 1957 in its formulations. To quote the official communiqué of the Third Plenum on December 22, 1978, "Socialist modernization is therefore a profound and extensive revolution. There is still in our country today a handful of counter-revolutionary elements and criminals who hate our socialist modernization and try to undermine it. We must not relax our class struggle against them, nor can we weaken the dictatorship of the proletariat. But as Comrade Mao Zedong pointed out, the large-scale turbulent class struggles of a mass character have in the main come to an end." Peking Review 1978, 11. Deng Xiaoping himself in speeches on class at this time had pointedly referred back to the same era in the CCP's past. Speaking in 1978 at the National Science Conference on the previously thorny issue of whether intellectuals were aligned to or part of the working class, the issue that lay at the heart of much of the discussion of the Hundred Flowers movement in 1957 and subsequent developments, Deng repeated almost verbatim his comments from late 1956 that intellectuals have become a part of the working class itself. The difference between them and the physical workers is only a division of labor in society. Luo Fu 1980, 23. One of the first public acts of the new reform era was the removal in November 1978 of black class labels from those who had been criticized and suffered discrimination, and their families, as rightists since the late 1950s. This was followed on January 29, 1979 by the announcement of the decision to remove the negatively discriminating class label from the families of the former exploiting classes, where they had proven in the interim to be law-abiding and not to have run into further problems. This might have proven to be the opportunity for all class descriptors to have been dropped in public discourse. But that did not happen for more than another 20 years. Though the earlier class descriptors increasingly slipped from use, they were still required for application to enter higher education or public service. Instead, in 1984, a new National Standard System for Class Background, GB 4765-84, was developed and remained operational until 2004, which essentially codified the descriptors much as presented in Table 2.1. Many of the ideas about economic development that were adopted at the start of the reform era had their origins in the discussions that had occurred during 1956 to 1957. Certainly, the emphasis in politics was on a return to the formulas of that time, though CCP leaders were also not averse to pointing out the lessons of the intervening years. In 1979, his speech celebrating the 30th anniversary of the PRC's establishment, Ye Jianying, then the senior military figure in the leadership, said, "Class struggle still exists to a certain extent after the exploiters in our country no longer exist as classes. While rejecting the view that class struggle no longer exists, we must oppose the view that magnifies it, to say nothing of creating so-called class struggles out of the void. We must strictly distinguish between the two different types of contradictions and never mistake contradictions among the people for those with the enemy, still less conduct inter-party struggle the way we fight the enemy." Ye Jianying 1979, 44-45. This was essentially the view confirmed in the resolution on certain questions in the history of our party since the founding of the People's Republic of China adopted by the 6th Plenum of the 11th Central Committee on June 27, 1981. Mao had made errors in his class analysis during 1958 to 1976, and his theories were sometimes tending to the counter-revolutionary. One of these was the distinctions he had made between workers and intellectuals. The idea of a single politically unified class of workers was now consolidated. The distinctions between mental and manual labor were minimized, and intellectuals were said to have class interests necessarily the same as the class to which they attach themselves through work. Since there was an overall class unity, antagonistic contradictions and violent social struggle were no longer possible. Another was the possibility that a new class of any kind, let alone a bourgeoisie, could emerge from within the CCP. An article in Red Flag, the CCP's theoretical journal, commented that it was scientifically impossible for a class of bureaucrats to emerge from a communist party. Classes are demarcated according to the relations in which they stand to production and the system of ownership. According to the laws of the historical development of society and Marxism-Leninist teaching, political parties can only be part of, or represent, a class. Classes cannot emerge from a political party. Lin and Shen 1981, 12. The strength of reaction at the end of the 1970s and beginning of the 1980s to Mao's politics of cultural revolution was entirely understandable. At the same time, it left the CCP with a more than somewhat oversimple and static understanding of class. Now there were only two classes, with everyone who was not a peasant, a worker. Moreover, in reaction to and rejection of the emphasis on transformative class consciousness at the height of the Mao-dominated era of China's politics, consciousness was completely discounted as another variable in the CCP's understanding of class. Guo 2012, 727. For a while, it seemed as if that ideological formulation was adequate, but already by the mid-1990s, three problems had become apparent. Chronologically, the first stimulus for further change appeared in the form of a critique from within the party state that focused on the wealth and privilege that seemed to be generated by members of the party state and their families. Even if Mao's idea that the bourgeoisie could emerge from within the CCP had been abandoned, nonetheless it was possible to make the case that a Gelos-type new class had emerged within the leadership ranks of the party state. Although some Communist Party members talk about fighting for communism all their lives, what they actually seek are comfortable and easy lives, positions, the higher the better, money, the more the better, dwellings, the bigger the better. Some even plan to build villas, and children, anything practical to seek practical gains for them. Jinan Dazhong Ribao 1982. The CCP's theoretical journal Red Flag was particularly critical of Khadr's children, whom it said could too easily regard themselves as a special people separated by dress, eating habits, workplace, and education from ordinary people. Wang Renzhong 1982. The second major problem facing the CCP's description of Chinese society was not just that there were obvious rising inequalities but also that these inequalities had been seen as unjust and were seen to have angered a majority of Chinese citizens. Income inequality as measured through the Gini coefficient rose from about 0.20 in 1981 to 0.46 in 2000. There was concern that if action were not taken to learning to live with social change 75. Counter growing inequality, then discontent would threaten social and political stability, Kelly 2013, 44. There was a further real issue in that social change was running ahead of the CCP. The party's description of Chinese society was in a sense delegitimizing what was happening and certainly not encouraging individuals to become self-starting economic actors who would use their initiative in return for material incentives, an important objective towards the overall goal of economic development, Guo 2012, 726. Entrepreneurship was hindered by concerns on the part of the individual entrepreneur that they might be politically punished, and so for a long time, private businesses were largely confined to the small scale and the retail and service sectors, Gold 1990, 157. Despite often having a high social profile, the social status of entrepreneurs remained fairly low, with a significant culture of wealth hatred. Zhang 2008, 70. The CCP's response came slowly and in stages, as it moved towards identifying and privileging the middle class and encouraging the development of a middle-class society. This practical change was delivered without abandoning the legitimacy afforded by its historical mission and commitment to the working class. In large part, the ideological niceties could be observed because of both imprecision about the meaning of the concept of the middle class and the breadth of definition afforded now to the idea of the working class. Even people who were exceptionally wealthy by global standards and were responsible for decisions that impacted the lives and livelihoods of many others were regarded as workers. Because they were originally members of the working class and now work under a political system opposed to exploitation, Jiang Zemin 2001, 169, Fang Yu 2001. The first stage was the redefinition of socialism away from public ownership, and towards the three advantages, the development of productive forces, to increasing the comprehensive strength of a socialist nation, and to raising people's standards of living. The CCP itself then became the representative of advanced productive forces, the whole nation, and advanced culture, Guo 2008, 41. For their part, class relations then became less important than economic activity, Guo 2004, 41. As Hu Jintao, General Secretary of the CCP and President of the PRC, 2002 to 2012, said at the 17th CCP National Congress in 2007, the goal remained the same, for the party state to be people-oriented, serving the people wholeheartedly. For the benefit of the people, Hu Jintao 2007. A second stage was the CCP's rediscovery of class consciousness and its utility. The CCP had debated during the 1980s and into the 1990s if, whether, and how class consciousness was related to socio-economic position. In the 1980s, the CCP had been mechanistic in its interpretation of this relationship. Workers had working class consciousness. Greater social complexity challenged that assumption. The CCP's response was to describe political consciousness as entirely separate from and not related to socio-economic position. This separation thus draws attention to occupational hierarchies at the same time as it provides for class identification to operate as an incentive structure determined solely by political consciousness, Guo 2012, 730. The significance of an emphasis on occupational hierarchies is that it highlights functional interdependence and integration in the social and economic division of labor of an increasingly complex society. As part of encouraging economic activity, the third stage was for the CCP to embrace business people and entrepreneurs more fully than had previously been the case. Business people had necessarily not been permitted to join the CCP after the mid-1950s. From 2000 on, Jiang Zemin, then president of the PRC and the general secretary of the CCP, announced that business people were welcome to apply for CCP membership, though it would still be necessary for the CCP to ensure they were educated and guided. Zhang 2001, 169. The re-entry of business people into the CCP was justified by Jiang Zemin in terms of his three represents theory, seen as his major contribution to CCP ideology. The CCP should now represent China's advanced social and productive forces, advanced culture, and the interests of the overwhelming majority. The three represents was written into the CCP's constitution in 2002, Zhang 2002. From the other side of the equation, Jiang Zemin also focused on the management of inequality as a social issue, Lewis and Xue 2003. At the 16th Congress of the CCP in 2002, he announced the goal of controlling the growth of the upper strata of society, expanding the middle, and reducing the bottom, Zhang 2002. Building on Jiang Zemin's comments about the middle strata, the CCP developed a state-sponsored discourse of the harmonious middle class. The goal now was to be an olive-shaped middle-class society, which would be both xiaokang and harmonious, Guo 2008, 50. Xiaokang is a difficult term to translate, lying partway between comfortably well-off and affluent, though also implying social health. In the words of an exponent, xiaokang implies a competitive society, in which all members and their families own their private resources and live a life based on law and governed by elites. Lu Hanlong 2010, 111. The CCP committed itself to ensuing the majority of the Chinese population would eventually become middle class in those terms. In 2001, Long Yongtu, then Deputy Minister of Foreign Trade, and the man who had negotiated the PRC's entry into the WTO, had announced that by 2010, China's middle-income groups would include 400 million people, Xinhua December 1, 2001. In 2007, Zheng Xinlai, from the CCP's Policy Research Office, set a target of 55% to be middle class by 2020 with 78% of the urban population, and 30% of rural residents. Wu Jiao 2007. A certain fetishism of the middle class has been apparent in the various official statements made about its development, Guo 2009, not least since, as many commentators have indicated, there has been a notable lack of sociological certainty in its identification, Rocket 2010, 57. Middle-class society in this context is an aspiration rather than a carefully thought-out idea. Nonetheless, the identification of the middle class as a potential driver of change is clear. China's Police Academy produced a handbook for cadres and officials highlighting the middle class as the political force necessary for stability. The moral force behind civilized manners. The force necessary to eliminate privilege and curb poverty. It is learning to live with social change. 77. Everything, Tomba 2011. Individuals are being encouraged to pursue new social norms of middle-class identity often defined around consumer practices. The new model citizen is someone with high cultural capital and the economic capacity to consume. The message is intended not only to justify the existence and the behavior of the wealthy but also to encourage such active economic behavior, even amongst migrant workers and the poorest sections of society. Anagnost 2008, 498-499. Though Jiang Zemin's 2002 statement offered the prospect of a less antagonistic interpretation of social change both because it concentrated on strata and highlighted the growth of the middle class as the most dynamic element, a comprehensive overview of class was still missing. This came with the scheme developed by the Research Group for Social Structure in Contemporary China at the Chinese Academy of Social Sciences, CAS, Institute of Sociology, led by Lu Suiai, which essentially alongside the orthodoxy of class by ideology developed a typology of class by occupation, Lu Suiai 2002. The Chinese Academy of Social Science is the leading research activity and think tank under the PRC State Council. While the exact relationship between the CCP's definition of class by ideology and Lu Sui's description of class by occupation was and even to some extent remains ambiguous, in practical terms, there is widespread acceptance of both. Lu and his colleagues first developed a 10-strata Jiseng scheme in a 2002 report, and it has been the basis for a series of reports since that date. The classification is derived from surveys of the working population around the country, determined by occupation. The possession of organizational authority, economic and cultural resource and has played a significant role in the subsequent shaping of social policy. Originally in 2002, the 10 strata were grouped into 5 broader categories referred to as upper, upper middle, middle, lower middle, and lower, with most of the strata related to more than one of these broad categories, Lu Sui 2002, 9. By 2010, the broader categories had been reduced to upper middle, lower middle, and workers. By 2012, these broad categories had become even less specific, though reference is made to the wealthy, the middle classes, and the poorer classes. On the other hand, the 10 strata identified in 2002 have remained a constant and are, Hu etal 2012, 403. Upper middle/wealthy. 1 state and social administrators. 2 managers. 3 private entrepreneurs. Lower middle/middle classes. 4 individual business owners. 5 professional and technical personnel. 6 office workers. 78. Workers/poorer classes. 7 employees of commercial services. 8 industrial working class. 9 agricultural laborers. 10 urban and rural jobless, unemployed, and semi-employed. During the 1990s and early 2000s, there had been a certain nervousness within China about describing the emergent middle classes in terms of class, Jiji, instead of stratum, Jiseng, because of the perceived strictures of the CCP's Marxism-Leninism. The use of stratum instead of class by Lu Sui and his colleagues has, however, not been driven by that concern. In commenting on terminology, Lu Sui has made it clear that stratum has been used in this research and its scheme to make a distinction between the contemporary situation and class as interpreted by both Marx and Mao Zedong, and specifically as applied in China's revolutionary era before 1949, and under state socialism before 1978. Moreover, in his own words, as to the 10 major social strata in the classification of this study, theoretical meaning of the term stratum is close to that of the term class in English, Lu Sui 2005, 419. There are clear similarities between this classification of Chinese society and the development of social analysis elsewhere in the world, and the influence of Giddens, Eric Olin Wright, and others in the analysis of advanced industrial societies is explicitly acknowledged in Lu Sui's writings. The CCP and social change. Over the decades since its establishment, the CCP has clearly both adapted to and shaped socio-economic conditions. The journey from a revolutionary conceptualization of class to one based on structural functionalism has clearly not been without its problems, not to mention its more dramatic moments. In the process, the CCP has shown its commitment to increasing national prosperity in ways reminiscent of a learning organization. It has been experimental, determined, and mobilizatory of support. Theory leads to action, consolidation, reflection, and refinement of the theory. These characteristics of that learning process help explain the apparent paradox of a communist party with a Marxist heritage embracing the middle class as a positive agent of social change. Theory and practice have interacted dynamically over the years. The consequences of those interactions have been made manifest with the incorporation of the ideas of its various leaders into the CCP's official ideology at each stage of the party's development. As the CCP's constitution details, the Communist Party of China uses Marxism-Leninism, Mao Zedong thought, Deng Xiaoping theory, the theory of three represents, the scientific outlook on development, and Xi Jinping thought on socialism with Chinese characteristics for a new era as its guides to action, CCP Constitution 2017. The origins of initial success in rural rather than urban China have meant that the CCP has always had a wider identification with the people than might otherwise partially be the case. There has been and remains a majoritarian attitude to political goals that underwrites the promised future political economy. One obvious result of all these factors for the 21st century is that the CCP thereby becomes willing and able to encourage the development of an expanding consumerist middle class as a virtue. 3. Between revolution and reform. Class struggle, and land redistribution. Yingzhiguo. This chapter is concerned with the meaning of class and class struggle to the CCP, and their role in the party's revolution in the countryside, particularly during the Agrarian Revolution, 1927 to 1937, and the land reform, 1946 to 1952, two defining moments in the Chinese Communist movement which represent contrasting paradigms in the CCP's land policy and use of class struggle. Unlike the extant scholarship, the chapter explores the subject from the perspective of discourse theory instead of common objectivist and representationalist perspectives. It does not treat class and class struggle as either objective reality or representational reality but as a discourse or a structured totality resulting from articulatory practices within which social agents' understanding of the world and their relation to it is enveloped. Laca and Mouth 1985, 105. It proceeds from the premise that classes and class struggles must be made, and that classes can become real groups, actually mobilized or organized, only at the cost of political work. Bourdieu 1990, 118. The Agrarian Revolution and the land reform followed the general trajectory of the Chinese Revolution, which was analogous to a pendulum swinging between revolution and reform as clearly differentiated in party historiography. The terms do not merely represent separate campaigns and historical periods in the official CCP discourse but also contrasting paradigms, both of which were implemented at different times and in different areas. Indeed, each of the campaigns shifted between the paradigms regardless of the representation of one as revolution and the other as reform. While revolution entailed the confiscation of landlords and rich peasants' land, reform involved rent reduction in the main and more limited land redistribution on a basis of consent, although the boundary between the two was rarely fixed. The party's paradigm shifts were not based on objective class conditions, class exploitation, or class struggle in CCP-controlled rural areas, rather, both were decisions made by party leaders under the impact of the hegemonic ideological doctrines of the day and in response to current imperatives and historical contingencies. Notwithstanding the CCP's paradigm shifts, the Agrarian Revolution and the land reform centered on the countryside, the peasantry, and land. The paramountcy of these elements to the CCP is attributable to the nature of the Chinese Revolution, which Mao Zedong articulated as a protracted, rural-based, and armed struggle. The countryside was the party's primary operational base, safe haven, and sphere of influence. Mao made clear the importance of the peasant class to the CCP and the Chinese Revolution when he told Edgar Snow in Yan'an in 1936 that whoever won over the peasants would prevail in China, and whoever resolved the land problem would win over the peasants, cited in Snow 1983. After 1927, the peasantry, which made up the bulk of the Chinese masses due to China's agrarian economy, Yan 1971, v. constituted the principal subjects of the Chinese Revolution together with the CCP and its military force. The peasants had an indispensable role to play in the CCP's armed struggle because the party and its army relied on them for manpower and resources. The party used land as an incentive to encourage and entice peasants to support and join in the revolution and as a reward for loyalty and support. Land redistribution before 1949 was predominantly an exchange, the partial fulfillment of the peasants' hopes and aspirations in return for their commitment to the party's goals, and it came into play as an instrument to weld together the interests of the CCP, its army, and the peasants. Yan 1971, v. 7, 9. Furthermore, land and the countryside produced much of what the party needed for its armed struggle. The peasants gained wealth, economic security, social prestige, and political power, whilst the party increased its capacity to extract resources for its armed struggle, committed peasants to participate in it, and consolidated its power in the countryside by replacing the established political order with an administration controlled by loyal poor peasants. Ye 1971, v. 7, 9. After 1949, land had to change hands for the additional purpose of transforming the PRC's rural economic base in the direction of socialism, although the CCP's commitment to transitioning from the New Democratic Revolution to the Socialist Revolution in the first few years of the PRC was by no means resolute. As the party did not own land and had little to give apart from symbolic rewards during the Agrarian Revolution and the land reform, it had to obtain what it needed badly from the haves, by peaceful means if possible and by force when necessary. It was cost-effective and advantageous to win over the majority in the countryside at the expense of a minority. To that extent, the CCP was no different from peasant rebels in Imperial China who claimed high moral ground and sought legitimacy and support for their cause by taking from the rich and giving to the poor. Land redistribution in favor of the landless also enjoyed discursive legitimacy in the light of the age-old aspiration among the poor peasants and their spokesmen of land to the tillers and partially fulfilled that aspiration. But what did class and class struggle have to do with it? Were the agrarian revolution and the land reform inevitable consequences of the conflicts in the mode of production and of class struggle in CCP-controlled rural areas? Were the CCP identified rural classes and class struggle objective realities or representational realities? There is no disputing that during the agrarian revolution and the land reform, some peasants had land while others did not, and some had more than others. That does not mean though that those who had the most land could be automatically labeled as the exploiting class and those who had the least or none belonged to the exploited class. Much depended on how exploitation was defined and on how and where the boundary between the classes was drawn. Peasants' class membership would change as the boundary shifted. Indeed, fixing the meaning of exploitation and demarcating group boundaries were the most critical part of the CCP's class mapping and class-making practices. Even if the existence of exploiting and exploited classes was proved beyond doubt, it does not follow that there was an objective and inevitable struggle between those classes or that the classes were consciously engaged in such a struggle and committed to mutual destruction. Moreover, whether to conduct class struggle or not and when to conduct it was, first and foremost, a CCP decision. The agrarian revolution and the land reform may well have been made unnecessary had the party's united fronts with the GMD between 1924 to 1927 and 1937 to 1945 remained intact. For the purpose of defeating the GMD and seizing state power, it was not necessary for the CCP to use the language of class or resort to class struggle. What mattered more than anything else for the party, as Mao stressed in his class analysis, was a clear idea about who were its friends and enemies and sufficient support for the Chinese Revolution. From the latter perspective, however, it was not good enough to simply identify friends and enemies, as the meta-discourse was informed by Marxist class theory and historical materialism and aimed at a qualitative, systemic transformation of the feudal old China into a socialist new China. The driving force of the revolution was class struggle, while classes were the subjects and objects of the revolution. Hence, the CCP mapped a historical materialist template of revolutionary social change onto Chinese society, labeled its identified friends and enemies as exploited and exploiting classes, and posited inevitable and irreconcilable antagonism between these classes. In so doing, the party created classes and class struggle and constructed a new reality. It also embedded a simple story of insurgence in a framework of historical materialism. Its act of double construction consisted of a Marxist description and explanation of Chinese society and the implementation of Marxist schemes of thought in China. In the agrarian revolution and the land reform, the CCP at the same time treated class struggle as an end of the Chinese Revolution and as a means to that end. It devised class schemes using practical scanning mechanisms that sorted peasants into two opposing camps on the basis of seemingly objective criteria, particularly the ownership and use of land, with a shifting middle that could end up in either camp. The camps were divided further into subgroups or strata on a gradational scale of land ownership and land use. The party had at least 3 essential tasks to complete. Chief among these was the mobilization of peasants for the revolution. The party relied on the poor peasants, united the middle peasants, and deprived or annihilated the landlords and rich peasants. Land, as well as political power, changed hands to incentivize its friends and maximize its extractive capacity with a view to facilitating its armed struggle. The second was the reshuffling of the rural status order. The have-nots in the countryside were to be liberated from exploitation and oppression and elevated to the top in the new status order as a reward and in preparation for systemic political and social transformation, whereas the uncooperative and hostile haves would be relegated to the bottom. Closely related to this was the constitution of the subjects and objects of the revolution, or the protagonists and antagonists of class struggle. The third task was the transformation of the rural relations of production, or land ownership, which assumed a higher priority in the PRC. Perspectives on the CCP's land policy and rural class struggle. Recent scholarship has thrown doubt on various aspects of the received wisdom on the CCP's land policy and rural class struggle between 1927 and 1952, especially after 1946. Microsocietal research continues to put flesh on a familiar storyline that differs vastly from the party's official narratives, while macro-level analyses have had an even greater impact in the field, not least because they challenge existing perspectives on the subject. There is large consensus among historians and social scientists that the party's versions of historical events are far from accurate, that its conceptions and representations of historical reality are not consistent or coherent. The analysts' versions of events and their conceptions and representations of historical reality are not flawless either. Quite aside from questions of intentionality, much depends on their approaches to the subject. As Philip Huang, 1995, 107, notes, an objectivist approach has dominated past scholarship on the revolution. He is right to point out that it directs attention to objective realities instead of representational realities. Dividing the two varieties further into separate levels of structure and agency, he goes on to argue that the approach is concerned, on the level of structure, with social, economic and institutional contexts, not symbolic or discursive formations, and on the level of agency, with actions and events, not ideas or attitudes. Huang 1995, 107. His own analytical framework highlights the interconnections between structure and agency, in other words, between objective structures and representational structures on the one hand and between objective actions and representational mentalities on the other. In doing so, he moves away from the objectivist structuralist view of history, or the social interpretation, and the representationist view of history, also known as the cultural interpretation, and seeks to bridge the two approaches. Huang 1995, 107. As Figure 3.1 indicates, his framework encompasses 4 analytical dimensions along 2 axes. Huang's critique of the objectivist structuralist view of history is no doubt warranted. So is his observation about the inadequate attention to ideas and attitudes in the extant literature on China's rural class struggle and the Chinese Revolution. It is easy to agree with him that human agency plays an indispensable role in social movements and therefore must be taken into consideration in their analysis. It is also advisable to take sufficient account of the interconnection between structure and agency and between social, economic and institutional contexts and symbolic or discursive formations. However, Huang's framework encounters a major difficulty related to various viewpoints. The analytical dimensions would be multiplied by 3 if each was seen from the viewpoint of the analyst, the CCP, and the classes identified by the party. The viewpoints would be easily conflated if it was not clarified whose objective and representational realities were under discussion, and it would not be easy to clearly differentiate these in the analysis. More importantly, the approach does not go far enough to address the problem he has identified, as it proceeds from the same premise underlying the objectivist, structuralist and representationalist views of history, both of which dichotomize social systems and movements into separate realms. Hence, China's rural class struggle in Wang's binary conceptualization is at the same time an objective reality and a representational reality. There is objective and representational structure, and there is objective and representational agency. The dichotomy does not stand up to theoretical or empirical scrutiny. Questions around structure versus agency and around objectivity versus subjectivity are the subject of recurrent debates between proponents of objectivist and representationalist or subjectivist theories. The same questions also divide determinist and voluntarist approaches to social analysis, as well as positivistic and anti-positivistic theories. This is not the place to summarize these debates. Suffice it to say that the dichotomy is debatable and not suited to the analysis of class as the concept was employed by the CCP. Structuration theory offers an innovative synthesis of structure and agency by reconciling the social actor's action capacity with rules and resources, or the structuring properties allowing the binding of time-space in social systems, Giddens 1984, 17. Such properties make it possible for discernibly similar social practices to exist across varying spans of time and space and lend them systemic form, Giddens 1984, 17. The concept of the duality of structure, in particular, calls attention to the mutual constitution and mutual dependency of structure and agency. It refers to the essential recursiveness of social life, as constituted in social practices. Structure is both medium and outcome of reproduction of practices, Giddens 1979, 5. Equally problematic is the dichotomy of objective and representational realities. There are questions about both and their dichotomization, but most relevant to this chapter is whether there can be an objective reality that exists independently of the attendant representational reality, which is more commonly thought of as subjective representations of an objective reality. The short answer is no. For one thing, reality, unlike an individual object, is an ensemble of facts that must be constructed and established. It is therefore in large part a product of the volition of those who observe, name, describe, and assemble the facts and events. Classes and class struggle are not similar to natural phenomena like rocks or earthquakes whose objective existence is indisputable. They must be manufactured in that they are essentially classified and defined into existence, as it were, using varying sets of criteria devised by analysts. Both elements are given different theoretical, ideological and socio-political meanings by those who incorporate the elements into their discourses. Class struggle is a product of articulation insofar as undeniable linkages emerge in class analysis between class labels, analytical approaches, and theoretical explanations as a result of the mediation of ideological theoretical assumptions. There is thus ample reason to agree with Anthony Giddens that a large part of the checkerboard history of the concept of class has to be understood in terms of the changing concerns of those who have made use of the notion, Giddens 1977, 99. A similar but stronger proposition conceives of class discourses as an act of construction implementing schemes of thought and expression, and argues that, between conditions of existence and practice or representations, there intervenes the structuring activity of the social agents, Bourdieu 1986, 467. The latter, including political activists and social analysts, participate in the construction of what is commonly taken or mistaken as objective realities and produce the meaning of their social worlds. Contestation over perceptions and representations of realities is commonplace not just because social agents look at their environment from different viewpoints but also because the current and future course of collective action, among other things, is at stake. The dichotomy of objective and representational realities is particularly problematic from the perspective of discourse theory. The latter contends that social actors are internal to a world of signifying practices and objects and therefore unable to see this world from an extra-discursive perspective or speak of an objective reality external to their own thought or representation. It is therefore inadvisable for social analysts to separate structure from agency or objective reality from representational reality. It is also impossible for them to draw a clear-cut line between the reality they analyze and the reality they represent. Indeed, the objects of their analysis and representation are one and the same, so are the acts of analyzing and representing. The dichotomy is thus untenable. It is advisable to reject it altogether and to contend that it is discourses that constitute social reality and structure the activities of social agents and their identities, and that there is no structure that is totally independent of agency and no objective reality entirely divorced from representational reality. It follows that analysts should look at the ensemble of the CCP's class, discourse and metadiscourse of the Chinese Revolution instead of objective and representational realities. After all, China's rural classes were CCP-made subjects and objects of the revolution and products of the CCP's articulatory practices, within which the party leaders' understanding of rural Chinese society and of the party's relation to it was enveloped. Mapping out a rural class society and making rural classes. The existence of a rural class society and of rich and poor peasants during the agrarian revolution and the land reform would seem self-evident insofar as there was a group known as peasants that could be divided into gradational strata based on land ownership and land use as well as other property. To that extent, the CCP's class maps at the time were not merely representations which were ungrounded in verifiable facts. However, the objective reality of the rural class society in the party's account became doubtful, as both classes in themselves, or classes occupying particular economic positions, and classes for themselves, or classes with self-awareness, and the will to fight for their own liberation from exploitation and oppression, were repeatedly reclassified and re-evaluated. From the agrarian revolution to the land reform, the CCP attached different labels to the same groups, redrew group boundaries arbitrarily, and re-evaluated class consciousness again and again. Its discursive shifts ensued not so much from changes in existing social configurations or class actualities as from animated contestation over these. Land was of dual significance to the Chinese Revolution, especially during the agrarian revolution and the land reform. With rare exceptions, land ownership was the primary criterion by which rural classes were identified, and land was to be redistributed, first and foremost, on the basis of class and for the purpose of class mobilization and class suppression. The contestation over the objective nature of Chinese society went on unabated in the CCP from 1921 to 1934 in response to the imperatives of the CCP's united front with the GMD and to ideological debates in Moscow and within the Comintern. The party's rural class map was at this stage rather crude and muddled, to say the least, reflecting the lack of ideological clarity and of consensus on China's social configuration and the course of the revolution. Top party leaders used different labels and terminology without explaining clearly what they meant. Another way of putting this is that CCP leaders neither had a clear idea about the objective reality in rural China nor did they present a coherent representational reality. It took the party over a decade to agree that China was a semi-colonial and semi-feudal society, as noted in Chapter 1 of this volume. Still, its leaders were far from unanimous on how to interpret whether the identified capitalist elements were confined to the industrial sector whereas the countryside remained feudal, or whether capitalism had penetrated rural society. The party's earliest class maps and schemes suggest that most party leaders considered rural China to be partially feudal and partially capitalist. The party's first rural class map comprised the categories of landowners, middle peasants, lower peasants, and paupers. Wang Quaniying et al. 1989, 49-51. Chen Duxiu, 1923-1984, 312-318, devised another rural class scheme in 1923. Based on objective economic criteria, most notably land ownership and income. As shown in Appendix 1, the scheme mapped out 10 social strata, including 1. Big landlords, 2. Middle landlords, 3. Small landlords, 4. Owner peasants/landlords, 5. Owner peasants/employers, 6. owner peasants, 7, owner peasants/tenants, 8, tenants/employers, 9, tenants, and 10, agricultural workers. Chen merged the strata roughly into 4 classes, classifying the 4th and 5th strata as the middle class, the 6th and 7th as the petit bourgeoisie class, the 8th and 9th as the semi-proletarian class, and the 10th as the proletariat. He presented each as a class in itself but not as a class for itself, as he did not touch on class subjectivity. His disparaging view that Chinese peasants were too uneducated, conservative, and ignorant to fight for communism was highly subjective. Chen Duxiu 1984b. 1938, 609, 1921-1995, 291. By contrast, Chu Kaibai, 1926-1985, 1928-1987, identified 5 rural classes in 1926 without clarifying which groups he had in mind, namely, 1. Landlords, 2. Rich peasants, 3. Tenants, 4. Owner peasants, and 5. The semi-proletarian class and agricultural workers. It was not clear what criteria Chu used in his class scheme. One could only assume that he went by objective criteria, such as land and other property. The only attribute remotely related to class subjectivity was that poor peasants, who were under the semi-feudal exploitation of the landlord class, were indispensable allies of the proletariat and a major force for the revolution. Significantly, he considered rich peasants as the rural bourgeoisie and classified landlords and rich peasants as separate classes, treating the former as a hallmark of feudalism and the latter as a product and manifestation of capitalism. He also saw the Chinese Revolution as a holistic project encompassing both the cities and countryside and as a uniform struggle between the urban and rural proletariat, on the one hand, and the bourgeoisie, on the other hand. Mao Zedong's first-class scheme used a conceptual framework akin to Chu's but was much more elaborate. The most notable similarity lay in his articulation of the Chinese Revolution as a uniform class struggle between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie in urban and rural Chinese society alike. Yet, the uniform struggle was essentially nominal in his articulation, as he was principally involved in a partial, agrarian revolution. Without a doubt, the partial revolution had to be represented as part of the Chinese Revolution instead of being detached from it. One way of doing this was to devise his class scheme in such a way that the rural classes would map onto the CCP's overall class map centered on a proletariat, bourgeoisie struggle. By comparison with Chen Duxiu, Chu Kaibai, and CCP theoreticians, Mao was less concerned with the debate over the nature of Chinese society and more practical in his approach to class. Though he referred to the rural feudal class, or the landlord class, in 1926, Mao Zedong 1996-1926, 37, he did not characterize China as a semi-feudal society until the late 1930s. Mao's rural class scheme, like Chen's and Chu's, was based on seemingly objective indexes, most notably the amount of land and other property owned by the peasants, the use of land, and exploitation, although he combined those indexes with unspecified subjective criteria related to peasants' attitudes towards the CCP and its rural policies and other variables affecting their revolutionary potential, such as relationships with the international bourgeoisie. Mao divided the rural population into 5 classes: 1. Landlords, 2. The petty bourgeoisie, 3. The semi-proletariat, 4. The rural proletariat, and 5. The lumpen proletariat. The landlords in Mao's first-class scheme were not simply owners of land, they were wholly appendages of the international bourgeoisie, depending upon imperialism for their survival and growth, represented the most backward and most reactionary relations of production in rural China, and constituted an extreme counter-revolutionary group, their political representatives being the right wing of the GMD and other reactionary political parties. The petty bourgeoisie consisted of owner peasants and master handicraftsmen. The right wing of this class included those who, earning more each year than they consumed for their own support, were afraid of government officials and yet suspicious of the revolution. The middle stratum of the class included those who were economically self-supporting and had to work hard. They would not oppose the revolution. The left wing was the most important in this class for the revolution as its members experienced falling living standards, undergoing a gradual change from a position of being barely able to manage to one of living in more and more reduced circumstances. The semi-proletariat class comprised the semi-owner peasants, poor peasants or tenant peasants, small handicraftsmen, and peddlers. The poor peasants were the most revolutionary stratum of this class, followed by the small handicraftsmen and peddlers. The rural proletariat included the farm laborers who were hired by the year, the month, or the day. Without land, farm implements, or funds, they were the most hard-pressed class and could only survive by selling their labor power. Their position in the peasant movement was as important as that of the poor peasants. The peasants who had lost their land and the handicraftsmen who could not find work made up a fairly large lumpen proletariat, who, in Mao's view, were brave fighters and, though liable to be destructive, could become a revolutionary force if given proper guidance. However, Mao's revised rural class scheme of 1930 was drastically different. This time, he identified 5 rural classes, including tenants, poor peasants, middle peasants, rich peasants, and the landlord class, Mao Zedong 1991-1930. His class scheme of 1933, see Appendix 2, comprised 5 rural classes too, namely, landlords, rich peasants, middle peasants, poor peasants, and agricultural workers or farm laborers. The main difference is that the new version was much more elaborate and included the additional category of agricultural workers while subsuming tenants under poor peasants. Mao's 1933 class scheme gained hegemony within the CCP to the point of becoming its official guide for land reform and other rural projects, thanks to Mao's ascendancy and the consolidation of his power in the party. Its Central Committee publicized a slightly revised version of the scheme. Among the party's rank and file in November 1947, when the land reform in CCP-controlled areas gathered momentum and instructed cadres to familiarize themselves with it while sorting peasants into classes. Based on the same class scheme, the State Council, 1950, developed a much more detailed version soon after the founding of the PRC and released it on August 20, 1950. The CCP's new class scheme was not only meant to map out the objective reality of the class condition in the new republic as the CCP leaders saw it or represent that reality to the party and the populace, but also intended to transition the Chinese Revolution from the democratic to the socialist stage, transform China's semi-feudal economic base and superstructure, and guide party-state officials through the process of thorough and complex class identification and land redistribution. The objective reality that the CCP mapped out and represented was not clear in part because there were remarkable differences among the aforesaid class maps and class schemes. Not only did Chen Duxiu, Chu Kaibai, Mao Zedong, and the State Council identify different classes, but they also attached different labels to the same groups of peasants, labels that carry significant ideological and practical implications. In particular, rich peasants as a class were present in Chu's class scheme but absent in Chen's and Mao's 1926 version. It is not easy for historians to ascertain if the category had an objective existence in the real world or whether Mao's and Chen's representational realities failed to reflect objective realities. Much depends on class labels, the classification criteria, and historical data, among other things. Yet, there were significant ramifications. Rich peasants labeled as rural bourgeoisie would be treated as a more progressive historical force than the feudal landlord class and should not be targeted during the democratic revolution. It would be logical to target them as well if they were labeled landlords. Similarly, agricultural workers classified as rural proletariat would be regarded as the most advanced class in the countryside and relied upon more than any other class. It is apparent too that the objective reality that the CCP mapped out was hampered by the inconsistent objective criteria by which the classes were identified. Consequently, not all the labeled rural classes matched the CCP leaders' own definitions or accorded with Marxist conceptions of classes in themselves or for themselves either. Though Marxist class theory dictates that a class in itself is to be defined exclusively with reference to the means of production, CCP leaders rarely followed suit. Mao, for example, counted bankrupt landlords as landlords in his 1933 scheme on the grounds that they did not engage in labor but lived by swindling or robbing others or receiving assistance from relatives or friends. Though he did not clarify it, it can be safely assumed that bankruptcy involved the loss of their land, that this group's class membership was therefore not related to land ownership. He also included 4 other groups in the category of landlords, namely, 1. Warlords, officials, local tyrants, and evil gentry, 2. Local tyrants and evil gentry, 3. Those who assisted landlords in collecting rent and managing property and who depended on landlord exploitation of the peasants as their main source of income, and 4. Usurers. It was not clarified whether the first, second, and fourth groups owned land or not, but the first group was included because its members were said to be political representatives of the landlords, while the inclusion of the third group had nothing to do with land ownership at all. Similarly, land ownership was not the sole criterion for class identification in the State Council's class scheme, despite party leaders' repeated instruction in 1947 and 1948, which was consistent with orthodox Marxist class analysis, that the possession of productive property or relationship to the means of production must be used as the sole criterion for class identification, Liu Shaokai 1947, Ren Bishi 1948. There were even cases where land ownership became entirely irrelevant. This was so with the categories of bankrupt landlords and secondary landlords, who owned no land and were therefore poorer than the average middle peasant in terms of land ownership. The latter group was thus classified because its members enjoyed higher living standards than middle peasants by renting land from landlords and renting all of it out to other peasants. Those in the group who farmed part of the rented land would be classified as rich peasants. In other words, their class membership was defined exclusively by higher living standards and by direct engagement in farming. It was also the case with the groups that were sorted into categories purely on political grounds. One such group comprised revolutionary soldiers and officers, and families of martyrs, who could not be classified as landlords even if they had rented land out to others. Another was the new category labeled reactionary rich peasants, which included rich peasants who committed major crimes against the revolution, such as killing workers and peasants, resisting CCP governments, assisting the enemy, joining the GMD, or sabotaging land redistribution. In extreme cases, designated class membership was rendered meaningless for land redistribution purposes. A telling example was the immediate families of Red Army soldiers, including their parents, wives, sons, and daughters, and brothers and sisters under 16 years of age, who were entitled to receive land during the land reform even if they had been classified as landlords or rich peasants. These policies were designed to reward those who participated in and supported the Chinese Revolution and to punish individuals who resisted or went against it. Another way of putting this is that the party used membership in good classes, land, and other property as a reward and bad class labels and deprivation as a punishment. The objective reality became even more questionable as a result of the blurry and shifting boundaries between some of the identified classes in the class maps. In Chen Duxiu's scheme, for example, it is hard to see the demarcation between the small landlords and the owner peasants/landlords, one can only surmise the latter owned less than 100 mu of land. The line between the landlords and the rich peasants in Chu Kaiyubai's scheme was fuzzy too. What set the classes apart was not so much the amount of land their members owned as the use of their land. The landlords rented out all their land while the rich peasants farmed part of their land. In his 1933 class scheme, Mao did not draw a clear-cut line between landlords and rich peasants. The landlords who engaged in farming to an unquantified small extent did not differ substantially from the rich peasants. It was still more difficult to demarcate the unspecified major and minor local tyrants and evil gentry, whom Mao labeled landlords and rich peasants, respectively. Equally difficult to separate were the rich peasants who owned only part of their land and the middle peasants who owned land and were engaged in exploitation by hiring laborers or renting part of their land to other peasants. Class boundaries were blurred even more in the State Council's 1950 version, as some of the classes were divided into multiple, gradational strata using detailed and complex classification criteria, State Council 1950. Though this moderate version was meant to be fairer to the negatively affected classes and easier for party state officials to operationalize, it added to the complexity and difficulty of separating classes. The dividing line between landlords and rich peasants, in particular, became much harder to determine in the State Council's 1950 class scheme than in Mao's 1933 version. In principle, landlords did not work while rich peasants did, but the distinction was compounded by several variables. First, though labor input was used as the primary criterion, complexity arose from the prescribed quantity of labor and the differentiation of principal labor from auxiliary labor, both of which were defined according to qualitative and quantitative criteria. The former referred to essential work in the fields, namely, plowing, planting, and harvesting, whereas the latter included secondary work, such as weeding, helping grow vegetables, and taking care of farm cattle. The quantitative cut-off point for a rich peasant classification was at least a third of the year, 4 months, spent on principal labor by at least one person in a household. However, the State Council revised the cut-off point later in the same resolution, clarifying further that the members of a large rich peasant household would be classified as landlords unless more than a third of its members spent a third of the year or more on principal labor. Second, one of the criteria for landlords was having lived a landlord's life consecutively for 3 years by the time the local area was liberated by CCP forces. Third, the bankrupt landlords who had been making a living on their own labor for a full year would be excluded from the landlord class. 4. Subordinate members of landlord households, including concubines, housekeepers, and servants, would be excluded from the landlord class. Coupled with these variables were enormous difficulties in recording and calculating the 4 months spent on principal labor, the 3 consecutive years living a landlord's life, and a third of the members of a large family. As a result, the boundary between landlords and rich peasants was indistinct, as can be seen easily from Appendix 3, and the number of borderline cases was huge, increasing the difficulty of demarcation and making it easy to make mistakes in classification. The boundary between rich peasants and rich, or upper, middle peasants was no less difficult to determine. In fact, the determination became more challenging due to the need to calculate the exact amount of exploitation, which was treated as the principal classification criterion but explained in confusing and contradictory terms. Article 3 of the State Council resolution, for instance, stated that rich peasants are those who have relied on exploitation as a source of a part or major part of their income within 3 consecutive years starting from the time the local area was liberated, where the income derived from exploitation exceeds 15% of the household's total annual income. It would be hard enough to record and calculate the 2 variables, and the job was made more complex by the exceptions to that rule. In some cases, which were not specified, the amount of exploitation allowed for the classification of rich middle peasants could be as high as 30%, the only prerequisite mentioned for the classification was that the broad masses had no objection to it. To make the classification criteria even more confusing, the State Council increased the 15 to 25% later in the same resolution, 4.2. Evidently, the CCP's class schemes were not neat or tidy but defective on multiple accounts. It is only to be expected that the defects on paper would be magnified in the party's class identification practice and create considerable difficulty for the cotters and peasant associations who were charged with the task of classification, so that they would have to resort to flexible, discretionary, or arbitrary decision-making. Coupled with the difficulty was their refusal or failure to stick strictly to the party's official class schemes and classification criteria. Theoretically, landlords could be easily classified as rich peasants by mistake, or vice versa, and it was also easy to mix up rich peasants and upper middle peasants. In consequence, much was left to local discretion and considerable variation stemmed from differences in views among local cadres, orders that were misunderstood or misimplemented, successful local resistance, and the overall chaos of war. Westad 2003, 192. It goes without saying that there would be grave and lasting consequences, economic and political, ensuing from class membership. At stake were land and other property, social status, and political power to be gained or lost. As a matter of fact, a range of class identification problems occurred in all CCP-controlled areas during the Agrarian Revolution and the land reform, as party leaders acknowledged and as voluminous scholarship has documented in detail. Liu Shaokai, 1950b, for example, admitted that mistakes were made in Hebei, Shandong, and many parts of the Northeast between July 1946 and October 1947 as the majority of CCP cadres did not know how to correctly identify classes and that a number of rich peasants and middle peasants were classified as landlords and rich peasants, respectively. When Renbishi warned CCP cadres of the grave consequences of prevalent mistakes in class identification during land reform, he mentioned as an example the mistakes made in Kaijiaya village, Xin County, Shaanxi province, where as many as 124, 22.46%, of the village's 552 families had been classified as landlords and rich peasants and where more than 50 rich peasant, middle peasant, and poor peasant families were mistakenly labeled as landlords and rich peasants. The percentage of landlords and rich peasants was much higher than the CCP's estimated 8% in the average area not under the party's control, let alone areas under its control, where the number had come down as a result of land reform. Under pressure from the Jinsui Party Committee, the village's peasant association reduced the 124 families to 71 in 2 rounds of reclassification, Renbishi 1948. Kaijiaya village was certainly not an isolated case. Similar mistakes have been widely reported in CCP publications and academic literature. Such mistakes are not in the least surprising given the defects in the party's class maps and schemes and the complexity and difficulty of class identification in the countryside. There were significant discrepancies between the classes that party leaders conceived of and those that its cadres identified in the villages, and that both deviated from Marxist conceptions. There is no denying that the discrepancies and deviation discredit the party's class schemes and its avowed commitment to Marxist conceptions and theories of class struggle, and historical materialism. It should be stressed, however, that the deviation from Marxism was not an issue for the party as it was prepared to adapt it to its revolutionary practice, or sinicize it, instead of adhering to it faithfully. The discrepancies did not matter much either, nor did objective reality as seen by Marx or academic analysts. What mattered for party leaders, especially Mao Zedong, was the correct identification of friends and enemies and the adoption of a correct strategy for the Chinese Revolution. As Mao, 1960-1926, 13, put it without beating round the bush in 1926. Who are our enemies? Who are our friends? This is a question of the first importance for the revolution. The basic reason why all previous revolutionary struggles in China achieved so little was their failure to unite with real friends in order to attack real enemies. To distinguish real friends from real enemies, we must make a general analysis of the economic status of the various classes in Chinese society and of their respective attitudes towards the revolution. He reiterated the same rationale for class analysis in 1930. The ultimate purpose of our class analysis, he wrote, is to judge classes correctly before we can decide on the correct strategy for our struggle. He went on to stress the importance of accurately determining which classes would be treated as the main force for the revolutionary struggle, which classes were potential allies we should win over, and which classes must be brought down. Mao 1991-1930, 113. In other words, he conceived of Chinese society as comprising 3 meaningful categories, called the categories classes, and roughly mapped them onto a Marxist class map. It was a moot point how the categories were classified. The most important criteria for Mao were wealth and poverty as well as attitudes towards the Chinese Revolution. With some exceptions, he proceeded from the single assumption that the poorest peasants were the most susceptible and supportive to the revolution, whereas the richest were the most predisposed against it. All in all, classes essentially meant friends and enemies rather than historical agents advancing or fettering productive force, although it was desirable for ideological reasons for Mao and the CCP to piggyback on Marxism by representing the identified friends and enemies as antagonistic classes engaged in class struggle, orchestrating class struggle through land redistribution. Similarly, class struggle during the Agrarian Revolution and the land reform was not so much an objective reality or a representational reality as an operational strategy that the party consciously adopted, or a preferred means to the end of the Chinese Revolution. The party capitalized on existing friction and conflict between social groups in rural China, articulated it as class struggle, and created antagonism where it did not exist. The class struggle was by no means an objective reality as conceived of by Marx. From Marx's viewpoint, class struggle exists objectively in all class societies and takes place as material productive forces of society come into conflict at some stage of development with the existing relations of production when property relations become the latter's fetters and hinder their progress instead of advancing productive forces. The conflict induces a crisis that precipitates a revolutionary transformation of society. In other words, Marx's concept of class struggle does not simply mean avoidable friction between social groups but inevitable conflict arising from society's mode of production, most especially as a result of property relations hindering productive forces. Logically, class struggle thus understood cannot be resolved through negotiation and compromise or by any means without altering the relations of production that fetter productive forces. There is therefore good reason for the CCP to insist on the inevitability of class struggle in social change. However, what constituted objective and representational realities during the Agrarian Revolution and the land reform is a different question and depends on how the realities are defined. Though the general question can be broached from multiple angles, a couple of specific questions are of more pivotal significance to Marx's notion of objective reality than anything else. One concerns whether productive forces were fettering relations of production to the point of affecting a crisis that called for and could only be resolved through social revolution. The other centers on class agency, without which class struggle would not happen. The conflict between productive forces and property relations could not be resolved, and China's semi-feudal rural society would not be transformed. The basic logic of Marx's theory of class struggle and historical materialism more generally proceeds from the first question to the second. That is to say, the conflict between productive forces and property relations is the root cause of class struggle, while the latter is the effect of the conflict and the only means to resolve the conflict. The theoretical cause-effect relationship does not hold unless multiple conditions are met. A necessary condition is the emergence of objective antagonistic classes which, respectively, represent advancing productive forces and property relations fettering the productive forces. Another necessary condition is the development of objective classes into subjective classes. An objective class is a class in itself insofar as it occupies an objectively identifiable position in society's material production. It becomes a class for itself as it develops the appropriate subjectivity or consciousness. Class consciousness does not simply mean the group's awareness of its objective position but also includes a clear understanding and recognition of the class interest, mission, and destiny, resolute commitment to a course of collective action, and unwavering collective will to maintain the status quo in property relations at any cost or alter it completely. The correct understanding and reflection of the latter, or representational reality in Philip Wang's terminology, must be in line with or reflect the objective reality of class struggle and of society as a whole. Otherwise, it will be regarded as false consciousness. For Marx and Engels, such class subjectivity, together with class objectivity, is an integral part of the objective reality of society. Class struggle thus understood can be said to have existed during the agrarian revolution and the land reform only if both classes in themselves and classes for themselves were proven to be present. The analysis of the CCP's class schemes in this chapter demonstrates their failure to accurately identify classes as defined according to Marx's criteria. Ample research has cast doubt too on the objective existence of class struggle in China from the 1920s to the 1940s, Ye 1971, Huang 1995, Ji Cheng 2012, Zhang 2013, Kong and Zhao 2017. The findings are not surprising given the CCP's creative discursive articulation, or sinification, of the Marxist concept. Empirically, the CCP did not discover a class struggle that answered to Marx's description of it before its mobilization of poor peasants during the agrarian revolution and the land reform. Theoretically, Marxist class struggle was not even probable, let alone inevitable, not least because of serious flaws in its conceptualization. The cause-effect relationship between conflicts in the mode of production and class struggle is too deterministic to withstand theoretical scrutiny or empirical testing and has been refuted by numerous authors, Weber in Girth and Mills 1967, Giddens 1977, Giddens and Held 1982, Hindus 1986, 1987. Coupled with this was CCP leaders' creative and flexible use of the concept. They found it useful not just because it offered a compelling explanation of social change but also, more importantly, because it provided them with an effective revolutionary strategy. Differently restated, the concept's utility to the CCP is better understood in operational than ideological theoretical terms. An accurate understanding and representation of rural China's objective class reality were of less importance to the party than the success of its political project. Mao Zedong clarified on several occasions the meaning of class struggle and the party's approach to it. Mao, 1983-1921, 15, spotlighted his conception as a revolutionary strategy, or a method of carrying out the Chinese Revolution, in his reply to a letter from Cai Hezhen, 1920-1979, 816-817, who spelt out his three well-known formulas, including 1. Premise of the Soviet Revolution equals historical materialism. 2. Method of the revolution equals class struggle plus class dictatorship. 3. Aim of the revolution equals the creation of a communist society. Mao endorsed Cai's formula in his reply. Of the three aspects of the Soviet Revolution, only the method was directly relevant to the CCP's political project at hand, while the premise and the aim were abstract and therefore had little concrete or immediate bearing on it, as Xiao and Zhang, 2012, 6, note. Mao, 1993-1941, 379, confirmed once again in 1941 that he took class struggle to be the essence of Marxism, that indeed class struggle was the only thing he extracted from what he had read about Marxism up to 1920. In 1956, he boiled down the democratic revolution and socialist revolution to a single project of class struggle, Mao 1977-1956, 313. In his well-known expression Gaozhiji Duhan, he encapsulated the CCP's use of and approach to class struggle in the multipurpose Chinese verb gao, which can be translated into do, initiate, foment, stir up, drum up, mastermind, manufacture, orchestrate, carry out, wage, and so on. He attributed the CCP's success in the revolutions to class struggle and explained that the CCP waged class struggle by mobilizing the masses and that class consciousness was instilled into the peasants through education in the struggle. In Zhuaji Daodu, another of his well-known expressions, he collocated class struggle with zhua, a verb meaning grasp, seize, put on the agenda, take charge of, pay special attention to, or stress. Whether class struggle was made the object of Gao or Zhua, it was invariably the CCP which loomed large as the subject of the verbs, while class struggle was merely treated as a means to a higher end or a political campaign to achieve that end, which could not happen without the agency of the party and party-led peasants. The end was mass mobilization for armed struggle, the establishment and expansion of a military force and operational bases, and the seizure of state power. As Mao, 1965-1938, 219, stated unequivocally in the late 1930s, the seizure of power by armed force, the settlement of the issue by war, is the central task and the highest form of revolution. He went on to elaborate on the importance of armed struggle and the relationship of other aspects of the CCP's operation, including class struggle, to its war effort. In China, war is the main form of struggle and the army is the main form of organization. Other forms such as mass organization and mass struggle are also extremely important and indeed indispensable and in no circumstances to be overlooked, but their purpose is to serve the war. Mao 1965-1938, 221. In Mao's explanation, serving the war meant that all organization and struggle were in preparation for the war before it broke out and were coordinated with the war either directly or indirectly after it broke out. Furthermore, he differentiated between two kinds of wars or struggles, civil, or class, and national, and gave precedence to the latter over the former, going so far as to suspend it if necessary. In his own words, "When imperialism is not making armed attacks on our country, the Chinese Communist Party either wages civil war jointly with the bourgeoisie against the warlords, lackeys of imperialism, as in 1924-27 in the wars in Guangdong Province and the Northern Expedition, or unites with the peasants and the urban petty bourgeoisie to wage civil war against the landlord class and the comprador bourgeoisie, also lackeys of imperialism, as in the War of Agrarian Revolution of 1927-36. When imperialism launches armed attacks on China, the party unites all classes and strata in the country opposing the foreign aggressors to wage a national war against the foreign enemy, as it is doing in the present war of resistance against Japan." Mao 1965b 1933, 220. In official accounts, the CCP's history from 1924 and 1949 consisted a series of wars, including the First Revolutionary Civil War, 1924-1927, the Second Revolutionary Civil War, 1927-1936, or the Agrarian War, the War of Resistance against Japan, 1931-1945, and the Third Revolutionary Civil War, 1945. 1949, or the War of Liberation. The CCP's primary goal in the First War was to defeat the warlords and to build up its political and military capacity in the process. In the second, the party aimed to secure a foothold in the countryside and to expand its military force and operational bases with a view to enhancing its competition with the GMD for state power. The ostensible goal of the Third War was the defeat of the Japanese invaders, although the expansion of CCP forces and bases assumed high, if not higher, priority. The fourth was solely aimed at defeating the GMD and seizing state power. During all these wars, the CCP decided whether or not to resort to class struggle in accordance with the primary goals and, when it did, what sort of struggle to wage and how to conduct it. Without exception, class struggle during these wars was conscious political action at the core of CCP-initiated processes into which the party drew the masses, as Mao made clear. The action was determined by the goals of the wars rather than inherent contradictions in society's mode of production or resultant class antagonism. Class struggle as an operational strategy was employed or put on hold temporarily when party leaders saw the need to do so. The content of class struggle was adjusted to suit the party's political agenda of the day, and its scope and intensity were increased or decreased as its leaders saw fit. In any case, class struggle was not a reality existing objectively outside of the CCP discourses or the root cause of social revolutions. This is evidenced, in particular, by the timing of intensified class struggle during the Agrarian Revolution and the land reform and by the modus operandi of class struggle in the countryside. During the First Revolutionary Civil War, the CCP relegated class struggle to the background without giving it up completely and formed a united front with the GMD. In this national war, the party instituted the frontier between the Chinese nation and its common enemies, including imperialists and their lackeys, most notably the warlords and the comprador bourgeoisie. Class was at best of nominal significance to the CCP because of its superficial and implausible portrayal of the war as a struggle between patriotic Chinese classes, especially the proletariat, the peasantry, the petit bourgeoisie, and the national bourgeoisie against an international bourgeoisie, which was said to be represented by the imperialists and unpatriotic Chinese classes. Moreover, the war was by and large seen as a political and military confrontation instead of a systemic transformation of China's mode of production or economic base. The CCP brought class struggle to the fore during the Second Revolutionary Civil War, although in effect it put class struggle on hold during the Long March, October 1934 to October 1936. The reason for the dramatic shift in its operation was the collapse of the United Front after Jiang Jieshi, Chiang Kai-shek, massacred large numbers of CCP members and workers engaged in industrial action, making it difficult for the party to continue to operate in the cities and forcing it to shift its operation to the countryside. Coupled with this were instructions from Soviet leaders and the Comintern, as Mao, 1965b 1933, 97, confirmed. In other words, the CCP's operational shift was unrelated to economic changes in China's objective reality, and its decision to embark on the agrarian revolution and full-blown class struggle in the countryside was not based on objective demands to alter the mode of production or on objective class antagonism either. Rather, the party was forced to take this course of action by Jiang Jieshi and encouraged to do so by international communist leaders. In December 1928, the CCP issued its first and most radical land policy document, the Land Law in Jinggangshan mountain areas, which stated that all the land in the areas would be confiscated and owned by the Soviet governments and that poor peasants were entitled to obtain land by revolutionary means. The party rolled back its radical policy in its second land document, the Xingguo Land Law, which was released in April 1929, stipulating that only public land and the land owned by the landlord class would be confiscated. It went further in February 1931. To transfer the Soviets' ownership of land to the poor peasants who had received redistributed land. During the War of Resistance, the CCP subordinated class struggle, without suspending it altogether, to the national struggle, once again drawing the frontier between the Chinese nation and Japanese imperialists. The rural class struggle had to be maintained because it was the most effective means by which the CCP could at the same time mobilize the peasants, obtain sufficient human, material, and financial resources to support its war effort, and expand its military force and base areas. Yet, it was in the party's best interest to contain class warfare and the tension between the two struggles so that it would not get out of hand and jeopardize the new CCP, GMD United Front. Thus, its land reform program during the resistance was intended to concentrate on the reduction of rent and interest. The CCP's approach to class struggle and land reform between 1945 and 1949 was extraordinarily inconsistent. The fact that the party insisted on referring to its rural projects as land reform instead of agrarian revolution can be seen as a sign of caution and moderation. The party refrained from full-blown class struggle, continuing to confine the land reform to reducing rent and interest, from September 1945 to April 1946 in the hope of forming a coalition government with the GMD. It stepped up class struggle in May 1946 when the hope had been dashed. The May 4 Directive of 1946 ordered the confiscation of all the land owned by landlords. It shifted to a more moderate approach once again in the program of Chinese Land Law, September 13, 1947. Apparently designed to maximize support for and minimize resistance to the CCP in the countryside during its military campaigns against the GMD, this law demanded the equal distribution of land among the peasants in principle while allowing middle peasants who were unhappy with equal distribution to have slightly more land than the average peasant and the landlords to retain an equal amount of land. Unexpectedly, the CCP was slow after 1949 to make the shift from land reform to agrarian revolution and from the democratic revolution to the socialist revolution despite the creation of a new superstructure. It took a fairly moderate approach to class struggle in the land reform from 1949 and 1953. In fact, the CCP's reform program in the early years of the PRC was more moderate than its land policy during the agrarian revolution, except during radical political campaigns such as the campaign to suppress counter-revolutionaries, December 1950 to October 1951, when the party intensified its crackdown on landlords and rich peasants, as well as other counter-revolutionary elements, in line with political and economic imperatives related to the Korean War, October 1950 to July 1953. A particularly lenient policy in the land reform law of the PRC. June 28, 1950, was to prohibit the seizure of any land owned by rich peasants, in contrast to the common practice during the War of Liberation of depriving rich peasants of their surplus land. The CCP's moderate approach to land reform and class struggle at the beginning of the PRC is easily understandable. On the one hand, a moderate approach was needed for political stability and economic recovery in the new republic. On the other hand, the top leadership appeared to be unsure whether to establish a one-party government or a democratic, multi-party coalition government, Lianshi Zhenfu, and what economic and political systems to create accordingly. The uncertainty was apparent in Mao's observation, 1949, that it would be much easier to launch class struggle if the CCP wanted to set up a one-party government, but there would be inevitable trouble if the party were to form a multi-party government because it would have to take account of other parties' views. Ledovsky 2004. 1949, 22. All in all, the timing of intensified class struggle between 1927 and 1953 and the fluctuating intensity and scope of the struggles had little to do with varying levels of class antagonism existing objectively or changes in the objective social reality in rural China, especially in the mode of production. Indeed, it is not easy for analysts to discover the true objective reality among the various realities that the CCP presented or from pristine historical facts unmediated by the party or anybody else. Rather, when and how to wage class struggle were rational decisions that followed exclusively from the party's shifting political calculus. The nature of class struggle as a revolutionary strategy can be illustrated in more detail through examples of how the party executed the strategy during the Agrarian Revolution and the land reform. Conceptually, the CCP's use of class struggle as an operational strategy followed on from its non-Marxist dichotomization of the majority of the rural population into its friends and enemies, which were treated as antagonistic classes and mapped onto a Marxist class map. The next step was to set one group against the other when necessary so that they would become each other's enemies as well. The creation and escalation of antagonism between the groups were critical to the party's success for three reasons. Antagonism forced its friends and enemies to coalesce into opposing camps, particularly from the standpoint of its friends. It legitimated and maintained the frontier between the camps, and it tied the CCP's friends closer to it while neutralizing its enemies to the extent of ceasing to pose a threat to it or its friends. 100 Yingzhiguo. Taking land and other property from its enemies to give to its friends was the only practical option available to a party that needed to incentivize its friends but did not have anything else to give apart from political power and symbolic rewards. It was not the best option though as far as the goals of the wars and the Chinese Revolution were concerned. While it enabled the CCP to win gratitude, loyalty, and support from its friends, it was also necessary for the party to foster solidarity among its friends and with the party and to solidify their severance from its enemies. The former would translate into greater strength and stronger support to the party as well as more formidable opposition to its enemies. The latter was designed to encourage and force its friends to make a clean break with its enemies, or burn their bridges, so to speak, so that the division and bad feelings between the camps were hardened into irreconcilable antagonism. In this process, its friends were left with no choice but to overcome their reluctance to confront the party's enemies head-on and to throw in their lot with the party. Their reluctance might be related to entrenched moral cultural norms, preference for other, non-confrontational ways of advancing their interests, intertwined familial and personal ties between its friends and enemies, acceptance of the status quo, timidity, or common beliefs that attributed poverty and wealth to fate. Whatever the cause of their reluctance might be, it had to be tackled effectively so that the party's friends would be ready to take on its and their enemies. In fact, a purpose of encouraging and forcing its friends to take an active part in the land reform and class struggle was to do just that. Having struggled against enemies and seized their land and other property through revolutionary violence, its friends were no longer able to remain on good terms with the enemies. The antagonism between the camps was thus cemented. Coupled with this dividing tactic were the party's sustained efforts to educate its friends, awaken them to the CCP articulated objective reality, and persuade them to take the course of action that the party laid out. Mao Zedong, 1983-1921, 15, described these tactics as educating and mobilizing the masses through class struggle, and this use of class struggle was a key to the party's successfully mass mobilization and armed struggle. In mass education and mobilization, the CCP was obliged to spell out clearly and justify the goals of its operations and the route to success. It would be less than sound in discursive or moral terms for the party to justify its policy of taking from the rich and giving to the poor and its demand for its friends to make a clean break with the enemies with reference to unequal wealth. It was advantageous for the party to dress up its policy and demands so that they would appear as attractive and convincing as possible. It did this by placing land reform in the theoretical ideological framework of historical materialism and of the Chinese Revolution, where the party's friends and enemies became antagonistic classes, while the policy and demand were justified as revolutionary acts targeting what was grossly unjust and abominable, such as exploitation and oppression, and oriented towards more lofty goals, namely, the liberation of the exploited classes which made up the majority of the Chinese population, the liberation of productive forces fettered by incapacitating relations of production, and the transformation of China's backward feudal economic base and moral cultural superstructure. In the same framework, the clean break between the party's friends and enemies was all the more necessary not simply because the party needed loyalty and support from its friends but also because it was keen to prepare the groundwork for a new political power structure, a class dictatorship, in the villages, transform existing feudal interpersonal relations, and reorganize rural society along class lines and in line with the dictatorship. While the party gave precedence to land redistribution and political struggle between 1927 and 1949 in order to support its wars, it began to pay attention to and gradually escalated social and cultural transformation after 1949, when the eventual annihilation of its enemies was stepped up during the transition from the democratic revolution to socialist revolution and became an integral part of the latter. At any rate, it was for the reason of achieving its goals that the CCP maintained antagonism and frontiers in its history, be these represented as something existing between friends and enemies or between classes, and orchestrated confrontation between the camps, or class struggle. There was little evidence that antagonism and the class struggle in the countryside resulted from objective conflicts in the mode of rural production, exploitation, or oppression as defined by Marx and Engels. Nor was class struggle in the villages an objective reality, as the party's friends and enemies could at best be seen as classes in themselves but not classes for themselves. The fact that the party found it necessary to educate its friends and create and foment antagonism was evidence of the lack of class consciousness on the part of its friends and the absence or insufficient development of objective class struggle as conceived of by Marxists. There was no need for the CCP to demonstrate the objective existence of exploitation, oppression, and class struggle scientifically according to Marx's theory or any other definitions, not least because it would be difficult for party members and peasants to make sense of the theory or definitions, and few would demand the proof before they were ready to accept the party's argument. There was no reason either for the party to wait for the rural classes in themselves to evolve on their own into classes for themselves. The party re-articulated complex Marxist concepts and theories into something that rural residents could easily understand. The exploiting class, for example, was called evil landlords. The exploited classes were described as people who have suffered or endured bitterness, and exploitation and oppression were alternatively referred to as bullying, intimidating, or victimizing. Furthermore, instead of explaining to the peasants the aims of class struggle and the Chinese Revolution, the party encapsulated its meta-narrative in the simple narrative of Fanchen, turn over the body or free oneself, and encouraged them to achieve this end by speaking bitterness and settling accounts, and by struggling against the landlords and subjecting them to interrogation, accusation, and denunciations, which often escalated to acts of violence ranging from slaps and punches to torture and ended with imprisonment, execution, or suicide. The extant literature abounds with empirical evidence of the CCP's approach to land redistribution and class struggle during the Agrarian Revolution and the land reform. An excerpt from an official report about the party's work practices in Liaoning County, Shandong Province in 1947 is sufficient to illustrate exactly how it mobilized peasants and conducted class struggle. The report's recounts, the peasants' emotions ran high after the speaking bitterness and settling account sessions. They came to see that the landlords' wealth meant their poverty and that the good life the landlords enjoyed was a result of their suffering while going hungry, enduring bitterness, selling their wives and children, and shedding sweat and blood. They realized that the rich could not have become rich without making the poor suffer and that the wealth of the rich belonged to the poor. They began to resent their poverty and blamed the rich for it. Cotters at Huangta village reported that some peasants became so angry during the speaking bitterness and settling account sessions that they exposed their arms and vowed to take action immediately. The peasants in the county town said they were not going to allow the feudal forces to keep any land this time. Having realized how much the rich had made them suffer, they could not vent their hatred even if they had taken all their land and property. The peasants in the northern suburb of the county town realized that their suffering was also a result of Zhang Jiaxi's rule, that the suffering of the poor would not come to an end unless his rule was overthrown, and that Fanchen meant the overturn of his rule. Bohai District Committee of the Chinese Communist Party 1947, 107. In this process, the CCP helped the peasants to see their suffering, guided them to blame it on the rich, prompted them to get angry and vengeful, and inveigled them into struggling against the landlords, seizing their land and property, and resorting to violence not just to let out emotions but also to make a clean break with the landlords. The party went further to encourage the peasants to relate the immediate objects of their anger and hatred to Zhang Jiaxi and the GMD. This is but one of hundreds and thousands of examples to be found in the published research and CCP documents which demonstrate how the party went about land redistribution and class struggle during the Agrarian Revolution and the land reform. While the research has led to various arguments, it also confirms that the class struggle that emerged was neither an objective reality nor a representational reality, but was in large part CCP-made antagonism between its friends and enemies. Class discourse and political power. An obvious conclusion is that the CCP's class maps and schemes during the Agrarian Revolution and the land reform were inaccurate and messy. That is a conclusion many an analyst has arrived at from voluminous research on the same subject. But what is the point of that conclusion beyond confirming the inaccuracy and messiness of the maps and schemes? A more significant point has been made with respect to objective realities versus representational realities by viewing the inaccuracy and messiness as a disconnect between the party's class maps and class schemes on the one hand and the class actualities in rural Chinese society, or between rural China's objective reality and the CCP's representational reality on the other hand. This chapter goes over the same terrain, but the point here is not to demonstrate the party's imperfect class maps and schemes for its own sake but to interrogate the dichotomy of objective reality and representational reality and, in so doing, to understand the meaning of both elements to the party and its approach to both.